Stranger in a Strange Land by Robert A. Heinlein continued. Cassette 9, Side 1. She posed and talked with Mike in her mind. Feel anything? I grok, but not in fullness. Look where I am looking, my brother. The small one. He quivers. He thirsts for me. I grok his thirst. Can you see him? Jill stared into the customer's eyes, both to increase his interest and to let Mike use her eyes. As her grokking of Martian thought had increased, and as they had grown steadily closer, they had begun to use this common Martian convenience. Jill had little control as yet. Mike could see through her eyes simply by calling to her. She could see through his, only if he gave it his attention. We grok him together, Mike agreed. Great thirst for little brother. Yes, beautiful agony. A music cue told Jill to resume her slow strut. She did so, moving with proud sensuousness and feeling lust boil up in response to emotions both from Mike and the stranger. The routine caused her to walk toward the rutty little stranger. She continued to lock eyes with him. Something happened, which was totally unexpected to her because Mike had never explained that it was possible. She had been letting herself receive the stranger's emotions, teasing him with eyes and body, and relaying what she felt to Mike. When suddenly she was seeing herself through strange eyes and feeling all the primitive need with which that stranger saw her. She stumbled and would have fallen had not Mike caught her, lifted her, steadied her until she could walk unassisted, second sight gone. The parade of beauties continued through the exit. Offstage, the girl behind her said, "What happened, Jill?" "Caught my heel." "That was the wildest recover I ever saw. You look like a puppet on strings." And so I was, dear. I'm going to ask the stage manager to check that spot. I think there's a loose board. For the rest of the show, Mike gave her glimpses of how she looked to various men, while making sure that she was not again taken by surprise. Jill was startled at how varied were the images. One noticed her legs. Another was fascinated by the undulations of her torso. A third saw only her proud bosom. Then Mike let her look at other girls in the tableau. She was relieved to find that Mike saw them as she did, but sharper. But she was amazed to find that her excitement increased as she looked through his eyes at other girls. Mike left during the finale ahead of the crowd. She did not expect to see him again that night, since he had asked for time off only to see her show. But when she returned to their hotel, she felt him before she reached the room. The door opened, closed behind her. "Hello, darling," she called out. "How nice you came home." He smiled gently. "I now grok naughty pictures." Her clothes vanished. "Make naughty pictures." "Huh?" "Yes, dear, of course." She ran through poses as she had earlier. With each one, Mike let her use his eyes to see herself. She looked and felt his emotions, and felt her own swell and mutually amplified re-echoing. At last, she placed herself in a pose as randy as her imagination could devise. "Naughty pictures are a great goodness," Mike said gravely. "Yes, and now I grok them too. What are you waiting for?" They quit their jobs and saw every review on the strip. Jill found that she grokked naughty pictures only through a man's eyes. If Mike watched, she shared his mood, from sensuous pleasure to full rut. But if Mike's attention wandered, the model, dancer, or peeler was just another woman. She decided that this was fortunate. To have discovered in herself lesbian tendencies would have been too much. But it was fun, great goodness, to see girls through his eyes, and ecstatic goodness to know that, at last, he looked at her the same way. They moved on to Palo Alto, where Mike tried to swallow the Hoover Library. But scanners could not spin that fast, nor could Mike turn pages fast enough to read them all. At last he admitted that he was taking in data faster than he could grok it, even spending all hours the library was closed in contemplation. With relief, Jill moved them to San Francisco, and he embarked on systematic research. She came back to their flat one day to find him doing nothing, surrounded by books, many books, the Talmud, the Kama Sutra, Bibles in several versions, the Book of the Dead, the Book of Mormon, Patty's precious copy of the New Revelation, various Apocrypha, the Koran, the unabridged Golden Bough, the Way, Science and Health with Key to the Scriptures, sacred writings of a dozen other religions, major and minor, even such oddities as Crowley's Book of the Law. Trouble, dear? Jill, I don't grok. Waiting, Michael. Waiting for fullness is. I don't think waiting will fill it. I know what's wrong. I'm not a man, I'm a Martian. A Martian in a body of the wrong shape. You're plenty of man for me, dear. And I love the way your body is shaped. Oh, you grok what I'm talking about. I don't grok people. I don't understand this multiplicity of religions. Now, among my people, your people, Mike? Sorry, I should have said that among Martians there is only one religion, and it is not a faith, it's a certainty. You grok it, thou art God. Yes, she agreed. I do grok, in Martian. But dearest, it doesn't say the same thing in English. I don't know why. On Mars, when we needed to know anything, we asked the old ones, and the answer was never wrong. Jill, is it possible that we humans don't have old ones? No souls, I mean. When we discorporate, die. We do die, dead. Die all over and nothing left. Do we live in ignorance because it doesn't matter? Because we are gone and not a rack behind in time so short that a Martian would use it for one long contemplation? Tell me, Jill. You're human. She smiled with sober serenity. You yourself have told me. You have taught me to know eternity, and you can't take it away from me. You can't die, Mike. You can only discorporate. She gestured at herself with both hands. This body that you have taught me to see through your eyes, and that you have loved so well, someday it will be gone. But I shall not be gone. I am that I am. Thou art God, and I am God, and we are God eternally. I am not sure where I will be, or whether I will remember that I was once Jill Boardman, who was happy trotting bedpans, and equally happy strutting her stuff in the buff under bright lights. I have liked this body. With a most uncustomary gesture of impatience, Mike threw away her clothes. Thank you, dear, she said. It has been a nice body to me, and to you, to both of us who thought of it. But I don't expect to miss it when I'm through with it. I hope that you will eat it when I discorporate. Oh, I'll eat you, all right. Unless I discorporate first. I don't suppose you will. With your much greater control over your sweet body, I suspect that you can live several centuries at least, unless you choose to discorporate sooner. I might, but not now. Jill, I've tried and tried. How many churches have we attended? All the sorts in San Francisco, I think. I don't recall how many times we have been to Seeker's services. That's just a comfort, Pat. I'd never go again if you weren't sure that she needs to know that we haven't given up. She does need to. We can't lie. You don't know how, and I can't, not to Patty. Actually, he admitted, the Fosterites have quite a lot, all twisted, of course. They are groping, the way I did as a carny. They'll never correct their mistakes, because this, he caused Patty's book to lift, is mostly crap. Yes, but Patty doesn't see those parts. She is wrapped in innocence. She is God, and behaves accordingly. Only she doesn't know she is. Uh-huh, he agreed. That's our Pat. She believes it only when I tell her, with proper emphasis. But, Jill, there are only 3 places to look. Science, and I was taught more about how the universe ticks while I was still in the nest than human scientists can yet handle. So much that I can't talk to them, even about as elementary a gimmick as levitation. I'm not disparaging scientists. What they do is as it should be. I grok that fully. But what they are after is not what I am looking for. You don't grok a desert by counting its grains of sand. Then there's philosophy, supposed to tackle everything, does it? All any philosopher ever comes out with is what he walked in with, except for self-deluders who prove their assumptions by their conclusions, like Kant, like other tail chasers. So the answer ought to be, here. He waved at piles of books. Only it's not. Bits that grok true, but never a pattern. Or if there is, they ask you to take the hard part on faith. Faith! What a dirty monosyllable. Jill, why didn't you mention that one when you were teaching me the short words that mustn't be used in polite company? She smiled. Mike, you made a joke. I didn't mean it as a joke. And I can't see that it's funny. Jill, I haven't even been good for you. You used to laugh. I haven't learned to laugh. Instead, you've forgotten. Instead of my becoming human, you're becoming Martian. I'm happy, dear. You probably just haven't noticed me laughing. If you laughed clear down on Market Street, I would hear. I grok. Once I quit being frightened by it, I always noticed it. You especially. If I grokked it, I would grok people, I think. Then I could help somebody like Pat, teach her what I know and learn what she knows. We could understand each other. Mike, all you need to do for Patty is to see her occasionally. Why don't we, dear? Let's get out of this dreary fog. She's home now. The Carney is closed for the season. Drop south and see her. And I've always wanted to see Baja California. We could go on south into warmer weather. And take her with us. That would be fun. All right. She stood up. Let me get a dress. Do you want to save those books? I could ship them to Jubal. He flipped his fingers, and all were gone, but Patricia's gift. We'll take that one. Pat would notice. But Jill, right now, I need to go to the zoo. All right. I want to spit back at a camel and ask him what he's sour about. Maybe camels are the old ones on this planet. And that's what's wrong with the place. 2 jokes in one day, Mike. I ain't laughing. Neither are you, nor the camel. Maybe he groks why. Is this dress all right? Do you want underclothes? Please, dear. It's chilly. Up easy. He levitated her a couple of feet. Pants, stockings, garter belt, shoes. Down you go and lift your arms. Bra? You don't need one. Now the dress and you're decent. And pretty, whatever that is. You look good. Maybe I can get a job as lady's maid if I'm not good for anything else. Baths, shampoos, massages, hairstyling, makeup, dressing for all occasions. I've even learned to do your nails so it suits you. Will that be all, madame? You're a perfect lady's maid, dear. Yes, I grok I am. You look so good I think I'll toss it away and give you a massage. The growing closer kind. Yes, Michael. I thought you had learned waiting. First, you have to take me to the zoo and buy me peanuts. Yes, Mike. It was windy cold at Golden Gate Park, but Mike did not notice, and Jill had learned how not to be cold. But it was pleasant to relax control in the warm monkey house. Aside from its heat, Jill did not like the monkey house. Monkeys and apes were depressingly human. She was, she thought, finished forever with prissiness. She had grown to cherish an ascetic, almost Martian joy in all things physical. The public copulations and evacuations of these simians did not offend her. These poor-penned people possessed no privacy. They were not at fault. She could watch without repugnance, her own fastidiousness untouched. No, it was that they were human, all too human. Every action, every expression, every puzzled, troubled look reminded her of what she liked least about her own race. Jill preferred the lion house, the great males arrogant, even in captivity, the placid motherliness of the big females, the lordly beauty of Bengal tigers with jungle staring out of their eyes, little leopards, swift and deadly, reek of musk that air conditioning could not purge. Mike shared her tastes. They would spend hours there, or in the aviary or the reptile house, or in watching seals. Once he told her that if one had to be hatched on this planet, to be a sea lion would be of greatest goodness. When he first saw a zoo, Mike was much upset. Jill was forced to order him to wait and grok, as he had been about to free the animals. He conceded presently that most of them could not live where he proposed to turn them loose. A zoo was a nest of a sort. He followed this with hours of withdrawal, after which he never again threatened to remove bars and glass and grills. He explained to Jill that bars were to keep people out more than to keep animals in, which he had failed to grok at first. After that, Mike never missed a zoo wherever they went. But today even the misanthropy of camels could not shake Mike's moodiness, nor did monkeys and apes cheer him up. They stood in front of a cage containing a family of Capuchins, watching them eat, sleep, court, nurse, groom, and swarm aimlessly around, while Jill tossed them peanuts. She tossed one to a monk. Before he could eat it, a larger male not only stole his peanut, but gave him a beating. The little fellow made no attempt to pursue his tormentor. He pounded his knucks against the floor and chattered helpless rage. Mike watched solemnly. Suddenly, the mistreated monkey rushed across the cage, picked a monkey still smaller, bowled it over, and gave it a drubbing worse than the one he had suffered. The third monk crawled away, whimpering. The other monkeys paid no attention. Mike threw back his head and laughed, and went on laughing uncontrollably. He gasped for breath, started to tremble and sink to the floor, still laughing. "Stop it, Mike!" He did cease folding up, but his guffaws went on. An attendant hurried over. "Lady, do you need help?" "Can you call us a cab? Ground air, anything. I've got to get him out of here," she added. "He's not well." "Ambulance? Looks like he's having a fit." "Anything." A few minutes later, she led Mike into a piloted air cab. She gave their address, then said urgently, "Mike, listen to me. Quiet down." He became somewhat quiet, but continued to chuckle, laugh aloud, chuckle again, while she wiped his eyes, all the minutes it took to get home. She got him inside, got his clothes off, made him lie down. "All right, dear. Withdraw if you need to." "I'm all right. At last I'm all right." "I hope so." She sighed. "You scared me, Mike." "I'm sorry, little brother. I was scared, too, the first time I heard laughing." "Mike, what happened?" "Jill, I grok people." "Huh?" "I speak rightly, little brother. I grok. I grok people now, Jill. Little brother, precious, darling, little imp with lively legs and lovely, lewd, lascivious, lecherous, licentious libido, beautiful bumps and pert posterior, soft voice and gentle hands, my baby darling." "Why, Michael." "Oh, I knew the words. I simply didn't know when or why say them, nor why you wanted me to. I love you, sweetheart. I grok love now, too." "You always have. And I love you, you smooth ape, my darling." "Ape, yes. Come here, she-ape. Put your head on my shoulder and tell me a joke." "Just tell you a joke?" "Well, nothing more than snuggling. Tell me a joke I've never heard, and see if I laugh at the right place. I will, I'm sure of it. And I'll tell you why it's funny. Jill, I grok people." "But how, darling? Can you tell me? Does it need Martian? Or mind talk?" "No, that's the point. I grok people. I am people. So now I can say it in people talk. I found out why people laugh. They laugh because it hurts. Because it's the only thing that'll make it stop hurting." Jill looked puzzled. "Maybe I'm the one who isn't people. I don't understand." "Ah, but you are people, little she-ape. You grok it so automatically that you don't have to think about it, because you grew up with people. But I didn't. I've been like a puppy raised apart from dogs who couldn't be like his masters and had never learned how to be a dog, so I had to be taught. Brother Mahmoud taught me, Jubal taught me, lots of people taught me. And you taught me most of all. Today I got my diploma, and I laughed. That poor little monk." "Which one, dear? I thought that big one was just mean, and the one I flipped the peanut to turned out to be just as mean. There certainly wasn't anything funny." Jill, my darling, too much Martian is rubbed off on you. Of course it wasn't funny, it was tragic. That's why I had to laugh. I looked at a cage full of monkeys, and suddenly I saw all the mean and cruel and utterly unexplainable things I've seen and heard and read about in the time I've been with my own people. And suddenly it hurt so much, I found myself laughing. "But, Mike, dear, laughing is what you do when something is nice, not when it's horrid." "Is it? Think back to Las Vegas, when you girls came out on stage. Did people laugh?" "Well, no." "But you girls were the nicest part of the show. I grok now that if they had laughed, you would have been hurt. No, they laughed when a comic tripped over his feet and fell down, or something else that is not a goodness." "But that's not all people laugh at, isn't it?" Perhaps I don't grok its fullness yet. But find me something that makes you laugh, sweetheart, a joke, anything. But something that gave you a belly laugh, not a smile. Then we'll see if there isn't a wrongness somewhere, and whether you would laugh if the wrongness wasn't there. He thought, I grok when apes learn to laugh. They'll be people. Maybe. Doubtfully, but earnestly, Jill started digging into her memory for jokes that had struck her as irresistibly funny, ones which had jerked a laugh out of her. Her entire bridge club. Should I bow? Neither one, you idiot. Instead. The Chinaman objects. Broke her leg. Make trouble for me? But it'll spoil the ride for me. And his mother-in-law fainted. Stop you? I bet 3-1 you could do it. Something has happened to Oli. And so are you clumsy ox. She gave up on funny stories, pointing out that such were just fantasies, and tried to recall real incidents. Practical jokes. All practical jokes supported Mike's thesis, even ones as mild as a dribble glass. And when it came to an intern's notion of a joke, interns should be kept in cages. What else? The time Elsa May lost her panties? It hadn't been funny to Elsa May. Or the... She said grimly, apparently the pratfall is the peak of all humor. It's not a pretty picture of the human race, Mike. Oh, but it is. Huh? I had been told, that a funny thing is a thing of goodness. It isn't. Not ever is it funny to the person it happens to, like that sheriff without his pants. The goodness is in the laughing. I grok it as a bravery, and a sharing, against pain and sorrow and defeat. But, Mike, it is not a goodness to laugh at people? No, but I was not laughing at the little monkey. I was laughing at us, people. And suddenly I knew I was people and could not stop laughing. He paused. This is hard to explain because you have never lived as a Martian, for all that I've told you about it. On Mars, there is never anything to laugh at. All the things that are funny to us humans either cannot happen on Mars or are not permitted to happen. Sweetheart, what you call freedom doesn't exist on Mars. Everything is planned by the old ones. Or the things that do happen on Mars, which we laugh at here on Earth, aren't funny because there is no wrongness about them. Death, for example. Death isn't funny. Then why are there so many jokes about death? Jill, with us humans, death is so sad that we must laugh at it. All those religions, they contradict each other on every other point, but each one is filled with ways to help people be brave enough to laugh, even though they knew they are dying. He stopped, and Jill could feel that he had almost gone into a trance. Jill, is it possible that I was searching them the wrong way? Could it be that every one of all religions is true? Huh? How could that be? Mike, if one is true, then the others are wrong. So, point to the shortest direction around the universe. It doesn't matter where you point. It's the shortest. And you're pointing back at yourself. Well, what does that prove? You taught me the true answer, Mike. Thou art God. And thou art God, my lovely. But that prime fact, which doesn't depend on faith, may mean that all faiths are true. Well, if they're all true, then right now I want to worship Shiva. Jill changed the subject with emphatic action. Little pagan, he said softly. They'll run you out of San Francisco. But we're going to Los Angeles, where it won't be noticed. Oh, thou art Shiva. Dance, Kali, dance. During the night she woke and saw him standing at the window, looking out over the city. Trouble, my brother? He turned. There's no need for them to be so unhappy. Darling, darling, I had better take you home. The city is not good for you, but I would still know it. Pain and sickness and hunger and fighting. There's no need for any of it. It's as foolish as those little monkeys. Yes, darling, but it's not your fault. Ah, but it is. Well, that way, yes. But it's not just this one city. It's 5 billion people and more. You can't help 5 billion people. I wonder. He came over and sat by her. I grok them now. I can talk to them, Jill. I could set up our act and make the marks laugh every minute, I'm certain. Then why not do it? Patty would be pleased, and so would I. I liked being with it, and now that we've shared water with Patty, it would be like being home. He didn't answer. Jill felt his mind and knew that he was contemplating, trying to grok. She waited. Jill, what do I have to do to be ordained? Part 4. His Scandalous Career. Chapter 30. The first mixed load of colonists reached Mars. 6 of 17 survivors of 23 originals returned to Earth. Prospective colonists trained in Peru at 16,000 feet. The president of Argentina moved one night to Montevideo, taking 2 suitcases. The new presidente started an extradition process before the High Court to yank him back, or at least the suitcases. Last rites for Alice Douglas were held privately in the National Cathedral with 2,000 attending. Commentators praised the fortitude with which the Secretary General took his bereavement. A 3-year-old named Inflation, carrying 126 pounds, won the Kentucky Derby, paying 54 for 1. 2 guests of the Colony Air Hotel, Louisville, discorporated, 1 voluntarily, 1 by heart failure. A bootleg edition of the unauthorized biography, The Devil and Reverend Foster, appeared throughout the United States, and by nightfall every copy was burned and plates destroyed, along with damage to chattels and real estate, plus mayhem, maiming, and simple assault. The British Museum was rumored to possess a copy of the first edition, untrue, and also the Vatican Library, true, but available only to church scholars. In the Tennessee legislature, a bill was introduced to make pi equal to 3. It was reported out by the Committee on Public Education and Morals, passed without objection by the lower house, and died in the upper house. An interchurch fundamentalist group opened offices in Van Buren, Arkansas, to solicit funds to send missionaries to the Martians. Dr. Jubal Harshaw made a donation, but sent it in the name and with the address of the editor of the New Humanist, rabid atheist, and his close friend. Otherwise, Jubal had little to cheer him. Too much news about Mike. He treasured the visits home of Jill and Mike, and was most interested in Mike's progress, especially after Mike developed a sense of humor. But they seldom came home now, and Jubal did not relish the latest developments. It had not troubled Jubal when Mike was run out of Union Theological Seminary, pursued by a pack of enraged theologians, some of whom were angry because they believed in God, and others because they did not, but unanimous in detesting the man from Mars. Jubal reckoned anything that happened to a theologian, short of breaking him on the wheel, as no more than meat, and the experience was good for the boy. He'd know better next time. Nor had he been troubled when Mike, with the help of Douglas, enlisted under an assumed name in the Federation Armed Forces. He had been sure that no sergeant could cause Mike permanent distress, and Jubal was not troubled by what might happen to Federation troops. An unreconciled old reactionary, Jubal had burned his honorable discharge, and all that went with it, the day the United States ceased having its own forces. Jubal was surprised at how little shambles Mike created as Private Jones, and how long he lasted, almost 3 weeks. Mike crowned his military career by grabbing the question period following a lecture to preach the uselessness of force, with comments on the desirability of reducing surplus population through cannibalism, then offered himself as a test animal for any weapon of any nature to prove that force was not only unnecessary, but impossible when attempted against a self-disciplined person. They did not take his offer. They kicked him out. Douglas allowed Jubal to see a super-secret, eyes-only, numbered 1 of 3 report, after cautioning Jubal that no one, not even the Supreme Chief of Staff, knew that Private Jones was the man from Mars. Jubal scanned the exhibits, mostly conflicting reports as to what happened when Jones had been trained in the uses of weapons. The surprising thing to Jubal was that some witnesses had the courage to state under oath that they had seen weapons disappear. The last paragraph Jubal read carefully. Conclusion. Subject man is a natural hypnotist and could conceivably be useful in intelligence, but he is unfitted for any combat branch. However, his low intelligence quotient, moron, his extremely low general classification score, and his paranoid tendencies, delusions of grandeur, make it inadvisable to exploit his idiot savant talent. Recommendation: discharge, inaptitude. No pension credit, no benefits. Mike had managed to have fun. At parade on his last day, while Mike's platoon was passing in review, the commanding general and his staff were buried hip-deep in a bucolic end product symbolic to all soldiers, but no longer common on parade grounds. This deposit vanished, leaving nothing but an odor and a belief in mass hypnosis. Jubal decided that Mike had atrocious taste in practical jokes. Then he recalled an incident in medical school involving a cadaver and the dean. Jubal had worn rubber gloves, and a good thing, too. Jubal enjoyed Mike's inglorious military career because Jill spent the time at home. When Mike came home after it was over, he hadn't seemed hurt by it. He boasted to Jubal that he had obeyed Jill's wishes and hadn't disappeared anybody, merely a few dead things. Although, as Mike grokked it, there had been times when Earth could have been made a better place if Jill didn't have this weakness. Jubal didn't argue. He had a lengthy better dead list himself. Mike's unique ways of growing up were all right. Mike was unique. But this last thing, the Reverend Dr. Valentine M. Smith, A.B., D.D., Ph.D., founder and pastor of the Church of All Worlds, Incorporated. Gad, it was bad enough that the boy decided to be a holy Joe instead of leaving other people's souls alone as a gentleman should. But these diploma-mill degrees, Jubal wanted to throw up. The worst was that Mike claimed that he had hatched the idea from something Jubal had said about what a church was and what it could do. Jubal admitted that it was something he could have said, although he did not recall it. Mike had been cagey about the operation. Some months of residence at a very small, very poor sectarian college, a bachelor's degree awarded by examination, a call to their ministry, followed by ordination in this recognized, though flat-headed sect, a doctor's dissertation on comparative religion, which was a marvel of scholarship, while ducking any conclusions, the award of the earned doctorate, coinciding with an endowment, anonymous to this very hungry school, the second doctorate, honorary, for contributions to interplanetary knowledge from a university that should have known better, when Mike let it be known that such was his price for appearing at a conference on solar system studies. The man from Mars had turned down everybody from Caltech to Kaiser Wilhelm Institute in the past. Harvard could not resist the bait. Well, they were as crimson as their banner now, Jubal thought cynically. Mike put in a few weeks as assistant chaplain at his church mouse alma mater, then broke with the sect in a schism and founded his own church. Completely kosher, legally airtight, as venerable in precedent as Martin Luther, and as nauseating as last week's garbage. Jubal was called out of his sour daydream by Miriam. "Boss, company." Jubal looked up to see a car about to land. "Larry, fetch my shotgun. I swore I would shoot the next dolt who landed on the rose bushes." "He's landing on the grass, boss." "Tell him to try again. We'll get him on the next pass." "Looks like Ben Caxton." "So it is." "Hi, Ben. What'll you drink?" "Nothing, you professional bad influence." "Need to talk to you, Jubal." "You're doing it." "Dorcas, fetch Ben a glass of warm milk. He's sick." "Without much soda," amended Ben, "and milk the bottle with the 3 dimples." "Private talk, Jubal." "All right, up to my study. Although if you can keep anything from the kids around here, let me in on your method." After Ben finished greeting properly, and unsanitarily in 3 cases, members of the family, they moseyed upstairs. Ben said, "What the deuce? Am I lost?" "Oh, you haven't seen the new wing. 2 bedrooms and another bath downstairs. And up here, my gallery. Enough statues to fill a graveyard. Please, Ben, statues are dead politicians. This is sculpture. Please speak in a reverent tone lest I become violent. Here are replicas of some of the greatest sculpture this naughty globe has produced." "Well, that hideous thing I've seen before. But when did you acquire the rest of this ballast?" Jubal spoke to the replica of La Belle Olmière. "Do not listen, ma petite chère. He is a barbarian and knows no better." He put his hand to her beautiful, ravaged cheek, then gently touched one empty, shrunken dug. "I know how you feel. It can't be much longer. Patience, my lovely. He turned to Caxton and said briskly, Ben, you will have to wait while I give you a lesson in how to look at sculpture. You've been rude to a lady. I don't tolerate that. Huh? Don't be silly, Jubal. You're rude to ladies. Live ones, a dozen times a day. Jubal shouted, Anne, upstairs. Wear your cloak. You know I wouldn't be rude to the old woman who posed for that. What I can't understand is a so-called artist having the gall to pose somebody's great-grandmother in her skin, and you having the bad taste to want it around. Anne came in, cloaked. Jubal said, Anne, have I ever been rude to you, or to any of the girls? That calls for opinion. That's what I'm asking for. You're not in court. You have never been rude to any of us, Jubal. Have you ever known me to be rude to a lady? I have seen you be intentionally rude to a woman. I've never seen you be rude to a lady. One more opinion. What do you think of this bronze? Anne looked at Rodin's masterpiece, said slowly, When I first saw it, I thought it was horrible. But I've come to the conclusion that it may be the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Thanks, that's all. She left. Want to argue, Ben? Huh? When I argue with Anne, that day I turn in my suit. But I don't grok it. Attend me, Ben. Anybody can see a pretty girl. An artist can look at a pretty girl and see the old woman she will become. A better artist can look at an old woman and see the pretty girl she used to be. A great artist can look at an old woman, portray her exactly as she is, and force the viewer to see the pretty girl she used to be. More than that, he can make anyone with the sensitivity of an armadillo see that this lovely young girl is still alive, prisoned inside her ruined body. He can make you feel the quiet, endless tragedy that there was never a girl born who ever grew older than 18 in her heart, no matter what the merciless hours have done. Look at it, Ben. Growing old doesn't matter to you and me, but it does to them. Look at her. Ben looked at her. Presently, Jubal said gruffly, All right, blow your nose. Come, sit down. No, Caxton answered. How about this one? I see it's a girl, but why tie her up like a pretzel? Jubal looked at the replica, caryatid who has fallen under her stone. I won't expect you to appreciate the masses, which make that figure much more than a pretzel. But you can appreciate what Rodin was saying. What do people get out of looking at a crucifix? You know I don't go to church. Still, you must know that representations of the crucifixion are usually atrocious, and ones in churches are the worst. Blood like ketchup, and that ex-carpenter portrayed as if he were a pansy, which he certainly was not. He was a hearty man, muscular and healthy. But a poor portrayal is as effective as a good one for most people. They don't see defects. They see a symbol which inspires their deepest emotions. It recalls to them the agony and sacrifice of God. Jubal, I thought you weren't a Christian. Does that make me blind to human emotion? The crummiest plaster crucifix can evoke emotions in the human heart so strong that many have died for them. The artistry with which such a symbol is wrought is irrelevant. Here we have another emotional symbol, but wrought with exquisite artistry. Ben, for 3,000 years, architects designed buildings with columns shaped as female figures. At last, Rodin pointed out that this was work too heavy for a girl. He didn't say, look, you jerks, if you must do this, make it a brawny male figure. No, he showed it. This poor little caryatid has fallen under the load. She's a good girl, look at her face. Serious, unhappy at her failure, not blaming anyone, not even the gods, and still trying to shoulder her load after she's crumpled under it. But she's more than good art, denouncing bad art. She's a symbol for every woman who ever shouldered a load too heavy. But not alone women. This symbol means every man and woman who ever sweated out life in uncomplaining fortitude until they crumpled under their loads. It's courage, Ben, and victory. Victory? Victory and defeat. There is none higher. She didn't give up, Ben. She's still trying to lift that stone after it has crushed her. She's a father working while cancer eats away his insides to bring home one more paycheck. She's a 12-year-old trying to mother her brothers and sisters because Mama had to go to heaven. She's a switchboard operator sticking to a post while smoke chokes her and fire cuts off her escape. She's all the unsung heroes who couldn't make it but never quit. Come, Salute as you pass, and come see my little mermaid." Ben took him literally. Jubal made no comment. "Now this," he said, "is one Mike didn't give to me. I haven't told Mike why I got it, since it is self-evident that it's one of the most delightful compositions ever wrought by the eye and hand of man. This one I don't need explained. It's pretty, which is excuse enough, as with kittens and butterflies. But there is more. She's not quite a mermaid, see? Nor is she human. She sits on land, where she has chosen to stay, and stares eternally out to sea, forever lonely for what she left. You know the story?" "Hans Christian Andersen." "Yes. She sits by the haven of Kubenhauen, and she's everybody who ever made a difficult choice. She doesn't regret it, but she must pay for it. Every choice must be paid for. The cost is not only endless homesickness. She can never be quite human. When she uses her dearly bought feet, every step is on sharp knives. Ben, I think that Mike walks always on knives, but don't tell him I said so." "I won't. I'd rather look at her and not think about knives. She's a little darling, isn't she? How would you like to coax her into bed? She'd be as lively as a seal, and as slippery." "Cripes, you're an evil old man, Jubal, and getting eviler every year. We won't look at any others. I usually ration myself to one a day. Suits. I feel as if I had had 3 quick drinks." "Jubal, why isn't there stuff like this where a person can see it?" "Because the world has gone nutty, and art always paints the spirit of its times. Rodin died about the time the world started flipping its lid. His successors noted the amazing things he had done with light and shadow and mass and composition, and they copied that part. What they failed to see was that the master told stories that laid bare the human heart. They became contemptuous of painting or sculpture that told stories. They dubbed such work literary. They went all out for abstractions." Jubal shrugged. "Abstract design is all right, for wallpaper or linoleum, but art is the process of evoking pity and terror. What modern artists do is pseudo-intellectual masturbation. Creative art is intercourse, in which the artist renders emotional his audience. These laddies who won't deign to do that, or can't, lost the public. The ordinary bloke will not buy art that leaves him unmoved. If he does, the money is conned out of him, by taxes or such. Jubal, I've always wondered why I didn't give a hoot for art. I thought it was something missing in me." Stranger in a Strange Land by Robert A. Heinlein continued. Cassette 9, Side 2. "Jubal, I've always wondered why I didn't give a hoot for art. I thought it was something missing in me." One does have to learn to look at art. But it's up to the artist to use language that can be understood. Most of these jokers don't want to use language you and I can learn. They would rather sneer because we fail to see what they are driving at, if anything. Obscurity is the refuge of incompetence. Ben, would you call me an artist? Huh? You write a fair stick. Thank you. Artist is a word I avoid for the same reason I hate to be called doctor, but I am an artist. Most of my stuff is worth reading only once, and not even once by a person who knows the little I have to say, but I am an honest artist. What I write is intended to reach the customer, and affect him, if possible, with pity and terror, or at least divert the tedium of his hours. I never hide from him in a private language, nor am I seeking praise from other writers for technique or other balderdash. I want praise from the customer, given in cash, because I've reached him, or I don't want anything. Support for the arts, mad. A government-supported artist is an incompetent whore. Damn it, you punched one of my buttons. Fill your glass and tell me what's on your mind. Jubal, I'm unhappy. This is news. I've got a fresh set of troubles. Ben frowned. I'm not sure I want to talk about them. Then listen to my troubles. You have troubles? Jubal, I thought you were the one man who had managed to beat the game. Sometime I must tell you about my married life. Yes, I've got troubles. Duke has left. Oh, did you know? I knew. Larry is a good gardener, But the gadgets that run this Hogan are falling to pieces. Good mechanics are scarce. Ones that will fit into this household are almost non-existent. I'm limping along on repairmen. Every visit a disturbance, all of them with larceny in their hearts, and most of them can't use a screwdriver without cutting themselves. Nor can I, so I'm at their mercy. My heart aches for you, Jubal. Never mind the sarcasm. Mechanics and gardeners are convenient. Secretaries are essential. 2 of mine are pregnant. 1 is getting married. Caxton looked flabbergasted. Jubal growled, "Oh, I'm not telling tales. They're sore because I took you up here without giving them time to boast, so be surprised when they tell you." Which one is getting married? Isn't that obvious? The happy man is that smooth-talking refugee from a sandstorm, our esteemed water brother Stinky Mahmood. I told him that they have to live here whenever they're in this country. Bastard laughed and pointed out that I had invited him too long ago. Jubal sniffed. Wouldn't be so bad if he would. I might get some work out of her. You probably would. She likes to work. The other 2 are pregnant. High on a kite. I'm refreshing an OB because they say they're going to have 'em at home. What a crimp babies will put in my working habits. But why do you assume that neither turgescent tummy belongs to the bride? Why, I assume that Stinky was more conventional than that. Or more cautious. Stinky wouldn't be given a ballot. Ben, in all the years I've studied this subject, trying to trace the meanderings of their twisty little minds, the only thing I've learned is that when a gal is gonna, she's gonna. All a man can do is cooperate with the inevitable. Well, which one isn't getting married or anything? Miriam or Anne? Hold it, I didn't say the bride was pregnant. And you seem to be thinking that Dorcas is the prospective bride. It's Miriam who is studying Arabic. Huh? I'm a cross-eyed baboon. Obviously. But Miriam was always snapping at Stinky, and they trust you with the newspaper column. Ever watch a bunch of 6th graders? Yes, but Dorcas did everything but a notch dance. That is Dorcas's natural behavior. Be sure that when Miriam shows you her ring, size of a roc's egg and about as scarce, act surprised. I'm damned if I'll sort out which are spawning. Just remember that they are pleased, which is why I tipped you off so that you wouldn't think they thought they were caught. They don't. They weren't. They're smug. Jubal sighed. I'm too old to enjoy the patter of little feet, but I won't lose perfect secretaries and kids that I love for any reason if I can induce them to stay. This household has become steadily disorganized ever since Jill kicked Mike's feet out from under him. Not that I blame her, and I don't think you do either. No, but Jubal, are you under the impression that Jill started Mike on his merry rounds? Huh? Jubal looked startled. Then who was it? Don't be nosy, bub. However, Jill straightened me out when I jumped to the same conclusion. As I understand it, which one scored first was more or less chance. Yes, I believe so. Jill thinks so. She thinks Mike was lucky in happening to seduce or be seduced by the one best fitted to start him off right. Which gives you a hint if you know how Jill's mind works. Hell, I don't even know how mine works. As for Jill, I would never have expected her to take up preaching, no matter how love-struck she was. So I don't know how her mind works. She doesn't preach much. We'll get to that. Jubal, what do you read from the calendar? Huh? You think Mike did it, in both cases, if his visits home match up? Jubal said guardedly. Ben, I've said nothing to lead you to think so. The hell you haven't. You said they were smug. I know the effect that goddamn Superman has on women. Hold it, son. He's our water brother. Ben said levelly. I know it, and I love him, too. But that's all the more reason I understand why they are smug. Jubal stared at his glass. Ben, seems to me your name could be on the list easier than Mike's. Jubal, you're out of your mind. Take it easy. While I really do, so help me by all the billion names of God, believe in not poking my nose into other people's business, nevertheless, I have normal eyesight and hearing. If a brass band parades through my home, I notice. You slept under this roof dozens of times. Did you ever sleep alone? Why, you scoundrel. I slept alone the first night I was here. Dorcas must have been off her feed. No, you under sedative that night. Doesn't count. Some other night? Your question is irrelevant, immaterial, and beneath my notice. That's an answer. Please note that the added bedrooms are as far from mine as possible. Soundproofing is never perfect. Jubal, wouldn't your name be higher up that list than mine? What? Not to mention Larry and Duke. Jubal, everybody assumes that you are keeping the fanciest harem since the Sultan. Don't misunderstand me. They envy you. But they think you're a lecherous old goat. Jubal drummed on his chair arm. Ben, I do not mind being treated flippantly by my juniors. But in this matter, I insist that my years be treated with respect. Sorry, Ben said stiffly. I thought if it was all right for you to kick my sex life around, you would not mind my being equally frank. No, Ben, you misunderstand. I require the girls to treat me with respect on this subject. Oh, I am, as you pointed out, old. Quite old. Privately, I am happy to say that I am still lecherous, but lechery does not command me. I prefer dignity to indulging in pastimes which, believe me, I have enjoyed in full measure and do not need to repeat. Ben, a man my age, who looks like a slum clearance in its grimmest stage, can bed a young girl, and possibly bigger, and thanks for the compliment, it might not be amiss, through three means: money, or the equivalent in terms of wills and community property and such, and, pause for a question, can you imagine any of these four bedding with a man for those reasons? No, not any of them. Thank you, sir. I associate only with ladies. I'm pleased that you know it. The third incentive is a most female one. A sweet young girl sometimes takes an old wreck to bed because she is fond of him, sorry for him, and wishes to make him happy. Would that apply? Jubal, it might, with any of them. I think so, too. But this reason, which any of these ladies might find sufficient, is not sufficient for me. I have my dignity, sir, so please take my name off the list. Caxton grinned. Okay, you stiff-necked old coot. I hope that when I'm your age, I won't be so hard to tempt. Jubal smiled. Better to be tempted and resist than be disappointed. Now about Duke and Larry, I don't know, nor care. Whenever anyone comes here to live, I make it plain that this is neither a sweatshop nor a whorehouse, but a home, and as such it combines anarchy and tyranny without a trace of democracy as in any well-run family, i.e., they are on their own except where I give orders, which orders are not subject to debate. My tyranny never extends to love life. The kids have always kept their private matters reasonably private. At least, Jubal smiled ruefully, until the Martian influence got out of hand. Perhaps Duke and Larry have been dragging the gals behind every bush, but there have been no screams. Then you think it's Mike? Jubal scowled. Yes. That's all right. I told you the girls were smugly happy. And I'm not broke, plus the fact that I could bleed Mike for any amount that babies won't lack. But, Ben, I'm troubled about Mike himself. So am I, Jubal. And about Jill. Jubal, Jill isn't the problem. It's Mike. Damn it, why can't the boy come home and quit this obscene pulpit pounding? Jubal, that's not quite what he's doing. Ben added, I've just come from there. Huh? Why didn't you say so? Ben sighed. First you talked art, then you sang the blues, then you wanted to gossip. You have the flow. Coming back from the Cape Town conference, I visited them. What I saw worried the hell out of me, so I stopped by my office, then came here. Jubal, couldn't you rig it with Douglas to close down this operation? Jubal shook his head. What Mike does with his life is his business. You would if you had seen what I saw. Not I. But in the second place, I can't. Nor can Douglas. Jubal, Mike would accept any decision you made about his money. He probably wouldn't even understand it. Ah, but he would. Ben, recently Mike made his will and sent it to me to criticize. It was one of the shrewdest documents I've ever seen. He recognized that he had more wealth than his heirs could use, so he used part of his money to guard the rest. It is booby-trapped not only against heirs claimants of both his legal and natural parents, he knows he's a bastard, though I don't know how he found out, but also of every member of the envoy's company. He provided a way to settle out of court with any heir having a prima facie claim, and rigged it so that they would almost have to overthrow the government to break his will. The will showed that he knew every security and asset. I couldn't find anything to criticize. Including, Jubal thought, his provision for you, my brother. Don't tell me that I could rig his money. Ben looked morose. I wish you could. I don't. But it wouldn't help if we could. Mike hasn't drawn $1 from his account for almost a year. Douglas called me about it. Mike hadn't answered his letters. No withdrawals? Jubilee's spending a lot. Maybe the church racket pays well. That's the odd part. It's not really a church. What is it? Primarily a language school. Repeat? To teach the Martian language. Well, then I wish he wouldn't call it a church. Maybe it is a church within the legal definition. Look, Ben, a skating rink is a church as long as some sect claims that skating is essential to worship, or even that skating served a desirable function. If you can sing to the glory of God, you can skate to the same end. There are temples in Malaya, which are nothing to an outsider but boarding houses for snakes. But the same high court rules them to be churches as protects our own sex. Well, Mike raises snakes, too. Jubal, isn't anything ruled out? A moot point. A church usually can't charge for fortune-telling or calling up spirits of the dead, but it can accept offerings and let the offerings be fees, in fact. Human sacrifice is illegal, but it is done in several spots around the globe, probably right here in this former land of the free. The way to do anything that would otherwise be suppressed is to do it in the inner sanctum and keep the Gentiles out. Why, Ben? Is Mike doing something that might get him jailed? Probably not. Well, if he's careful, the Fostrites have shown how to get by with almost anything, much more than Joseph Smith was lynched for. Mike has lifted a lot from the Fosterites. That's part of what worries me. But what does worry you? Jubal, this is a water brother matter. Shall I carry poison in a hollow tooth? The inner circle is supposed to be able to discorporate voluntarily. No poison needed. I never got that far, Ben. But I know ways to put up the only final defense. Let's have it. Jubal, I said Mike raises snakes. I meant figuratively and literally. The setup is a snake pit, unhealthy. Mike's temple is a big place, an auditorium for public meetings, smaller ones for invitational meetings, many smaller rooms, and living quarters. Jill sent me a radiogram telling me where to go, so I was dropped at the private entrance on the back street. Quarters are above the auditorium, as private as you can be and still live in a city. Jubal nodded. Be your acts legal or illegal, nosy neighbors are noxious. In this case, a very good idea. Outer doors let me in. I suppose I was scanned, although I didn't spot the scanner. Through 2 more automatic doors, then up a bounce tube. Jubal, it wasn't an ordinary one, not controlled by the passenger, but by someone out of sight. Didn't feel like the usual bounce tube either. I have never used them, and never shall, Jubal said firmly. You wouldn't have minded this. I floated up gently as a feather. Ben, I don't trust machinery. It bites. Jubal added, however, Mike's mother was one of the great engineers, and his father, his real father, was a competent engineer, or better. If Mike has improved bounce tubes until they are fit for humans, we ought not to be surprised. As may be. I got to the top and landed without having to grab for it, or depend on safety nets. Didn't see any, to tell the truth. Through more automatic doors and into an enormous living room, oddly furnished and rather austere. Jubal, people think you run an odd household. Nonsense, just plain and comfortable. Well, your ménage is Aunt Jane's finishing school compared with Mike's weirdie. I'm just inside the joint when the first thing I see, I don't believe, a babe tattooed from chin to toes, and not a goddamn stitch on. Hell, she was tattooed everywhere. Fantastic. You're a big city bumpkin, Ben. I knew a tattooed lady once. Very nice girl. Well, Ben conceded. This gal is nice, too, once you get adjusted to her pictorial supplement, and the fact that she usually has a snake with her. I was wondering if it was the same woman. Fully tattooed women are scarce, but the lady I knew 30 years back had the usual vulgar fear of snakes. However, I'm fond of snakes. I look forward to meeting your friend. You will when you visit Mike. She's sort of a major domo for him. Patricia, but called Pat or Patty. Oh, yes, Jill thinks highly of her. Never mentioned her tattoos, however. But she's nearly the age to be your friend. When I said babe, I was giving a first impression. She looks to be in her 20s. She claims her oldest child is that old. Anyhow, she trotted up, all big smile, put her arms around me, and kissed me. "You're Ben. Welcome, brother. I give you water." Jubal, I've been in the newspaper racket for years. I've been around. But I have never been kissed by a strange babe dressed only in tattoos. I was embarrassed. Poor Ben. Damn it, you would have felt the same way. No, remember, I've met one tattooed lady. They feel dressed in those tattoos. Or at least this was true of my friend Sadako. Japanese she was, but Japanese are not body-conscious the way we are. Well, Ben answered, Pat isn't body-conscious, just about her tattoos. She wants to be stuffed and mounted nude when she dies, as a tribute to George. George? Sorry, her husband. Up in heaven, to my relief, although she talked as if he had just slipped out for a beer. But essentially, Pat is a lady, and she didn't let me stay embarrassed. Chapter 31. Patricia Paiwanski gave Ben Caxton the all-out kiss of brotherhood before he knew what hit him. She felt his unease and was surprised. Mike had told her to expect him and placed Ben's face in her mind. She knew that Ben was a brother in all fullness, of the inner nest, and Jill was grown closer with Ben, second only to that with Michael. But Patricia's nature was an endless wish to make other people as happy as she was. She slowed down. She invited Ben to get rid of his clothes, but did not press the matter, except to ask him to remove his shoes. The nest was soft and clean, as only Michael's powers could keep things clean. She showed him where to hang clothes and hurried to fetch him a drink. She knew his preferences from Jill and decided on a double martini. The poor dear looked tired. When she came back with drinks, Ben was barefooted and had removed his jacket. "Brother, may you never thirst." "We share water." He agreed and drank. "There's mighty little water in that." "Enough," she answered. "Michael says that water could be in the thought. It is the sharing. I grok he speaks rightly." "I grok. And just what I needed. Thanks, Patty." "Ours is yours, and you are ours. We're glad you're home. The others are at services or teaching. There's no hurry. They will come when waiting is filled. Would you like to look around your nest?" Ben let her lead him on a tour. A huge kitchen with a bar at one end, a library even more loaded than Jubal's, bathrooms ample and luxurious, bedrooms. Ben decided that they must be bedrooms, although they contained no beds, but simply floors that were even softer than elsewhere. Patty called them little nests, and showed him the one she usually slept in. It had been fitted on one side, for her snakes. Ben suppressed his queasiness until he came to cobras. "It's all right," she assured him. "We did have glass in front of them, but Michael has taught them that they must not come past this line." "I would rather trust glass." "Okay, Ben." She lowered a glass barrier. He felt relieved and managed to stroke Honeybun when invited to. Then Pat showed him one other room. It was very large, circular, had a floor as cushiony as the bedrooms. Its center was a round swimming pool. "This," she told him, "is the innermost temple where we receive new brothers into the nest." She dabbled a foot in water. "Want to share water and grow closer? Or maybe just swim?" Not right now." "Waiting is," she agreed. They returned to the huge living room, and Patricia went to get him another drink. Ben settled himself on a big couch, then got up. The place was warm. That drink was making him sweat, and a couch that adjusted to his contours made him hotter. He decided it was silly to dress the way he would in Washington, with Patty decked out in nothing but a bull snake she had left around her shoulders. He compromised on jockey shorts and hung the rest in the foyer. Then he noticed a sign on the entrance door. "Did you remember to dress?" He decided that in this household the warning might be necessary. He saw nothing else that he had missed on coming in. On each side of the door was a huge brass bowl filled with money. More than filled. Federation notes of various denominations spilled out on the floor. He was staring at this when Patricia returned. "Here's your drink, Brother Ben. Grow close in happiness." Thanks." His eyes returned to the money. She followed his glance. "I'm a sloppy housekeeper, Ben. Michael makes it so easy, cleaning and such, that I forget." She retrieved the money, stuffed it into the less crowded bowl. "Patty, why in the world?" "Oh, We keep it here because this door leads to the street. If one of us is leaving the nest, and I do myself almost every day for grocery shopping, we may need money. We keep it where you won't forget to take some. Just grab a handful and go? Why, yes, dear. Oh, I see what you mean. There is never anyone here but us. If we have friends outside, and all of us do, there are rooms lower down, the sort outsiders are used to where we visit. This isn't where it can tempt a weak person. Huh, I'm pretty weak myself. She chuckled. How can it tempt you when it's yours? How about burglars? He tried to guess how much money those bowls contained. Most of the notes seemed to be larger than singles. Hell, he could see one with 3 zeros on the floor. Patty had missed it. One did get in last week. So, how much did he steal? Oh, he didn't. Michael sent him away. Called the cops? Oh, no. Michael would never turn anybody over to cops. Michael just... She shrugged. Made him go away. Then Duke fixed the hole in the skylight in the garden room. Did I show you that? It's lovely, a grass floor. You have a grass floor, Jill told me. That's where Michael first saw one. Is it grass all over? Just my living room. If I ever get to Washington, can I walk on it? Lie down on it, please? Of course, Patty. It's yours. I know, dear, but it is good to ask. I'll lie on it and feel the grass against me and be filled with happiness to be in my brother's little nest. You're most welcome, Patty. He hoped she would leave her snakes behind. When will you be there? I don't know, when waiting is filled. Maybe Michael knows. Well, warn me if possible, so I'll be in town. If not, Jill always knows my door code. Patty, doesn't anybody keep track of this money? What for, Ben? People usually do. We don't. Just help yourself, then put back any you have left when you come home, if you remember. Michael told me to keep the grouch bag filled. If it runs low, I get more from him. Ben dropped the matter, stonkered by its simplicity. He had some idea of the moneyless communism of Martian culture. He could see that Mike had set up an enclave of it here. These bowls marked transition from Martian to Terran economy. He wondered if Patty knew that it was fake, propped up by Mike's wealth. Patty, how many are there in the nest? He felt a mild worry, then shoved back the thought. Why would they sponge on him? He didn't have pots of gold inside his door. Let me see. Almost 20, counting novitiate brothers who don't think in Martian yet and aren't ordained. Are you ordained, Patty? Oh, yes. Mostly I teach. Beginners' classes in Martian, and I help novitiates and such. And Dawn and Jill are high priestesses. Dawn and I are pretty well-known Fosterites, so we work together to show other Fosterites that the Church of All World doesn't conflict with the faith, any more than being a Baptist keeps a man from joining the Masons. She showed Ben Foster's kiss, explained it, and showed him its miraculous companion placed by Mike. They know what Foster's kiss means and how hard it is to win it, and they've seen some of Mike's miracles, and are about ripe to buckle down and climb into a higher circle. It's an effort? Of course, Ben. For them. In your case and mine, and Jill's and a few others, Michael called us straight into brotherhood. But to others, Michael first teaches a discipline. Not a faith, but a way to realize faith in works. That means they've got to learn Martian. That's not easy. I'm not perfect in it. But it is happiness to work and learn. You asked about the nest. Let me see. Duke and Jill and Michael. 2 Fosterites, Dawn and myself. 1 circumcised Jew and his wife and 4 children. Kids in the nest? Oh, lots of them. In the nestling's nest, just off of here. Nobody could meditate with kids hollering and raising Ned. Want to see it? Later. 1 Catholic couple with a little boy. Excommunicated, I'm sorry to say. Their priest found out. Michael had to give them special help. It was a nasty shock, and utterly unnecessary. They were getting up early every Sunday to go to Mass as usual, but kids will talk. 1 Mormon family of the new schism. That's 3 more, and their kids. The rest are Protestants, and 1 atheist. That is, he thought he was until Michael opened his eyes. He came here to scoff. He stayed to learn. He'll be a priest soon. 19 grown-ups, but we're hardly ever all in the nest at once, except for our own services in the innermost temple. The nest is built to hold 81, 3 filled. But Michael grok's much waiting before we need a bigger nest, and by then we will build other nests. Ben, would you like to see an outer service? See how Michael makes the pitch? Michael is preaching now. Why, yes, if it's not too much trouble. Good. Just a sec, dearie, while I get decent. Jubal, she came back in a robe like Anne's witness robe, but with angel wing sleeves and a high neck and the trademark Mike uses, 9 concentric circles and a conventionalized sun over her heart. This getup was Vestment's. Jill and the other priestesses wear the same, except that Patty's was high-necked to cover her cartoons. She had put on socks and was carrying sandals. Changed the hell out of her, Jubal. It gave her great dignity. I could see she was older than I had guessed, although not within years of what she claims. She has an exquisite complexion. A shame ever to tattoo such skin. I had dressed again. She asked me to carry my shoes and led me back through the nest and out into the corridor. We stopped to put on shoes and took a ramp that wound down a couple of floors. We reached a gallery overlooking the main auditorium. Mike was on the platform. No pulpit, just a lecture hall with a big all-world symbol on the back wall. A priestess was with him, and at that distance I thought it was Jill. But it was the other high priestess, Dawn. Dawn Ardent. What was that name? Dawn Ardent, née Higgins, if you want to be fussy. I've met her. I know you have, you allegedly retired goat. She's got a crush on you. Jubal shook his head. The Dawn Ardent I just barely met 2 years ago. She wouldn't remember me. She remembers you. She gets every one of your pieces of commercial cred on tape under every pseudonym she can track down. She goes to sleep by them. They give her beautiful dreams, she says. But they all know you, Jubal. That living room has exactly 1 ornament, a life-sized color solly of your head. Looks as if you had been decapitated with your face in a hideous grin. A shot Duke sneaked of you. Why, that brat. Jill asked him to. Double brat. Mike put her up to it. Brace yourself, Jubal. You are the patron saint of the Church of All Worlds. Jubal looked horrified. They can't do that. They already have. Mike gives you credit for having started the whole show by explaining things so well that he was able to figure out how to put over Martian theology to humans. Jubal groaned. Ben went on. In addition, Dawn thinks you're beautiful. Aside from that quirk, she is intelligent and utterly charming. But I digress. Mike spotted us and called out, "Hi, Ben, later," and went on with his spiel. Jubal, you'll have to hear it. He didn't sound preachy and didn't wear robes. Just a smart, well-tailored white suit. He sounded like a damned good car salesman. He cracked jokes and told parables. The gist was a sort of pantheism. One parable was the oldie about the earthworm burrowing through the soil who encounters another earthworm and says, "Oh, you're beautiful, will you marry me?" And his answer, "Don't be silly, I'm your other end." You've heard it? Heard it. I wrote it. Hadn't realized it was that old. Mike made good use of it. His idea is that whenever you encounter any other grokking thing, man, woman, or stray cat, you are meeting your other end. The universe is a thing we whipped up among us and agreed to forget the gag. Jubal looked sour. Solipsism and pantheism. Together they explain anything, cancel out any inconvenient fact, reconcile all theories, include any facts or delusions you like. But it's cotton candy, all taste and no substance. As unsatisfactory as solving a story by saying, "Then the little boy fell out of bed and woke up." Don't crab at me, take it up with Mike. Believe me, he made it convincing. Once he stopped and said, "You must be tired of so much talk." And they yelled back, "No!" He really had them. He protested that his voice was tired, and anyhow it was time for miracles. Then he did amazing sleight of hand. Did you know he had been a magician in a carnival? I knew he had been with it. He never told me the nature of his shame. He's a crackerjack. He did stunts that had me fooled. But it would have been okay if he had just used kid tricks. It was his patter that had them spellbound. Finally, he stopped and said, "The man from Mars is expected to do wonderful things, so I pass some miracles each meeting. I can't help being the man from Mars. It's just something that happened. Miracles can happen for you if you want them. However, for anything more than these narrow-gauge miracles, you must enter the circle. Those who want to learn, I will see later. Cards are being passed around." Patty explained it. "This crowd is just marks, dear. People here out of curiosity, or maybe shilled in by people who have reached one of the inner circles. Jubal Mike has rigged the thing in 9 circles, like lodge degrees, and nobody is told that there are circles farther in until they're ripe for it. This is Michael's bally, Pat told me, which he does as easy as he breathes, while he's feeling them out and deciding which ones are possible. That's why he strings it out. Duke is up behind that grill, and Michael tells him who might measure up. where he sits and everything. Michael's about to turn this tip and spill the ones he doesn't want. Then Dawn takes over, after she gets the seating diagram from Duke. "How did they work that?" asked Harshaw. "I didn't see it, Jubal. There are a dozen ways they could cut from the herd, as long as Mike knew which they were and had some way to signal Duke. Patty says Mike's clairvoyant. I won't deny the possibility. Then they took the collection. Mike doesn't do even this church style, soft music and dignified ushers. He said nobody would believe this was a church if he didn't take a collection. Then, so help me, they passed collection baskets already loaded with money, and Mike told them that this was what the last crowd had given, so help themselves if they were broke or hungry and needed it. But if they felt like giving, give. Do one or the other. Put something in or take something out. I figured he had found one more way to get rid of too much money." Jubal said thoughtfully, "That pitch, properly given, should result in people giving more, while a few just take a little. Probably very few." "I don't know, Jubal. Patty whisked me away when Mike turned the service over to Dawn. She took me to a private auditorium where services were opening for the Seventh Circle, people who had belonged for months and had made progress. If it is progress. Jubal, we went straight from one to the other, and it was hard to adjust. That outer meeting was half lecture, half entertainment. This one was almost a voodoo rite. Mike was in robes now. He looked taller, ascetic, and intense. His eyes gleamed. The place was dim. There was creepy music. And yet it made you want to dance. Patty and I took a couch that was darn near a bed. What the service was, I couldn't say. Mike would sing out in Martian. They would answer in Martian, except for chants of thou art God, echoed by some Martian word that would make my throat sore to pronounce it. Jubal made a croaking noise. "Was that it?" "Huh? I believe so, Jubal. Are you hooked? Have you been stringing me along?" "No, Stinky taught it to me. He says it's heresy of the blackest sort. By his lights, I mean. It's the word Mike translates as thou art God. Mahmoud says that isn't even close to a translation. It's the universe proclaiming its self-awareness, or its peccavimus, with the total absence of contrition, or a dozen other things. Stinky says that he doesn't understand it even in Martian, except that it's a bad word, the worst possible in his opinion, and closer to Satan's defiance than to the blessing of God." "Go on. Was that all? Just a bunch of fanatics yelling Martian?" Jubal, they didn't yell, and it wasn't fanatical. Sometimes they barely whispered. Then it might climb a little. They did it in a rhythm, a pattern, like a cantata. Yet it didn't feel rehearsed. It felt more as if they were all one person, humming whatever he felt. "Jubal, you've seen Fosterites work themselves up." "Too much, I'm sorry to say." "Well, this was not that sort of frenzy. This was quiet and easy, like dropping off to sleep. It was intense, all right, and got steadily more so, but—" "Jubal, ever try a spiritualist seance?" "I have. I've tried everything I could, Ben." "Then you know how tension can grow without anybody moving or saying a word. This was more like that than like a revival, or even the most sedate church service. But it wasn't mild. It packed terrific wallop. The word is Apollonian, huh? As opposed to Dionysian. People simplify Apollonian into mild and calm and cool. But Apollonian and Dionysian are two sides of one coin. A nun kneeling in a cell, holding perfectly still, can be in ecstasy more frenzied than any priestess of Pan Priapus celebrating the vernal equinox. Ecstasy is in the skull, not the setting up exercises." Jubal frowned. "Another error is to identify Apollonian with good, merely because our most respectable sects are Apollonian in ritual and precept. Mere prejudice. Proceed." Well, things weren't as quiet as a nun's devotions. They wandered about swapped seats, and there was necking going on. Nothing more, I believe, but the lighting was low. One gal started to join us, but Patty gave her some sign, so she kissed us and left. Ben grinned. Kissed quite well, too. I was the only person not in a robe. I felt conspicuous, but she didn't seem to notice. The whole thing was casual, and yet as coordinated as a ballerina's muscles. Mike kept busy, sometimes in front, sometimes wandering among the others. Once he squeezed my shoulder and kissed Patty, unhurriedly but quickly. He didn't speak. Back of where he stood, when he seemed to be leading, was a dingus like a big stereo tank. He used it for miracles, only he never used the word, at least not in English. Jubal, every church promises miracles, but it's jam yesterday and jam tomorrow. Exception, Jubal interrupted. Many of them deliver. Exempli gratia among many, Christian Scientists and Roman Catholics. Catholics? You mean lured? I had in mind the miracle of transubstantiation. I can't judge that subtle a miracle. As for Christian Scientists, if I break a leg, I want a sawbones. Then watch where you put your feet. Jubal growled. Don't bother me. Wouldn't think of it. I don't want a classmate of William Harvey. Harvey could reduce a fracture. Yeah, but how about his classmates? Jubal, those cases you cited may be miracles, but Mike offers splashy ones. He's either an expert illusionist or an amazing hypnotist. He might be both. Or he smoothed the bugs out of closed-circuit stereo vision so that it cannot be told from reality. How can you rule out real miracles, Ben? It's not a theory I like. Whatever he used, it was good theater. Once the lights came up, and he was a black-maned lion, as stately as a guardian for library steps, and little lambs wobbling around him, the lion just blinked and yawned. Sure, Hollywood can tape such effects, but I smelled lion. However, that can be faked, too. Why insist on fakery? Damn it, I'm trying to be judicial. And don't lean over backwards. Try to emulate Anne. I'm not Anne. I wasn't judicial at the time. I just enjoyed it, in a warm glow. Mike did a lot of gung-ho illusions, levitation and such. Patty slipped away toward the end after whispering to me to stay. Michael just told them that any who do not feel ready for the next circle should now leave, she told me. I said I'd better leave. She said, "Oh, no, dear, you're ninth circle. Stay seated. I'll be back." And she left. I don't think anybody chickened out. This group was seventh circlers, supposed to be promoted. But I didn't notice as lights came up again. And there was Jill. Jubal, it did not feel like stereo vision. Jill picked me out and smiled at me. Oh, if an actor looks directly at camera, his eyes meet yours no matter where you're seated. But if Mike had it smoothed out this well, he should patent it. Jill was in an outlandish costume. Mike started intoning something, partly in English, stuff about the mother of all, the unity of many, and started calling her a series of names. And with each name, her costume changed. Ben Caxton came quickly alert when he saw Jill. He was not fooled by lighting and distance. This was Jill. She looked at him and smiled. He half listened to the invocation while thinking that he had been convinced that the space behind the man from Mars was surely a stereo tank. But he would swear that he could walk up those steps and pinch her. He was tempted to, but it would be a crummy trick to ruin Mike's show. Wait till Jill was free. Cybele. Jill's costume suddenly changed. Isis. Again. Frigg. G. Devil. Ishtar. Miriam. Mother Eve. Mater Deum Magna, loving and beloved, life undying. Caxton stopped hearing. Jill was Mother Eve, clothed in glory. Light spread, and he saw that she was in a garden beside a tree on which was twined a great serpent. Jill smiled, reached up and smoothed the serpent's head, turned back and opened her arms. Candidates moved forward to enter the garden. Patty returned and touched Caxton on the shoulder. "Ben, come, dear." Caxton wanted to stay and drink in the glorious vision of Jill. He wanted to join that procession. But he got up and left. He looked back and saw Mike put his arms around the first woman in line, turned to follow Patricia, and failed to see the candidate's robe vanish as Mike kissed her. Did not see Jill kiss the first male candidate, and his robe vanished. "We'll go around," Patty explained, "to give them time to get into the temple. Oh, we could barge in, but it would waste Michael's time getting them back in the mood. And he does work so very hard." "Where are we going?" "To pick up Honey Bun, then back to the nest. Unless you want to take part in the initiation. But you haven't learned Martian yet, you'll find it confusing." "Well, I'd like to see Jill." "Oh, she said to tell you she's going to duck upstairs and see you. Down this way, Ben." A door opened. Ben found himself in that garden. The serpent raised her head as they came in. "There, dear," Patricia said. "You a Mama's good girl." She unwrapped the boa and flaked it down into a basket. "Duke brought her down, but I have to arrange her on the tree and tell her not to wander off. You were lucky, Ben. The transition to eighth happens very seldom." Ben carried Honey Bun and learned that a 14-foot snake is a load. The basket had steel braces. When they reached the top, Patricia stopped. Put her down, Ben. She took off her robe and handed it to him, then draped the snake around her. This is Honeybun's reward for being a good girl. She expects to cuddle up to Mama. I've got a class almost at 1, so I'll carry her until the last moment. It's not a goodness to disappoint a snake. They're like babies. They can't grok in fullness. They walked 50 yards to the entrance of the nest proper. Stranger in a Strange Land by Robert A. Heinlein continued. Cassette 10, Side 1. They walked 50 yards to the entrance of the nest proper. Ben took off her sandals and socks after he removed his shoes. They went inside, and Patty stayed with him while Ben shucked down to shorts, stalling, trying to make up his mind to discard shorts, too. He was now fairly certain that clothing inside the nest was as unconventional and possibly as rude as hobnailed boots on a dance floor. The warning on the exit door, the absence of windows, the womb-like comfort of the nest, Patricia's lack of attire, plus the fact that she had suggested that he could do likewise, all added up to domestic nudity. Patricia's behavior he discounted from a feeling that a tattooed lady might have odd habits about clothing, but coming into the living room they passed a man headed out toward the baths and little nests, and he wore less than Patricia by one snake and many pictures. He greeted them with, "Thou art God," and went on. There was more evidence in the living room. A body sprawled on a couch. A woman. Caxton knew that many families were casually naked in their homes, and this was a family, all Water Brothers. But he was unable to make up his mind between the urbanity of removing his symbolic fig leaf and the certainty that if he did, and strangers came in who were dressed, he would feel silly. Hell, he might blush. "What would you have done, Jubal?" Harshaw lifted his eyebrows. "Are you expecting me to be shocked, Ben? The human body is often pleasing, frequently depressing, and never significant, per se. So Mike runs his household along nudist lines. Shall I cheer, or must I cry? Damn it, Jubal, it's easy to be Olympian, but I've never seen you take off your pants in company, nor will you. But I grok you were not motivated by modesty. You were suffering from a morbid fear of appearing ridiculous, a neurosis with a long pseudo-Greek name. Nonsense. I wasn't certain what was polite. Nonsense to you, sir. You knew what was polite, but were afraid of looking silly, or feared being surprised in the gallant reflex. But I grok Mike has reasons for this custom. Mike always has reasons. Oh, yes. Jill told me." Ben was in the foyer, his back to the living room and his hands on his shorts, having told himself to take the plunge, when arms came snugly around his waist. "Ben, darling, how wonderful!" Then Jill was in his arms, her mouth warm and greedy against his, and he was glad he had not finished stripping. She was no longer Mother Eve. She was wearing a priestess robe. Nevertheless, he was happily aware that he held a double armful of live, warm, and gently squirming girl. "Golly," she said, breaking from the kiss. "I've missed you, you old beast. Thou art God." "Thou art God," he conceded. "Jill, you're prettier than ever." "Yes," she agreed. "It does that. What a thrill it gave me to catch your eye at the blow-off." "Blow-off?" "Jill means," Patricia put in, "the end of the service where she is all-mother, Mater Deum Magna. Kids, I must rush." "Never hurry, patty cake." "I gotta rush so I won't have to hurry. Ben, I must put Honey Bun to bed and go down and take my class. So kiss me goodnight, please." Ben found himself kissing a woman wrapped in a giant snake. He tried to ignore Honey Bun and treat Patty as she deserved. Pat then kissed Jill. "Night, dears." She left, unhurriedly. "Ben, isn't she a lamb?" "She is. Although she had me baffled at first." "I grok. Patty baffles everybody. Because she never has doubts. She automatically does the right thing. She's much like Mike. She's the most advanced of any of us. She ought to be High Priestess. But she won't take it because her tattoos would make some duties difficult, be a distraction, and she doesn't want them taken off." "How could you take off that much tattooing? With a flensing knife? It would kill her." "Not at all, dear. Mike could take them off, not leave a trace, and not hurt her. But she doesn't think of them as belonging to her. She's just their custodian. Come, sit down. Dawn will fetch supper. I must eat while we visit, or I won't have a chance until tomorrow. Tell me what you think. Dawn tells me you saw an outsider's service. Yes. Well? Mike, Caxton said slowly, could sell shoes to snakes. Ben, I grok something is bothering you. No, he answered. Not anything I can put my finger on. I'll ask you again in a week or two. No hurry. I won't be here in a week. You have columns on the Spike? 3, but I shouldn't stay that long. I think you will. Then you'll phone in a few, probably about the church. By then you will grok to stay much longer. I don't think so. Waiting is, until fullness. You know it's not a church? Patty said something of the sort. Let's say it's not a religion. It is a church in every legal and moral sense. But we're not trying to bring people to God. That's a contradiction. You can't say it in Martian. We're not trying to save souls. Souls can't be lost. We're not trying to get people to have faith. What we offer is not faith, but truth. Truth they can check. Truth for here and now. Truth as matter of fact as an ironing board and as useful as bread. So practical that it can make war and hunger and violence and hate as unnecessary as, well, as clothes in the nest. But they have to learn Martian. That's the hitch. Finding people honest enough to believe what they see, willing to work hard. It is hard to learn the language it must be taught in. This truth can't be stated in English any more than Beethoven's Fifth can be. She smiled. But Mike never hurries. He screens thousands, finds a few, and some trickle into the nest, and he trains them further. Someday Mike will have us so thoroughly trained that we can start other nests. Then it can snowball. But there's no hurry. None of us is really trained. Are we, dear? Ben looked up at Jill's last words, was startled to find bending over to offer him a plate, a woman he recognized as the other high priestess. Dawn! Yes, that was right. His surprise was not reduced by her being dressed in Patricia's fashion, minus tattoos. Dawn smiled. Your supper, my brother Ben. Thou art God. Thou art God. Thanks. She kissed him, got plates for herself and Jill, sat down on his right and began to eat. Ben was sorry that she did not sit where he could see her better. She had the best attributes associated with goddesses. No, Dawn agreed. Not yet, Jill, but waiting will fill. For example, Jill continued, I took a break to eat, but Mike hasn't eaten since the day before yesterday, and won't until he's not needed. Then he'll eat like a pig, and that will carry him as long as necessary. Besides that, Dawn and I get tired, don't we, sweet? We surely do. But I'm not tired, Jillian. Let me take this service and you stay with Ben. Give me that robe. You're crazy in your little pointy head, my love. Ben, she's been on duty almost as long as Mike. We can take a long stretch, but we eat when we're hungry, and sometimes we need sleep. Speaking of robes, Dawn, this was the last in the 7th temple. I meant to tell Patty she'd better order a grocer, too. She has. I should have known. This one seems tight. Jill wiggled in a fashion that disturbed Ben. Are we putting on weight? A little. Good. We were too skinny. Ben, you notice that Dawn and I have the same figure? Height, bust, waist, hips, weight, everything, not to mention coloration. We were almost alike when we met. Then with Mike's help, we matched exactly. Even our faces are more alike. But that comes from doing and thinking the same things. Stand up and let Ben look at us, dear. Dawn put her plate aside and did so, in a pose that reminded Ben of Jill, more than resemblance justified. Then he realized it was the pose Jill had been in when she stood revealed as Mother Eve. Jill said with her mouth full, See, Ben? That's me. Dawn smiled. A razor's edge of difference, Jillian. Pooh. I'm almost sorry we'll never have the same face. It's handy, Ben, for us to be alike. We must have 2 high priestesses. It's all 2 can do to keep up with Mike. And besides, she added, Dawn can buy a dress and it fits me, too. Saves me the nuisance of shopping. I wasn't sure, Ben said slowly, that you wore clothes, except these priestess things. Jill looked surprised. How could we go out dancing in these? That's our favorite way of not getting sleep. Sit down and finish your supper. Ben has stared at us long enough. Ben, there's a man in that transition group who's a perfectly dreamy dancer, and this town is loaded with nightclubs. Dawn and I have kept the poor fellow up so many nights that we've had to help him stay awake in language classes. But he'll be all right. Once you reach 8th circle, you don't need much sleep. What made you think we never dressed, dear? Ben blurted out his dilemma. Jill looked wide-eyed, barely giggled, stopped at once. "I see. Darling, I'm wearing this robe because I have to gobble and git. Had I grokked that was troubling you, I would have chucked it before I said hello. We're so used to dressing or not according to what we do that I forgot that it might not be polite. Sweetheart, wear those shorts. Or not, exactly as suits you. Just don't fret." Jill smiled and dimpled. "Reminds me of the time Mike tried a public beach. Remember, Dawn? I'll never forget." Ben, you know how Mike is. I had to teach him everything. He couldn't see any point to clothes until he grokked, to his great surprise, that we aren't invulnerable to weather. Body modesty isn't a Martian concept. Couldn't be. Mike grokked clothes as ornaments only after we started experimenting with costuming our acts. But while Mike always did what I told him to, whether he grokked it or not, you can't imagine how many little things there are to being human. We take 20 years or more to learn them. Mike had to learn almost overnight. There are still gaps. He does things not knowing that it isn't how a human behaves. We all teach him. All but Patty, who is sure that anything Michael does is perfect. He's still grokking clothes. He grokks there a wrongness that keeps people apart, gets in the way of letting love cause them to grow closer. Lately he's grokked that you need a barrier with outsiders. But for a long time Mike wore clothes only when I told him to. And once I failed to tell him. We were in Baja California. It was when we met, or re-met, Dawn. Mike and I checked in at night at a beach hotel, and he was so anxious to grok the ocean that he let me sleep next morning and went down by himself for his first encounter with the sea. Poor Mike. He got to the beach, threw off his robe, and headed for the water, looking like a Greek god and just as unaware of conventions. And the riot started, and I came awake fast and rushed down to keep him out of jail. Jill got a faraway look. He needs me now. Kiss me goodnight. Ben, I'll see you in the morning. You'll be gone all night? Probably. It's a fairly big transition class. She stood up, pulled him to his feet, and went into his arms. Presently she murmured, "Ben, darling, you've been taking lessons." "Phew! Me, I've been utterly faithful to you. In my own way. The same way I've been to you. I wasn't complaining. I just think Dorcas has been helping you practice kissing. Some, maybe, nosy. The class can wait while you kiss me again. I'll try to be Dorcas. Be yourself." I would, anyway. Self. Mike says that Dorcas kisses more thoroughly, grokks a kiss more than anyone. Quit chattering. She did, then sighed. Transition class, here I come, glowing like a lightning bug. Take care of him, Dawn. I will. And kiss him right away and see what I mean. I intend to. Ben, be a good boy and do what Dawn tells you. She left, not hurrying, but running. Dawn flowed up against him, put up her arms. Jubal cocked an eyebrow. Are you going to tell me that at that point you went chicken? I didn't have much choice. I, cooperated with the inevitable. Jubal nodded. You were trapped. Whereupon the best a man can do is try for a negotiated peace. Chapter 32. Jubal, Caxton said earnestly, I wouldn't say a word about Dawn. I wouldn't tell any of this if it weren't necessary for explaining why I'm worried about them. All of them. Duke and Mike and Dawn, as well as Jill and Mike's other victims. Mike has them fascinated. His new personality is powerful, cocky, and too much super salesman, but very compelling. And Dawn is compelling in her own way. By morning I was lulled into thinking everything was all right. Weird, but jolly. Ben Caxton awakened, not knowing where he was. It was dark. He was lying on something soft. Not a bed. The night came back in a rush. The last he clearly remembered was lying on the soft floor of the innermost temple, talking quietly and intimately with Dawn. She had taken him there. They had immersed, shared water, grown closer. Frantically, he groped around, found nothing. Dawn! Light swelled to dimness. Here, Ben. Oh, I thought you had gone. I didn't intend to wake you. She was wearing, to his sudden disappointment, her robe of office. I'm going to start the Sunrisers outer service. Jillian isn't back. As you know, it was a big class. Her words brought back things she had told him last night, things which had upset him, despite her gentle explanations, and she had soothed him until he found himself agreeing. He still didn't grok it all. But yes, Jill was busy with rites as High Priestess, a task or happy duty that Dawn had offered to take for her. Ben felt that he should be sorry that Jill had refused. But he did not feel sorry. Dawn, do you have to leave? He scrambled to his feet, put his arms around her. I must, Ben, dear. Dear Ben. She melted against him. Right now? There is never, she said softly, that much hurry. The robe no longer kept them apart. He was too bemused to wonder what had become of it. He woke a second time, found that the little nest lighted when he stood up. He stretched, discovered that he felt wonderful, looked around for his shorts. He tried to recall where he had left them, and had no recollection of taking them off. He had not worn them into the water. Probably beside the pool. He went out and found a bathroom. Some minutes later, shaved, showered, and refreshed, he looked into the innermost temple, failed to find his shorts, and decided that somebody had put them in the foyer where everybody kept streetwear. Said to hell with it, and grinned at himself for having made an issue out of wearing them. He needed them here in the nest, like a second head. He didn't have a trace of a hangover, although he had had more than several drinks with Dawn. Dawn didn't seem affected by liquor, which was probably why he had gone over his quota. Dawn, what a gal. She hadn't even seemed annoyed when, in a moment of emotion, he had called her Jill. She had seemed pleased. He found no one in the big room and wondered what time it was. Not that he gave a damn, but he was hungry. He went into the kitchen to see what he could scrounge. A man looked around. Ben! Well, hi, Duke. Duke gave him a bear hug. Gosh, it's good to see you. Thou art God. How do you like your eggs? Thou art God. Are you the cook? Only when I can't avoid it, Tony does most of it. We all do some, even Mike, unless Tony catches him. Mike is the world's worst cook. Duke went on breaking eggs. Ben moved in. You look after toast and coffee. Any Worcestershire sauce? You name it, Pat's got it. Here. Duke added, I looked in on you a while ago, but you were snoring. I've been busier you have ever since you got here. What do you do, Duke? Well, I'm a deacon. I'll be a priest someday. I'm slow. Not that it matters. I study Martian. Everybody does. And I'm the fix-it boy, same as for Jubal. Must take a gang to maintain this place. Ben, you'd be surprised how little it takes. You must see Mike's unique way of dealing with the stopped-up toilet. I don't have to play plumber much. Aside from plumbing, 9/10 of the gadgetry is in this kitchen, and it's not as gadgeted as Jubal's. I thought you had some complicated gadgets for the temples. Lighting controls, that's all. Actually, Duke grinned. My most important job is no work. Fire warden. Huh? I'm a deputy fire warden. Examined and everything. And same for sanitary and safety inspector. We never have to let an outsider go through the joint. They can attend outer services, but they never get farther unless Mike gives an upcheck. They transferred food to plates and sat down. Duke said, You staying, Ben? I can't, Duke. So, I just came for a visit, too. Went back and moped for a month before I told Jubal I was leaving. Never mind, you'll be back. Don't make any decisions before your water sharing tonight. Water sharing? Didn't Dawn tell you? I don't think so. I should let Mike explain. No, people will be mentioning it all day. Sharing water, you grok. You're first called. First called? Dawn used that expression. Those who became Mike's water brother without learning Martian. Others ordinarily do not share water and grow closer until they pass the 8th circle. By then, they are beginning to think in Martian. Shucks, some of them know more Martian than I do. It's not forbidden. Nothing is forbidden to share water with someone who isn't ready for 8th circle. Hell, I could pick up a babe in a bar, share water, take her to bed, and then bring her to the temple. But I wouldn't. That's the point. I would never want to. Ben, I'll make a flat-footed prediction. You've been in bed with some fancy babes. Some. I know damn well you have. But you will never again crawl in with one who is not your water brother. A year from now, you tell me. Now Mike may decide that someone is ready before reaching even 7th circle. One couple Mike offered water when they entered 3rd circle, and now he's a priest and she's a priestess. Sam and Ruth. Haven't met them. You will. But Mike is the only one who can be certain that soon. Very occasionally Dawn or Patty will spot somebody, but never as far down as 3rd circle, and they always consult Mike. Not that they have to. Anyhow, into 8th circle, and sharing and growing closer starts. Then 9th circle, and the nest itself. And that's the transition service we mean when we say sharing water, even though we share water all day long. The whole nest attends, and the new brother becomes forever part of the nest. In your case, you already are. But we've never held the service, so tonight everything is pushed aside to welcome you. They did the same for me. Ben, it's the most wonderful feeling in the world. I still don't know what it is, Duke. It's lots of things. Ever been on a real luau? The kind the cops raid and usually ends in a divorce or two? Well, yes. Brother, you've only been on Sunday school picnics. That's one aspect. Have you ever been married? No. You are married. After tonight, there will never be any doubt in your mind. Duke looked happily pensive. Ben, I was married before. And at first it was nice, and then it was steady hell. This time I like it all the time. Shucks, I love it. I don't mean just that it's fun to shack up with a bunch of bouncy babes. I love them. All my brothers, both sexes. Take Patty. Patty mothers us. I don't think anybody gets over needing that. She reminds me of Jubal, and that old bastard had better get down here and get the word. My point is that it is not just that Patty is female. Oh, I'm not running down tail. Who is running down tail? A contralto voice interrupted. Duke swung around. Not me, you limber Levantine whore. Come here, babe, and kiss your brother Ben. Never charged for it in my life, the woman denied as she glided toward them. Started giving it away before anybody told me. She kissed Ben carefully and thoroughly. Thou art God, brother. Thou art God. Share water. Never thirst. Don't mind Duke. From the way he behaves, he must have been a bottle baby. She kissed Duke even more lingeringly while he patted her ample fundament. She was short, plump, brunette to swarthiness, and had a mane of heavy, blue-black hair almost to her waist. Duke, did you see a Ladies' Home Journal when you got up? She took his fork and started eating his scrambled eggs. Good. You didn't cook these, Duke? Ben did. Why would I want a Ladies' Home Journal? Ben, stir up a couple of dozen more and I'll scramble them in relays. There's an article I want to show Patty, dear. Okay, agreed Ben. Don't get any ideas about redecorating this dump and leave some of that for me. You think us men can do our work on mush? Tut, tut, Dukey, darling. Water divided is water multiplied. Ben, Duke's complaints never mean anything. As long as he has enough women for 2 men and food for 3, he's a perfect lamb. She shoved a forkful into Duke's mouth. Quit making faces, brother. I'll cook you a second breakfast. Or will it be your 3rd? Not even the 1st yet. You ate it. Ruth, I was telling Ben about how you and Sam pole vaulted to 9th. He's uneasy about the sharing water tonight. She pursued the last bite on Duke's plate, moved over and started preparations to cook. Duke, I'll send you out something other than mush. Take your coffee and skedaddle. Ben, I was worried too. But don't you be, dear. Michael does not make mistakes. You belong here or you wouldn't be here. You're going to stay? I can't. Ready for the first installment? Pour them in. You'll be back. Someday you'll stay. Duke is correct. Sam and I pole vaulted. It was too fast for a middle-aged, prim and proper housewife. Middle-aged? Ben, one bonus of the discipline is that as it straightens out your soul, your body straightens out too. That's a matter in which Christian Scientists are right. Notice any medicine bottles in the bathrooms? No, there aren't any. How many people have kissed you? Several. As a priestess, I kiss more than several, but there's never so much as a sniffle in the nest. I used to be the sort of whiny woman who was never quite well and given to female complaints. She smiled. Now I'm more female than ever, but I'm 20 pounds lighter, years younger, and have nothing to complain about. I like being female. As Duke flattered me, a Levantine whore, and unquestionably more limber. I sit in lotus position when I'm teaching, whereas it used to be all I could do just to bend over. But it did happen fast. Ruth went on. Sam was a professor of Oriental languages. He started coming because it was the only way to learn Martian. Strictly professional. He wasn't interested in the church. I went along to keep an eye on him. I was jealous, even more possessive than the average. So we worked up to third circle, Sam learning rapidly and myself grimly studying because I didn't want him out of my sight. Then boom, the miracle happened. We began to think in it, a little. And Michael felt it and had to stay after service one night. And Michael and Jillian gave us water. Afterwards I knew that I was all the things I despised in other women, and I despised my husband for letting me, and hated him for what he had done. All this in English with the worst parts in Hebrew. So I wept and moaned and made myself a stinking nuisance to Sam, and couldn't wait to share and grow closer again. After that things were easier, but not easy as we were pushed through the circles as fast as possible. Michael knew we needed help and wanted to get us into the safety of the nest. When it came time for our sharing water, I was still unable to discipline myself without help. I wanted to enter the nest, but wasn't sure I could merge with 7 other people. I was scared silly. On the way over, I almost begged Sam to turn around and go home. She looked up, unsmiling but beatific, a plump angel with a big spoon in one hand. We walked into the innermost temple, and a spotlight hit me, and our robes were whisked away, and they were in the pool calling to us in Martian to come share the water of life. And I stumbled in and submerged, and haven't come up since, nor ever want to. Don't fret, Ben. You'll learn the language and acquire the discipline, and you'll have loving help all the way. You jump in that pool tonight. I'll have my arms out to catch you. All of us will, welcoming you home. Take this to Duke and tell him I said he was a pig, but a charming one, and take this for yourself. Oh, you can eat that much. Give me a kiss and run along. Ruthie has work to do. Ben delivered the kiss, the message, and the plate. He found Jill, apparently asleep on one of the couches. He sat down facing her, enjoying the sweet sight and thinking that Dawn and Jill were more alike than he had realized. Jill's tan was unmarked, and just the shade of Dawn's. Their proportions were identical. In rest, even their features were more alike. He looked up from a bite, and saw that her eyes had opened. She was smiling. "Thou art God, darling, and that smells good." "You look good. I didn't mean to wake you." He moved across and sat by her, put a bite into her mouth. "My own cooking, with Ruth's help. And good, too. You didn't wake me. I was just lazing until you came out. I haven't been asleep all night." "Not at all. Not a wink. But I feel grand. Just hungry." "That's a hint." So he fed her. She let him do so, not stirring. "Did you get any sleep?" she asked presently. Some." "How much sleep did Dawn get? As much as 2 hours?" "Oh, more than that." "Then she's all right. 2 hours does as much as 8 used to. I knew what a sweet night you were going to have, both of you, but I was worried that she might not rest." "Well, it was a wonderful night," Ben admitted, "although I was surprised at the way you shoved her at me." "Shocked, you mean? I know you, Ben. I was tempted to spend the night with you myself. I wanted to, dear. But you arrived with jealousy sticking out in lumps. I think it's gone now. Yes?" "I think so." "Thou art God." "I had a wonderful night, too. Free from worry by knowing you were in good hands. The best hands. Better than mine." "Oh, never, Jill." "So? I grok a few lumps still, but we'll wash them away." She sat up, touched his cheek, said soberly, "Before tonight, dear, because of all my beloved brothers, I would not have your sharing water be less than perfect." Ben stopped. "Waiting is," she said, and reached toward the end of the couch. It looked to Caxton as if a pack of cigarettes jumped into her hand. Glad to change the subject, he said, "You've picked up some sleight of hand, too." Jill smiled. "Nothing much. I am only an egg, to quote my teacher." "How did you do that?" "Why, I whistled to it in Martian. First you grok a thing, then you grok what you want it to." "Mike!" She waved. "We're over here, dear." "Coming." The man from Mars came straight to Ben, pulled him to his feet. "Let me look at you, Ben. Golly, it's good to see you." "It's good to see you, and to be here." "What's this about 3 days? 3 days indeed. I'm a working man, Mike." "We'll see." The girls are all excited getting ready for your welcome tonight. Might just as well shut down. They won't be worth a damn.
Patty is rescheduled, Jill told Mike. Dawn and Ruth and Sam are taking care of what's necessary. Patty sloughed the matinee, so you're through for the day.
That's good news.
Mike sat down, pulled Jill's head into his lap, pulled Ben down, put an arm around him, and sighed. He was dressed as Ben had seen him in the outer meeting. Smart tropical business suit.
Ben, don't take up preaching. I spend night and day rushing from one job to another, telling people why they must never hurry. I owe you, along with Jill and Jubal, more than anyone on this planet. Yet this is the first time I've been able to say hello. How have you been? You're looking fit. Dawn tells me you are fit.
Ben found himself blushing.
I'm okay. That's good. Carnivores will be on the prowl tonight. I'll grok close and sustain you. You'll be fresher at the end than at the start. Won't he, little brother?
Yes, agreed Jill. Ben, Mike can lend you strength. Physical strength, not just moral support. I can do it a little. Mike can really do it.
Jill can do it a lot.
Mike caressed her.
Little brother is a tower of strength to everybody. Last night she certainly was.
He smiled down at her, then sang.
You'll never find a girl like Jill, no, not one in a billion. Of all the tarts who ever will, the willingest is our Jillian. Isn't that right, little brother?
Pooh, answered Jill, obviously pleased, covering his hand and pressing it to her. Dawn is exactly like me, and every bit as willing.
But Dawn is downstairs interviewing the possibles out of the tip. She's busy. You ain't. That's an important difference. Isn't it, Ben?
Could be. Caxton was finding their behavior embarrassing, even in this relaxed atmosphere. He wished that they would knock off necking or give him an excuse to leave. Mike went on cuddling Jill while keeping an arm around Ben's waist, and Ben was forced to admit that Jill encouraged him. Mike said very seriously,
Ben, a night like last night, helping a group to make the big jump to 8th Circle, gets me terribly keyed up. Let me tell you something out of the lessons for 6th. We humans have something that my former people don't even dream of. I must tell you how precious it is, especially how precious I know it to be, because I have known what it is not to have it. The blessing of being male and female. Man and woman created he them, the greatest treasure we who are God ever invented. Jill?
Beautifully right, Mike. And Ben knows it is truth. But make a song for Dawn, too, darling.
Okay. Ardent is our lovely Dawn. Ben grokked that in her glance. She buys new dresses every morn, but never shops for pants. Okay.
Jill giggled. Did you tune her in?
Yes, and she gave me a Bronx cheer with a kiss behind it for Ben. Say, isn't there anybody in the kitchen? I just remembered I haven't eaten for a couple of days, or years, maybe.
I think Ruth is, Ben said, trying to stand up. Mike pulled him down.
Hey, Duke, see if you can find somebody who'll fix me a stack of wheat cakes as tall as you are and a gallon of maple syrup.
Sure, Duke answered. I'll do it myself.
I'm not that hungry. Find Tony. Or Ruth.
Mike pulled Ben closer and said,
Ben, I grok that you are not entirely happy.
Huh?
Oh, I'm all right.
Mike looked into his eyes.
I wish you knew the language, Ben. I can feel your uneasiness, but I can't see your thoughts.
Mike, Jill said. The man from Mars looked at her, then looked back at Ben and said slowly,
Jill just now told me your trouble, Ben, and it's a thing I've never been able to grok in fullness.
He looked worried and hesitated almost as long as when he was learning English.
But I grok that we can't hold your sharing water tonight. Waiting is.
Mike shook his head.
I'm sorry, but waiting will fill.
Jill sat up. No, Mike, we can't let Ben leave without it. Not Ben.
I do not grok it, little brother,
Mike said reluctantly. A long pause followed, silence more tense than speech. At last, Mike said doubtfully to Jill,
You speak rightly?
You will see. Jill got up suddenly and sat down on Ben's other side, put her arms around him. Ben, kiss me and stop worrying. She did not wait, but kissed him. Ben did stop worrying, was lulled into a sensuous glow that left no room for misgivings. Then Mike tightened the arm he still had around Ben's waist and said softly, "We grok closer." "Now, Jill?" "Now, right here at once. Oh, share water, my darlings." Ben turned his head and was snatched out of euphoria by utter surprise. Somehow the man from Mars had rid himself of every stitch of clothing. Chapter 33. "Well," said Jubal, "did you accept their invitation?" "Huh? I got out of there fast, grabbed my clothes, ignored the sign, jumped into the bounce tube with my arms full." "You did?" "I think if I were Jill, I would be offended." Caxton turned red. "I had to leave, Jubal." Then what?" "Why, I put on my clothes, found I'd forgotten my bag, and didn't go back. In fact, I left so fast I darn near killed myself. You know how the ordinary bounce tube?" "I do not." "Uh-huh. Well, if you don't dial it to lift, you sink slowly like cold molasses. But I didn't sink, I fell. 6 stories. When I was about to splash, something caught me. Not a safety net, some sort of field. It scared me silly on top of everything else." "Put not your faith in gadgets. I'll stick to stairs, and when unavoidable, elevators." "Well, the bugs aren't out of that gadget. Duke is safety inspector, but whatever Mike says is gospel to Duke. Mike's got him hypnotized. Hell, he's got him all hypnotized. When the crash comes, it'll be worse than any faulty bounce tube. Jubal, what can we do? I'm worried sick." Harshaw jutted out his lips. "What aspects did you find disquieting?" "Huh? All of it." "So, you gave me to think that you enjoyed your visit, up to the point where you behaved like a scared rabbit." So I did. Mike had me hypnotized, too." Caxton looked puzzled. "I might not have snapped out of it if it hadn't been for that odd thing at the last. Jubal, Mike was sitting by me, his arm around me. He couldn't possibly have taken his clothes off." Jubal shrugged. "You were busy. Probably wouldn't have noticed an earthquake." "Oh, piffle, I don't close my eyes like a schoolgirl." "How did he do it?" "I can't see its relevancy. Or are you suggesting that Mike's nudity shocked you?" "I was shocked, all right." "When your own arse was bare? Come, sir." No. Jubal, do I have to draw a diagram? I simply have no stomach for group orgies. I almost lost my breakfast." Caxton squirmed. "How would you feel if people started acting like monkeys in a cage in the middle of your living room?" Jubal fitted his fingers together. "That is the point, Ben. It was not my living room. You go into a man's house, you accept his household rules. That's a universal rule of civilized behavior." "You don't find such behavior shocking?" You raise another issue. Public displays of rut I find distasteful, but this reflects my early indoctrination. A large part of mankind do not share my taste. The orgy has a very wide history. But shocking, my dear sir, I am shocked only by that which offends me ethically." "You think this is just a matter of taste?" "Nothing more. And my taste is no more sacred than the very different taste of Nero. Less sacred. Nero was a god. I am not." "Well, I'll be damned." "Possibly, if damnation is possible. But, Ben, this wasn't public." "Huh?" "You told me this group was a plural marriage, a group theogamy, to be technical. Therefore, whatever took place, or was about to take place, you were mealy-mouthed. Was not public, but private. Ain't nobody here but just us gods. So how could anyone be offended?" "I was offended." "Your apotheosis was incomplete. You misled them. You invited it." "Me? Jubal, I did nothing of the sort." "Oh, rats. The time to back out was when you got there. You saw at once that their customs were not yours, but you stayed, enjoyed the favors of one goddess, behaved as a god toward her. You knew the score, and they knew you knew. Their error lay in accepting your hypocrisy as solid coin. No, Ben, Mike and Jill behaved with propriety. The offense lay in your behavior." "Damn it, Jubal, you twist things. I did get too involved, but when I left, I had to. I was about to throw up." "So you claim reflex. Anyone over the emotional age of 12 would have clamped his jaws and walked to the bathroom, then returned with some acceptable excuse after things cooled down. It was not reflex. Reflex can empty the stomach. It can't choose a course for feet, recover chattels, take you through doors, and cause you to jump down a hole. Panic, Ben. Why did you panic?" Caxton was long in replying. He sighed and said, "I guess when you come down to it, I'm a prude." Jubal shook his head. "A prude thinks that his own rules of propriety are natural laws. That doesn't describe you. You adjusted to many things that did not fit your code of propriety, whereas a true blue prude would have affronted that delightful tattooed lady and stomped out. Dig deeper. All I know is that I'm unhappy over the whole thing. I know you are, Ben, and I'm sorry. Let's try a hypothetical question. You mentioned a lady named Ruth. Suppose Jillian had not been present. Assume that the others were Mike and Ruth and that they offered you the same shared intimacy. Would you have been shocked? Huh? Well, yes, it's a shocking situation. I think so, even though you say it's a matter of taste. How shocking? Nausea? Panic flight? Caxton looked sheepish. Damn you, Jubal. All right, I would just have found an excuse to go out to the kitchen or something, then left as soon as possible. Very well, Ben. You have uncovered your trouble. I have? What element was changed? Caxton looked unhappy. At last he said, You're right, Jubal. It was because it was Jill. Because I love her. Close, Ben, but not dead center. Eh? Love is not the emotion that caused you to flee. What is love, Ben? What? Oh, come off it. Everybody from Shakespeare to Freud has taken a swing at that. Nobody has answered it yet. All I know is it hurts. Jubal shook his head. I'll give you an exact definition. Love is that condition in which the happiness of another person is essential to your own. Ben said slowly, I'll buy that, because that's the way I feel about Jill. Good. Then you are asserting that your stomach turned and you fled in panic because of a need to make Jill happy. Hey, wait a minute. I didn't say, or was it some other emotion? I simply said... Caxton stopped. Okay, I was jealous. But, Jubal, I would have sworn I wasn't. I knew I had lost out. I had accepted it long ago. Hell, I didn't like Mike the less for it. Jealousy gets you nowhere. Nowhere one would wish, certainly. Jealousy is a disease. Love is a healthy condition. The immature mind often mistakes one for the other, or assumes that the greater the love, the greater the jealousy. In fact, they're almost incompatible. One emotion hardly leaves room for the other. Both at once can produce unbearable turmoil. And I grok that was your trouble, Ben. When your jealousy reared its head, you couldn't look it in the eye, so you fled. It was the circumstances, Jubal. This hands-around harem upsets the hell out of me. Don't misunderstand me. I would love Jill if she were a 2-peso whore, which she is not. By her lights, Jill is moral. Jubal nodded. I know. Jillian has an invincible innocence that makes it impossible for her to be immoral. He frowned. Ben, I am afraid that you, and I too, lack the angelic innocence to practice the perfect morality those people live by. Stranger in a Strange Land by Robert A. Heinlein continued. Cassette 10, Side 2. Ben, I am afraid that you, and I too, lack the angelic innocence to practice the perfect morality those people live by. Ben looked startled. You think that sort of thing is moral? I meant that Jill doesn't know she is doing wrong. Mike's got her hornswoggled. And Mike doesn't know it's wrong either. He's the man from Mars. He didn't get a fair start. Jubal frowned. Yes, I think what those people, the entire nest, not just our kids, are doing is moral. I haven't examined details, but... yes, all of it. Bacchanalia, unashamed swapping, communal living, an anarchistic code, everything. Jubal, you astound me. If you feel that way, why don't you join them? They want you. They'll hold a jubilee. Dawn is waiting to kiss your feet and serve you. I wasn't exaggerating. Jubal sighed. No. 50 years ago, but now... Ben, my brother, the capacity for such innocence is no longer in me. I've been too long wedded to my own brand of evil and hopelessness to be cleansed in their water of life and become innocent again. If I ever was.
Mike thinks you have this innocence. He doesn't call it that. In full measure now. Dawn told me, speaking ex officio. Then I would not disillusion him. Mike sees his own reflection. I am by profession a mirror. Jubal, you're chicken. Precisely, sir. But my worry is not over their morals, but dangers to them from outside. Oh, they're in no trouble that way. You think so? If you dye a monkey pink and shove him into a cage of brown monkeys, they'll tear him to pieces. Those innocents are courting martyrdom. Aren't you being rather melodramatic, Jubal? Jubal glared. If I am, sir, does that make my words less weighty? Saints have burned at stakes ere this. Would you dismiss their holy anguish as melodrama? I didn't mean to get your back up. I simply meant that they aren't in that sort of danger. After all, this isn't the Dark Ages. Jubal blinked. Really? I hadn't noticed the change. Ben, this pattern has been offered to a naughty world many times, and the world has always crushed it. The Oneida colony was much like Mike's nest. It lasted a while, but out in the country, not many neighbors. Or take the early Christians. Anarchy, communism, group marriage, even that kiss of brotherhood. Mike has borrowed a lot from them. If he picked up that kiss of brotherhood from them, I would expect men to kiss men. Ben looked sheepish. I held out on you. But it's not a pansy gesture. Nor was it with the early Christians. Do you think I'm a fool? No comment. Thank you. I wouldn't advise anyone to offer the kiss of brotherhood to the pastor of some boulevard church today. Primitive Christianity is no more. Over and again, it's been the same sad story. A plan for perfect sharing and perfect love, glorious hopes and high ideals, then persecution and failure. Jubal sighed again. I've been fretting about Mike. Now I'm worried about them all. How do you think I feel? Jubal, I can't accept your sweetness and light theory. What they are doing is wrong. It's that last incident that sticks in your craw. Not entirely. Mostly. Ben, the ethics of sex is a thorny problem. Each of us is forced to grope for a solution he can live with in the face of a preposterous, unworkable, and evil code of so-called morals. Most of us know the code is wrong. Almost everybody breaks it. But we pay Danegeld by feeling guilty and giving lip service. Willy-nilly, the code rides us, dead and stinking, an albatross around the neck. You too, Ben. You fancy yourself a free soul and break that evil code. But faced with a problem in sexual ethics new to you, you tested it against the same Judeo-Christian code. So automatically your stomach did flip-flops, and you think that proves you're right and they're wrong. Faugh! I'd as lief use trial by ordeal. All your stomach can reflect is prejudice trained into you before you acquired reason. What about your stomach? Mine is stupid too, but I don't let it rule my brain. I see the beauty of Mike's attempt to devise an ideal ethic, and applaud his recognition that such must start by junking the present sexual code and starting fresh. Most philosophers haven't the courage for this. They swallow the basics of the present code, monogamy, family pattern, continence, body taboos, conventional restrictions on intercourse, and so forth, then fiddle with details, even such piffle as discussing whether the female breast is an obscene sight. But mostly they debate how we can be made to obey this code, ignoring the evidence that most tragedies they see around them are rooted in the code itself, rather than in failure to abide by it. Now comes the man from Mars, looks at this sacrosanct code with a fresh viewpoint, and rejects it. I don't know the details of Mike's code, but it clearly violates laws of every major nation and would outrage right-thinking people of every major faith, and most agnostics and atheists, too. Yet this poor boy, Jubal, he is not a boy. He's a man. Is he a man? This poor ersatz Martian is saying that sex is a way to be happy. Sex should be a means of happiness. Ben, the worst thing about sex is that we use it to hurt each other. It ought never to hurt. It should bring happiness, or at least pleasure. The code says, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. The result?
Reluctant chastity, adultery, jealousy, bitterness, blows, and sometimes murder, broken homes, and twisted children, and furtive little passes degrading to woman and man. Is this commandment ever obeyed? If a man swore on his own Bible that he refrained from coveting his neighbor's wife because the code forbade it, I would suspect either self-deception or subnormal sexuality. Any man virile enough to sire a child has coveted many women, whether he acts or not. Now comes Mike and says, there's no need to covet my wife. Love her. There's no limit to her love. We have everything to gain and nothing to lose but fear and guilt and hatred and jealousy. The proposition is incredible. So far as I recall, only pre-civilization Eskimos were this naive, and they were so isolated that they were almost men from Mars themselves. But we gave them our virtues, and now they have chastity and adultery just like the rest of us. Ben, what did they gain? I wouldn't care to be an Eskimo. Nor I. Spoiled fish makes me bilious. I had in mind soap and water. I guess I'm a feat. Me too, Ben. I was born in a house with no more plumbing than an igloo. I prefer the present. Nevertheless, Eskimos were invariably described as the happiest people on earth. Any unhappiness they suffered was not through jealousy. They didn't have a word for it. They borrowed spouses for convenience and fun. It did not make them unhappy. So who's loony? Look at this glum world around you, then tell me, did Mike's disciples seem happier or unhappier than other people? I didn't talk to them all, Jubal, but yes, they're happy. So happy they seem slap-happy. There's a catch in it somewhere. Maybe you were the catch. How? It's a pity your tastes canalized so young. Even 3 days of what you offered would be something to treasure when you reach my age. And you young idiot, let jealousy chase you away. At your age, I would have gone Eskimo. Why, I'm so vicariously vexed that my only consolation is the sour certainty that you will regret it. Age does not bring wisdom, Ben, but it does give perspective. And the saddest side of all is to see far behind you temptations you've resisted. I have such regrets, but nothing to the whopper you will suffer. Quit rubbing it in. Heavens, man! Or are you a mouse? I'm trying to goad you. Why are you moaning to an old man when you should be heading for the nest like a homing pigeon? Hell, if I were even 20 years younger, I'd join Mike's church myself. Lay off, Jubal. What do you really think of Mike's church? You said it was just a discipline. Yes and no. It is supposed to be truth with a capital T, as Mike got it from the Martian old ones. The old ones, eh? To me, they're hogwash. Mike believes in them. Ben, I once knew a manufacturer who believed that he consulted the ghost of Alexander Hamilton. However, damn it, why must I be the devil's advocate? What's biting you now? Ben, the foulest sinner of all is the hypocrite who makes a racket of religion. But we must give the devil his due. Mike does believe, and is teaching the truth as he sees it. As for his old ones, I don't know that they don't exist. I simply find the idea hard to swallow. As for his Thou art God creed, it is neither more nor less credible than any other. Come Judgment Day, if they hold it, we may find that Mumbo Jumbo, the god of the Congo, was big boss all along. Oh, for heaven's sake, Jubal. All names belong in the hat, Ben. Man is so built that he cannot imagine his own death. This leads to endless invention of religions. While this conviction by no means proves immortality to be a fact, questions generated by it are overwhelmingly important. The nature of life, how ego hooks into the body, the problem of ego itself, and why each ego seems to be the center of the universe. The purpose of life, the purpose of the universe, these are paramount questions. Ben, they can never be trivial. Science hasn't solved them. And who am I to sneer at religions for trying, no matter how unconvincingly to me? Old Mumbo Jumbo may eat me yet. I can't rule him out because he owns no fancy cathedrals, nor can I rule out one God-struck boy leading a sex cult in an upholstered attic. He might be the Messiah. The only religious opinion I feel sure of is this: self-awareness is not just a bunch of amino acids bumping together. Phew, Jubal, you should have been a preacher. Missed it by luck. If Mike can show us a better way to run this fouled-up planet, his sex life needs no vindication. Geniuses are justifiably contemptuous of lesser opinion, and always indifferent to sexual customs of the tribe. They make their own rules. Mike is a genius, so he ignores Mrs. Grundy and diddles to suit himself. But from a theological standpoint, Mike's sexual behavior is as orthodox as Santa Claus. He preaches that all living creatures are collectively God, which makes Mike and his disciples the only self-aware gods on this planet, which rates him union card by all the rules for godding. Those rules always permit gods sexual freedom, limited only by their own judgment. You want proof? Leda and the Swan, Europa and the Bull, Osiris, Isis, and Horus. The incredible incests of the Norse gods? I won't cite Eastern religions. Their gods do things that a mink breeder wouldn't tolerate. But look at the relations of the Trinity in one, of the most widely respected Western religion. The only way that religion's precepts can be reconciled with the inner relations of what purports to be a monotheos is by concluding that breeding rules for deity are not the rules for mortals. But most people never think about it. They seal it off and mark it holy, do not disturb. One must allow Mike any dispensation granted other gods. One god alone splits into at least two parts and breeds. Not just Jehovah, they all do it. A group of gods will breed like rabbits, and with as little regard for human proprieties. Once Mike entered the godding business, orgies were as predictable as sunrise. So forget the standards of podunk, and judge them by Olympian morals. Jubal glowered. Ben, to understand this, you must start by conceding their sincerity. Oh, I do. It's just that, do you? You start by assuming that they must be wrong, judging them by that very code you reject. Try logic instead. Ben, this growing closer by sexual union, this plurality into unity, logically has no place for monogamy. Since shared by all sexual congress is basic to this creed, a fact that your account makes crystal clear, why expect it to be hidden? One hides what one is ashamed of. But they are not ashamed. They glory in it. To duck behind closed doors would be a sop to the very code they have rejected. Or it would shout aloud that you were an outsider who should never have been admitted in the first place. Maybe I shouldn't have been. Obviously you shouldn't have been. Mike clearly had misgivings. But Jillian insisted. Eh? That only makes it worse. How? She wanted you to be one of them in all fullness, as Mike would say. She loves you, and is not jealous of you. But you are jealous of her, and while you claim to love her, your behavior doesn't show it. Damn it, I do love her. So, as may be, you clearly did not understand the Olympian honor you were being offered. I guess I didn't, Ben conceded glumly. I'm going to offer you a way out. You wondered how Mike got rid of his clothes. I'll tell you. How? A miracle. Oh, for God's sake. Could be. $1,000 says it was a miracle. Go ask Mike. Get him to show you. Then send me the money. Hell, Jubal, I don't want to take your money. You won't. Bet. Jubal, you go see what the score is. I can't go back. They'll take you back with open arms and never ask why you left. 1,000 on that prediction, too. Ben, you were there less than 24 hours. Did you give them the careful investigation that you give something smelly in public life before you blasted? But did you? No, but, oh, for God's sake, Ben, you claim to love Jill, yet you won't give her the fair shake you give a crooked politician. Not a tenth the effort she made to help you when you were in trouble. Where would you be if she had made so feeble a try? Roasting in hell, most likely. You're bitching about friendly fornication. Do you know what I'm worried about? What? Christ was crucified for preaching without a police permit. Sweat over that instead. Caxton chewed a thumb and said nothing. Then stood up suddenly. I'm on my way. After lunch. Now. 24 hours later, Ben wired Jubal $2,000. When, after a week, Jubal received no other message, he sent a stat, care of Ben's office. What the hell are you doing? The answer was somewhat delayed. Studying Martian. Aqua fraternally yours, Ben. Part 5. His Happy Destiny. Chapter 34. Foster looked up from work in progress. Junior? Sir? That youngster you wanted? He's available now. The Martians have released him. Digby looked puzzled. I'm sorry, There was some young creature toward whom I have a duty? Foster smiled angelically. Miracles were never necessary. In truth, the pseudo-concept miracle was self-contradicting. But these young fellows always had to learn it for themselves. Never mind, he said gently. It's a minor martyrdom, and I'll guard it myself. And, Junior? Sir, call me Foz, please. Ceremony is all right in the field, but we don't need it in the studio. And remind me not to call you Junior. You made a very nice record on that temporary duty assignment. Which name do you like to be called? His assistant blinked. I have another name? Thousands. Do you have a preference? Why, I really don't recall it this eon. Well, would you like to be called Digby? Yes. That's a very nice name. Thanks. Don't thank me. You earned it. Archangel Foster turned back to his work, not forgetting the minor duty he had assumed. Briefly, he considered how this cup might be taken from little Patricia, then chided himself for such unprofessional, almost human thought. Mercy was not possible in an angel. Angelic compassion left no room for it. The Martian old ones had reached an elegant trial solution to their major aesthetic problem and put it aside for a few filled threes to let it generate new problems, at which time, unhurriedly and almost absent-mindedly, the alien nestling which they had returned to his proper world was tapped of what he had learned of his people, and dropped after cherishing, since he was of no further interest to their purposes. They took the data he had accumulated and, with a view to testing that trial solution, began to work toward considering an inquiry leading to an investigation of aesthetic parameters involved in the possibility of the artistic necessity of destroying Earth. But much waiting would be before fullness would grok decision. The Daibutsu at Kamakura was again washed by a giant wave secondary to a seismic disturbance 280 kilometers off Honshu. The wave killed 13,000 people and lodged a male infant high in the Buddha's image interior, where it was found and succored by surviving monks. This infant lived 97 Terran years after the disaster that wiped out his family, and produced no progeny, nor anything of note aside from a reputation for sustained belching. Cynthia Duchess entered a nunnery with all benefits of modern publicity, and left without fanfare 3 days later. Ex-Secretary General Douglas suffered a stroke which impaired the use of his left hand, but not his ability to conserve assets entrusted to him. Lunar Enterprises Limited published a prospectus on a bond issue for the wholly owned subsidiary Ares Chandler Corporation. The Lyle Drive exploratory vessel Mary Jane Smith landed on Pluto. Fraser, Colorado, reported the coldest February of its recorded history. Bishop Oxtongue at the new Grand Avenue Temple preached on the text, Matthew 24:24, For there shall arise false Christs and false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that, if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. He made clear that his diatribe did not refer to Mormons, Christian Scientists, Roman Catholics, nor Fosterites, especially not the last, nor to any fellow travelers whose good works counted more than inconsequential differences in creed or ritual, but solely to upstart heretics who were seducing faithful contributors away from the faiths of their fathers. In a subtropical resort city in the same nation, 3 complainants swore on information charging public lewdness on the part of a pastor, 3 of his assistants, and John Doe Mary Rowe et al., plus charges of running a disorderly house and contributing to delinquency of minors. The county attorney had no interest in prosecuting, as he had on file a dozen like it. Complaining witnesses always failed to appear at arraignment. He pointed this out. Their spokesman said, You'll have plenty of backing this time. Supreme Bishop Short is determined that this Antichrist shall flourish no longer. The prosecutor was not interested in Antichrists, but there was a primary coming up. Well, just remember I can't do much without backing. You'll have it. Dr. Jubal Harshaw was not aware of this incident, but knew of too many others for peace of mind. He had succumbed to that most insidious vice, the news. Thus far he had merely subscribed to a clipping service instructed for Man from Mars, V.M. Smith, Church of All Worlds, and Ben Caxton. But the monkey was on his back. Twice lately he fought off an impulse to order Larry to set up the babble box. Damn it, why couldn't those kids tape him an occasional letter, instead of letting him worry? Front. Anne came in, but he continued to stare out at snow and an empty swimming pool. Anne, he said, Rent us a tropical atoll and put this mausoleum up for sale.
Yes, boss.
But get a lease before you hand this back to the Indians. I will not put up with hotels. How long has it been since I wrote pay copy?
43 days.
Let that be a lesson to you. Begin. Death Song of a Woods Colt. The depths of winter longing are ice within my heart. The shards of broken covenants lie sharp against my soul. The wraiths of long-lost ecstasy still keep us two apart. The sullen winds of bitterness still keen from turn to pole. The scars and twisted tendons, the stumps of struck-off limbs, the aching pit of hunger and throb of unset bone, my sanded, burning eyeballs, as light within them dims, add nothing to the torment of lying here alone. The shimmering flames of fever trace out your blessed face. My broken eardrums echo, yet your voice inside my head. I do not fear the darkness that comes to me apace. I only dread the loss of you that comes when I am dead. There, he added briskly. Sign it Louisa M. Alcott and send it to Togetherness magazine.
Boss, is that your idea of pay copy?
Huh? It will be worth something later. Put it on file, and my literary executor can use it to help settle death duties. That's the catch in artistic pursuits. The best work is worth most after the workman can't be paid. The literary life, dreck. It consists in scratching the cat till it purrs.
Poor Jubal. Nobody ever feels sorry for him, so he has to feel sorry for himself.
Sarcasm yet. No wonder I don't get any work done.
Not sarcasm, boss. Only the wearer knows where the shoe pinches.
My apologies. All right, here's pay copy. Title, One for the Road. There's amnesia in a hang-knot and comfort in the axe, but the simple way of poison will make your nerves relax. There's surcease in a gunshot and sleep that comes from racks, but a handy draft of poison avoids the harshest tax. You find rest upon the hot squat, or gas can give you packs, but the closest corner chemist has peace in packaged stacks. There's refuge in the church lot when you tire of facing facts, and the smoothest route is poison prescribed by kindly quacks. Chorus, with an ugh and a groan and a kick of the heels, death comes quiet or it comes with squeals, but the pleasantest place to find your end is a cup of cheer from the hand of a friend.
Jubal,
Anne said worriedly.
Is your stomach upset?
Always.
That's for file, too?
Huh? That's for the New Yorker.
They'll bounce it?
They'll buy it. It's morbid. They'll buy it.
And besides, there's something wrong with the scansion.
Of course, you have to give an editor something to change, or he gets frustrated. After he pees in it, he likes the flavor better, so he buys it. My dear, I was avoiding honest work before you were born. Don't teach Grandpa how to suck eggs. Or would you rather I nursed Abby while you turn out copy? Hey, it's Abigail's feeding time. You weren't front. Dorcas is front.
It won't hurt Abby to wait. Dorcas is lying down, morning sickness.
Nonsense. And I can spot pregnancy 2 weeks before a rabbit can, and you know it.
Jubal, you let her be. She's scared she didn't catch, and she wants to think she did as long as possible. Don't you know anything about women?
Come to think about it, no. All right, I won't heckle her. Why didn't you bring our baby angel and nurse her here?
I'm glad I didn't. She might have understood what you were saying.
So I corrupt babies, do I?
She's too young to see the marshmallow syrup underneath, boss. But you don't do any work if I bring her. You just play with her.
Can you think of a better way of enriching empty hours?
Jubal, I appreciate the fact that you were dotty over my daughter. I think she's pretty nice myself. But you've been spending all your time either playing with Abby or moping.
How soon do we go on relief?
That's not the point. If you don't crank out stories, you get spiritually constipated. It's reached the point where Dorcas and Larry and I are biting our nails. When you yell front, we jitter with relief, but it's always a false alarm.
If there's money to meet the bills, what are you worried about?
What are you worried about, boss?
Jubal considered it. Should he tell her? Any doubts as to the paternity of Abigail had been settled in his mind in her naming. Anne had wavered between Abigail and Zenobia, then had loaded the infant with both. Anne never mentioned the meanings of those names. Presumably she did not know that he knew them. Anne went on firmly.
You're not fooling anyone, Jubal. Dorcas and Larry and I all know that Mike can take care of himself, but you've been so frenetic about it.
Frenetic? Me?
Larry set up the tank in his room, and one of us has been catching the news every broadcast. Not because we are worried, except about you. But when Mike gets into the news, and of course he does, we know it before the silly clippings reach you. I wish you would quit reading them.
How do you know about any clippings? I went to a lot of trouble to see that you didn't.
Boss, she said in a tired voice, somebody has to dispose of the trash. Do you think Larry can't read?
So, that confounded doubliette hasn't worked right since Duke left. Damn it, nothing has.
Just send word to Mike. Duke will show up at once.
You know I can't do that.
It graveled him that what she said was almost certainly true, and the thought was followed by bitter suspicion.
Anne, are you still here because Mike told you to?
She answered promptly. I am here because I wish to be.
I'm not sure that's responsive.
Jubal, sometimes I wish you were small enough to spank. May I finish what I was saying?
You have the floor.
Would any of them be here? Would Miriam have married Stinky and gone off to Beirut if Mike had not approved? The name Fatima Michel might be an acknowledgment of her adopted faith, plus her husband's wish to compliment his closest friend. Or it might be code as explicit as Baby Abby's double name. If so, did Stinky wear his antlers unaware? Or with serene pride, as Joseph was alleged to have done? It must be concluded that Stinky knew the minutes of his houri. Water brothership permitted no omission so important. If it was important, which as a physician and agnostic Jubal doubted, but to them it would be. You aren't listening.
Sorry, wool gathering.
And stop it, you nasty old man. Reading meanings into names that mothers give their children. Next you'll be taking up numerology, then astrology, then spiritualism, until senility has progressed so far that all there is left is custodial treatment for a hulk too dim-witted to discorporate in dignity. Go to locked drawer 9 in the clinic, code Lethe, and use 2 grains, although 1 is more than enough. There's no need for those clippings because we checked the news about Mike, and Ben has given us a water promise to let us know any private news we need at once. But Jubal, Mike can't be hurt. If you would visit the nest as we 3 have, you would know this.
I have never been invited.
We didn't have invitations either. Nobody has to have an invitation to his own home. You're making excuses, Jubal. Ben urged you to, and both Dawn and Duke sent word.
Mike hasn't invited me.
Boss, that nest belongs to me and to you quite as much as it does to Mike. Mike is first among equals, as you are here. Is this Abby's home?
Happens, he answered. That title vests in her, with lifetime tenancy for me.
Jubal had changed his will, knowing that Mike's will made it unnecessary to provide for any water brother of Mike's, but not being sure of the water status of this nestling, save that she was unusually wet, he had made redispositions in her favor and in favor of descendants of certain others.
I hadn't intended to tell you, but there's no harm in your knowing.
Jubal, you've made me cry, and you've almost made me forget what I was saying, and I must say it. Mike would never hurry you, you know that. I grok he is waiting for fullness, and I grok you are too.
I grok you speak rightly.
All right. I think you are especially glum today because Mike has been arrested again, but that's happened many...
Arrested? I hadn't heard about this.
He added,
Damn it, girl.
Jubal. Ben hasn't called, that's all we need to know. You know how many times Mike has been arrested. In the army, as a carny, other places, 6 times as a preacher. He never hurts anybody, he lets them do it. They can never convict him, and he gets out as soon as he wishes.
What is it this time?
Oh, the usual nonsense. Public lewdness, statutory rape, conspiracy to defraud, keeping a disorderly house, contributing to the delinquency of minors, conspiracy to evade truancy laws.
Huh?
Their license to operate a parochial school was canceled. The kids didn't go back to public school. No matter, Jubal, none of it matters. The one thing they are technically guilty of can't be proved. Jubal, if you had seen the nest, you would know that even the FDS couldn't sneak a spy eye into it. So relax. After a lot of publicity, charges will be dropped, and crowds will be bigger than ever.
Anne, does Mike rig these persecutions himself?
She looked startled. Why, I never considered the possibility, Jubal. Mike can't lie, you know.
Does it involve lying? Suppose he planted true rumors, but ones that can't be proved in court.
Do you think Michael would do that?
I don't know. I do know that the slickest way to lie is to tell the right amount of truth, then shut up. It wouldn't be the first time the persecution has been courted for its headline value. All right, I'll forget it, unless it turns out he can't handle it. Are you still front? If you can refrain from chucking Abby under the chin and saying coochie coo and similar uncommercial noises, I'll fetch her. Otherwise, I'd better tell Dorcas to get up.
Bring in Abby. I'm going to make an honest effort to make commercial noises. A brand new plot, known as Boy Meets Girl.
Say, that's a good one, boss. I wonder why nobody thought of it before. Half a sec. She hurried out. Jubal did restrain himself. Less than 1 minute of uncommercial activity, just enough to invoke Abigail's heavenly smile. Then Anne settled back and let the infant nurse.
Title, he began. Girls are like boys, only more so. Begin. Henry M. Havisham IV had been carefully reared. He believed that there were only two kinds of girls, those in his presence and those who were not. He vastly preferred the latter sort, especially when they stayed that way. Paragraph. He had not been introduced to the young lady who fell into his lap, and he did not consider a common disaster as equivalent to a formal intro. What the hell do you want?
Boss, said Larry.
Get out, close the door, and...
Boss, Mike's church is burned down.
They made a disorderly route for Larry's room.
Jubal a half-length behind Larry at the turn, Anne with 11 pounds up, closing rapidly. Dorcas trailed, through being late out the gate. The racket wakened her. Midnight last night, you were viewing what was the main entrance of the cult's temple, as it appeared immediately after the explosion. This is your neighborly newsman for New World Networks with your mid-morning roundup. Stay switched to this pitch for dirt that's alert. And now a moment for your sponsor. The scene shimmered out. Anne Meade close shot of a lovely housewife replaced with Dolly in.
Damn, Larry, unplug that contraption and wheel it into the study. Anne, no, Dorcas. Phone Ben.
Anne protested. You know the temple never had a telephone. How can she?
Then have somebody chase over and... No, the temple wouldn't have anybody. Call the police chief there. No, the district attorney. The last you heard, Mike was in jail?
That's right.
I hope he still is. And the others, too.
So do I. Dorcas, take Abby. I'll do it. As they returned to the study, the phone was signaling, demanding hush and scramble. Jubal cursed and set the combo, intending to blast whoever it was off the frequency. It was Ben Caxton.
Hi, Jubal. Ben, what the hell's the situation?
I see you've had the news. That's why I called. Everything is under control.
What about the fire? Anybody hurt?
No damage. Mike says to tell you,
no damage. I just saw a shot of it. It looked like a total...
Oh, that. Ben shrugged. Jubal, please listen. I've got other calls to make. You aren't the only person who needs reassurance. But Mike said to call you first.
Very well, sir.
Nobody hurt? Nobody even scorched? Oh, a couple of million in property damage. The place was choked with experiences. Mike planned to abandon it soon. Yes, it was fireproof. But anything will burn with enough gasoline and dynamite.
Incendiary job, huh?
Please, Jubal. They had arrested 8 of us. All they could catch of the Ninth Circle. John Doe warrants, mostly. Mike had us bailed out in a couple of hours, except himself. He's in the Hooskow.
I'll be right there.
Take it easy. Mike says for you to come if you want to, but there's no need for it. I agree. The fire was set last night while the temple was empty. Everything canceled because of the arrests. Empty, that is, except for the nest. All of us in town except Mike were in the innermost temple holding a sharing water in his honor when the explosion and fire were set off. So we adjourned to an emergency nest.
From the looks of it, you were lucky to get out.
We were cut off, Jubal. We're all dead.
What?
We're all listed as dead or missing. You see, nobody left the building after that Holocaust started, by any known exit.
A priest's hole?
Jubal, Mike has methods for such things, and I'm not going to discuss them over the phone.
You said he was in jail?
So I did. He still is. But that's enough. If you come, don't go to the temple. It's kaput. I'm not going to tell you where we are, and I'm not calling from there. If you come, and I see no point in it, there's nothing you can do. Just come as you ordinarily would. We'll find you. But that's all. Goodbye. And Dorcas, Larry, and you too, Jubal, and the baby. Share water. Thou art God. The screen went blank. Jubal swore.
I knew it. That's what comes of mucking around with religion.
Dorcas, get me a taxi, and... No, finish feeding your child. Larry, pack me a bag, and I'll want most of the iron money, and Larry can go tomorrow and replenish the supply. Boss, protested Larry, we're all going. Certainly we are, Anne agreed crisply.
Pipe down, Anne. Close your mouth, Dorcas. This is not a time when women have the vote. That city is the firing line, and anything can happen. Larry, you stay here and protect 2 women and a baby.
Forget about going to the bank. You won't need cash because none of you is to stir off the place until I'm back. Somebody's playing rough, and there's enough hookup between this house and that church that they might play rough here, too. Larry, floodlights all night. Heat up the fence. Don't hesitate to shoot. And don't be slow about getting everybody into the vault if necessary. Put Abby's crib there at once. Now get with it. I gotta change clothes. 30 minutes later, Jubal was alone in his suite. Larry called up. Boss, taxi landing. Be right down, he called back. Then turned to look at the fallen caryatid. His eyes were filled with tears. He said softly, You tried, didn't you, youngster? But that stone was always too heavy. Too heavy for anyone. Gently he touched a hand of the crumpled figure, turned, and left. Chapter 35. The taxi did what Jubal expected of machinery, developed trouble, and homed for maintenance. Jubal wound up in New York, farther from his goal than ever. He found that he could make better time by commercial schedule than by any available charter. He arrived hours late, having spent the time cooped up with strangers and watching stereo. He saw an insert of Supreme Bishop Short proclaiming a holy war against the Antichrist, i.e. Mike, and he saw many shots of an utterly ruined building. He failed to see how any had escaped alive. Augustus Greaves viewed with alarm everything about it, but pointed out that in every spite fence quarrel, one neighbor supplies the incitements, and in his weasel-worded opinion the so-called man from Mars was at fault. At last, Jubal stood on a municipal landing flat, sweltering in winter clothes, noted that palm trees still looked like a poor grade of feather duster, regarded bleakly the sea beyond, thinking that it was a dirty, unstable mass contaminated with grapefruit shells and human excrement, and wondered what to do. A man wearing a uniform cap approached. Taxi, sir? Yes. He could go to a hotel, call in the press, and give an interview that would publicize his whereabouts. This way, sir. The cabbie led him to a battered yellow cab. As he put his bag in after Jubal, he said quietly, I offer you water. Eh? Never thirst. Thou art God. The cab pilot sealed the door and got into his own compartment. They wound up on one wing of a big beach hotel, a private 4-car space, the hotel's landing flat being on another wing. The pilot set the cab to home in alone, took Jubal's bag, and escorted him in. You couldn't have come in via the lobby, he said, as the foyer on this floor is filled with cobras, so if you go down to the street, be sure to ask somebody, me or anybody. I'm Tim. I'm Jubal Harshaw. I know, Brother Jubal. In this way, mind your step. They entered a suite of the large, extreme luxury sort, and on into a bedroom with bath. Tim said, This is yours, put Jubal's bag down, and left. On a table, Jubal found water, glasses, ice cubes, and brandy, his preferred brand. He mixed himself a quick one, sipped it, and sighed, took off his winter jacket. A woman came in bearing a tray of sandwiches. Her dress Jubal took to be the uniform of a hotel chambermaid, since it was unlike the shorts, halters, sarongs, and other ways to display rather than conceal that characterized this resort. But she smiled at him and said, Drink deep and never thirst, our brother. Put the tray down, went into his bath and started a tub, then checked around in bath and in bedroom. Is there anything you need, Jubal? Me? Oh, no, everything is fine. Is Ben Caxton around? Yes, he said you would want to bathe and get comfortable first. If you want anything, just say so. Ask anyone. Or ask for me. I'm Patty. Oh, the life of Archangel Foster. She dimpled, and suddenly was much younger than the 30-ish Jubal had guessed. Yes. I'd like very much to see it. I'm interested in religious art. Now? No, I grok you want your bath. Unless you'd like help. Jubal recalled that his tattooed Japanese friend had made many times the same offer. But he simply wanted to wash away the stink and get into summer clothes. No, thank you, Patty, but I do want to see them at your convenience. Any time. There's no hurry. She left, unhurried, but moving very quickly. Jubal refrained from lounging. Shortly he was checking through what Larry had packed and grunted with annoyance to find no summer-weight slacks. He settled for sandals, shorts, and a bright shirt, which made him look like a paint-splashed emu and accented his hairy, thinning legs. But Jubal had ceased worrying about such decades earlier. It would do, until he needed to go out on the street or into court. Did the Bar Association here have reciprocity with Pennsylvania? He found his way into a large living room, having that impersonal quality of hotel accommodations. Several people were watching the largest stereovision tank Jubal had ever seen outside a theater. One glanced up, said, "Hi, Jubal," and came toward him. "Hi, Ben. What's the situation? Is Mike still in jail?" "Oh, no, he got out shortly after I talked to you." "Is the preliminary hearing set?" Ben smiled. "It's not that way, Jubal. Mike wasn't released. He escaped." Jubal looked disgusted. "What a silly thing to do. Now the case will be 8 times as difficult. Jubal, I told you not to worry. The rest of us are presumed dead, and Mike is missing. We're through with this city. It doesn't matter, we'll go elsewhere. They'll extradite him. Never fear, they won't." "Well, where is he? I must talk to him." "He's a couple of rooms down from you, but he's withdrawn in meditation. He left word to tell you to take no action. You can talk to him if you insist. Jill will call him out of it, but I don't recommend it. There's no hurry." Jubal was damnably eager to talk to Mike, and chew him out for getting into such a mess. Stranger in a Strange Land by Robert A. Heinlein continued. Cassette 11, Side 1. Jubal was damnably eager to talk to Mike, and chew him out for getting into such a mess. But disturbing Mike while in a trance was worse than disturbing Jubal himself when dictating a story. The boy always came out of self-hypnosis when he had grokked the fullness, whatever that was, or if he hadn't, then he needed to go back into it. As pointless as disturbing a hibernating bear. "All right, but I want to see him when he wakes up." "You will. Now relax and get the trip out of your system." Ben urged him toward the group around the tank. Anne looked up. "Hello, boss." She moved over. "Sit down." Jubal joined her. "May I ask what the devil you are doing here?" "The same thing you're doing. Nothing. Jubal, please don't get heavy-handed. We belong here as much as you do, but you were too upset to argue with, so relax and watch what they're saying about us. The sheriff has announced that he's going to run all us whores out of town." She smiled. "I've never been run out of town before. Does a whore get ridden on a rail, or will I have to walk?" "I don't think there's protocol. You all came?" "Yes, but don't fret. Larry and I made an arrangement with the McClintock boys a year ago, just in case. They know how the furnace works and where switches are and things. It's all right."
I'm beginning to think I'm just a boarder there."
"You expect us to run it without bothering you. But it's a shame you didn't let us all travel together. We got here hours ago. You must have had trouble."
"I did. And once I get home, I don't intend to set foot off the place again in my life. And I'm going to yank out the telephone and take a sledgehammer to the babble box.
"Yes, boss."
This time I mean it."
He glanced at the giant babble box.
"Do those commercials go on forever? Where's my goddaughter? Don't tell me you left her with McClintock's idiot sons."
"Of course not. She's here. She even has her own nursemaid, thank God."
"I want to see her."
"Patty will show her to you. I'm bored with her. She was a little beast all the way down. Patty, dear, Jubal wants to see Abby." The tattooed woman checked an unhurried dash through the room. "Certainly, Jubal, I'm not busy. Down this way." "I've got the kids in my room," she explained, while Jubal strove to keep up, so that Honeybun can watch them. Jubal was mildly startled to see what Patricia meant. The boa was arranged on a bed in squared-off loops that formed a nest. A twin nest, as one bite of the snake had been pulled across to bisect the square, making 2 crib-sized pockets, each padded with a baby blanket, and each containing a baby. The Ophidian nursemaid raised her head inquiringly as they came in. Patty stroked it and said, "It's all right, dear. Father Jubal wants to see them. Pet her a little and let her grok you, so she will know you next time." Jubal coochie-cooed at his favorite girlfriend when she gurgled at him and kicked, then petted the snake. It was the handsomest specimen of boidae he had ever seen. Longer, he estimated, than any other boa constrictor in captivity. Its crossbars, sharply marked, and brighter colors of the tail, quite showy. He envied Patty her blue ribbon pet,
and regretted that he would not have time in which to get friendly with it. The snake rubbed her head against his hand like a cat. Patty picked up Abby, said, "Honey bun, why didn't you tell me? She tells me at once if one of them gets tangled up or needs help, since she can't do much except nudge them back if they try to crawl out. But she just can't grok that a wet baby ought to be changed. Honey bun doesn't see anything wrong about that. And neither does Abby."
I know, we call her Old Faithful. Who's the other cutie pie?
"That's Fatima Michelle. I thought you knew."
Are they here? I thought they were in Beirut.
"Why, they did come from one of those foreign parts. Miriam told me, but it wouldn't mean anything to me. I've never been anywhere. I grok all places are alike. Just people. There. Do you want to hold Abigail while I check Fatima?" Jubal did, and assured her that she was the most beautiful girl in the world, then assured Fatima of the same thing. He was sincere each time, and the girls believed him. Jubal had said the same thing on countless occasions, starting in the Harding administration, had always meant it, and had always been believed. Regretfully he left, after petting Honey Bun and telling her the same thing. They ran into Fatima's mother. "Boss, honey!" She kissed him and patted his tummy. "I see they've kept you fed."
Some. I've been smooching with your daughter. She's an angel, Miriam.
"Pretty good baby, huh? We're going to sell her down to Rio."
I thought the market was better in Yemen.
"Stinky says not. Got to sell her to make room." She put his hand on her belly. "Feel? Stinky and I are making a boy. Got no time for daughters." "Miriam," Patricia said chidingly. "That's no way to talk." "Sorry, Patty. I won't talk that way about your baby. Aunt Patty is a lady, and groks I'm not."
I'll grok you on too, you little hellion. But if Fatima is for sale, I'll give you twice your best commercial offer.
"Take it up with Aunt Patty. I'm merely allowed to see her occasionally."
And you don't bulge, so you may want to keep her yourself. Let me see your eyes. Could be.
"Is. Mike grokked it most carefully and tells Stinky he's made a boy."
How can Mike grok that? I'm not even sure you're pregnant.
"Oh, she is, Jubal," Patricia confirmed. Miriam looked at him serenely. "Still the skeptic, boss? Mike grokked it while we were still in Beirut, before Stinky and I were sure we had caught, so Mike phoned us. So Stinky told the university that we were taking a sabbatical, so here we are."
Doing what?
"Working. Harder than you made me work, boss. My husband is a slave driver."
Doing what?
"They're writing a Martian dictionary," Patty told him.
Martian to English? That must be difficult.
"Oh, no." Miriam looked almost shocked. "That would be impossible. A Martian dictionary in Martian. There's never been one. Martians don't need such things. My part is just clerical. I type what they do. Mike and Stinky, mostly Stinky, worked out a phonetic script for Martian, 81 characters. So we had an IBM typer worked over, using both upper and lower case. Boss, darling, I'm ruined as a secretary. I type touch system in Martian now. Will you love me anyhow? When you shout front and I'm not good for anything, I can still cook. And I'm told I have other talents."
I'll dictate in Martian.
"You will when Mike and Stinky get through with you." I grok. "Hey, Patty?" "You speak rightly, my brother." They returned to the living room. Caxton joined them and suggested finding a quieter place, led Jubal down a passage and into another living room.
You seem to have most of this floor.
"All of it," agreed Ben. 4 suites, the secretarial, the presidential, the royal, and owner's cabin, opened into one and not accessible other than by our own landing flat, except through a foyer that is not very safe. You were warned about that?
Yes.
We don't need much room right now, but we may. People are trickling in.
Ben, how can you hide so openly? The hotel staff will give you away.
The staff doesn't come up here. You see, Mike owns this hotel.
So much the worse, I would think.
Not unless our doughty police officer has Mr. Douglas on his payroll. Mike has it through about 4 links of dummies, and Douglas doesn't snoop into why Mike orders a thing. Douglas doesn't hate me since Oz Kilgallen took over my column, I think, but he doesn't want to surrender control. The owner of record is one of our clandestine ninth circlers. So the owner takes this floor for the season, and the manager doesn't ask why. He likes his job. It's a good hideout. Till Mike groks where we will go.
Sounds like Mike had anticipated a need.
I'm sure he did. 2 weeks ago, Mike cleared out the nestling's nest, except Miriam and her baby. Miriam is needed. Mike sent parents with children to other cities, places he means to open temples, I think. And when the time came, there were about a dozen of us to move. No sweat.
But you barely got out with your lives. You lost all your personal possessions?
Oh, everything important was saved.
Stuff like Stinky's language tapes and a trick typer that Miriam uses. Even that horrible Madame Tussaud of you. And Mike grabbed some clothes and cash. Jubal objected. You say Mike did this? I thought Mike was in jail then. His body was in jail, curled up in withdrawal, but he was with us. You understand? I don't grok. Rapport. He was inside Jill's head mostly, but we were all closely together. Jubal, I can't explain it. You have to do it. When the explosion hit, he moved us here. Then he went back and saved the minor stuff. Jubal frowned. Caxton said impatiently, Teleportation, of course. What's so hard to grok, Jubal? You told me to open my eyes and know a miracle when I saw one, so I did. And they were. Only they aren't miracles, any more than radio is. Do you grok radio, or stereo vision, or electronic computers? Me? No. Nor I. But I could if I took the time and sweat to learn the language of electronics. It's not miraculous, just complex. Teleportation is simple once you learn the language. It's the language that's difficult. Ben, can you teleport things? Me? They don't teach that in kindergarten. I'm a deacon by courtesy, simply because I'm first called. But my progress is about fourth circle. I'm just beginning to get control of my own body. Patty is the only one who uses teleportation regularly. And I'm not sure she ever does it without Mike's support. Oh, Mike says she's capable of it, but Patty is curiously naive and humble for the genius she is, and feels dependent on Mike, which she needn't be. Jubal, I grok this. We don't actually need Mike. You could have been the man from Mars, or me. Mike is like the first man to discover fire. Fire was there all along. After he showed them how, anybody could use it. Anybody with enough sense not to get burned with it. Follow me? Grok. Somewhat. Mike is our Prometheus. But that's all. Mike keeps emphasizing this. Thou art God, I am God, he is God. All that groks. Mike is a man like the rest of us. A superior man, admittedly. A lesser man, taught the things the Martians know, might have set himself up as a pipsqueak god. Mike is above that temptation. Prometheus, but that's all. Jubal said slowly, Prometheus paid a high price for bringing fire to mankind. Don't think that Mike doesn't. He pays with 24 hours of work each day, 7 days a week, trying to teach us how to play with matches without getting burned. Jill and Patty lowered the boom on him, made him take one night a week off long before I joined. Caxton smiled. But you can't stop Mike. This burg is loaded with gambling joints, mostly crooked since it's against the law here. So Mike spent his night off bucking crooked games and winning. They tried to mug him, they tried to kill him, they tried knockout drops and muscle boys. He simply ran up a reputation as the luckiest man in town, which brought more people into the temple. So they tried to keep him out. A mistake. Cold decks froze solid, wheels wouldn't spin, dice rolled nothing but boxcars. At last they put up with him, requesting him to move on after he had won a few grand. Mike would do so if asked politely. Caxton added, So there's one more power block against us. Not just the Fosterites and other churches, but now the Syndicate and the City Machine. I think that job on the temple was done by professionals. I doubt if the Fosterite goon squads touched it. While they talked, people came in, went out, formed groups. Jubal found in them a most unusual feeling, an unhurried relaxation. There was also dynamic tension. No one seemed excited, never in a hurry, yet everything they did seemed purposeful, even gestures as apparently unpremeditated as encountering one another and marking it with a kiss or a greeting. It felt to Jubal as if each move had been planned by a choreographer. The quiet and the increasing tension, or expectancy, he decided, these people were not tense in any morbid fashion, reminded Jubal of something. Surgery? With a master at work. No noise, no lost motions. Then he remembered. Many years earlier, when chemically powered rockets were used for the earliest human probing of space, he had watched a countdown in a blockhouse. He recalled the same low voices, the relaxed, very diverse but coordinated actions, the same rising, exultant expectancy. They were waiting for fullness, that was certain. But for what? Why were they so happy? Their temple and all they had built had been destroyed. Yet they seemed like kids on a night before Christmas. Jubal had noted when he arrived that the nudity Ben had been disturbed by on his first visit to the nest did not seem to be the practice here, although private enough for it. He failed to notice it when it did appear. He had become so much in the unique, close family mood that being dressed or not was irrelevant. When he did notice, it was not skin, but the thickest, most beautiful cascade of black hair he had ever seen, gracing a young woman who came in, spoke to someone, threw Ben a kiss, glanced gravely at Jubal, and left. Jubal followed her with his eyes, appreciating that flowing mass of midnight plumage. Only after she left did he realize that she had not been dressed other than in that queenly glory, and then realized that she was not the first of his brothers in that fashion. Ben noticed his glance. "That's Ruth," he said, "new high priestess. She and her husband have been on the other coast to prepare a branch temple, I think. I'm glad they're back. It looks as if the whole family will be home. Beautiful head of hair. I wish she had tarried." "Why didn't you call her over?" "Huh? Ruth certainly came in here to catch a glimpse of you. They must have just arrived. Haven't you noticed that we have been left pretty much alone?" "Well, yes." Jubal had been braced to ward off undue intimacy, and found that he had stepped on a step that wasn't there. He had been treated hospitably, but it was more like the politeness of a cat than of an over-friendly dog. "They are all terribly interested in the fact that you are here and very anxious to see you. But they are in awe of you." "Me? Oh, I told you last summer you're a myth, not quite real and more than life-size. Mike has told them that you are the only human he knows who can grok in fullness without learning Martian. Most of them suspect that you read minds as perfectly as Mike does." "What poppycock? I hope you disabuse them." "Who am I to destroy a myth? If you do, you wouldn't admit it. They are a bit afraid of you. You eat babies for breakfast, and when you roar, the ground trembles. Any of them would be delighted to have you call them over. But they won't force themselves on you. They know that even Mike stands at attention when you speak." Jubal dismissed the idea with one explosive word. "Certainly," Ben agreed. "Mike has blind spots. I told you he was human. But you're the patron saint, and you stuck with it." "Well, there's somebody I know just came in. Jill, turn around, dear." The woman turned hesitantly. "I'm Dawn, but thank you." She came over, and Jubal thought that she was going to kiss him. But she dropped to one knee, took his hand, and kissed it. "Father Jubal, we welcome and drink deep of you." Jubal snatched his hand away. "Oh, for heaven's sake, child, get up and sit down. Share water." "Yes, Father Jubal." "Huh? Call me Jubal. And spread the word that I don't appreciate being treated like a leper. I'm in the bosom of my family, I hope." "You are, Jubal." "So I expect to be called Jubal and treated as a water brother, no more, no less. The first one who treats me with respect will stay after school. Grok?" "Yes, Jubal," she agreed. "I've told them." "Huh?" "Dawn means," explained Ben, "that she's told Patty probably, and that Patty is telling everybody who can hear with his inner ear, and they are passing the word to any who are still a bit deaf, like myself." "Yes," agreed Dawn. "Except that I told Jill. Patty has gone outside for something Michael wants. Jubal, have you been watching Stereo? It's very exciting." No. You mean the jailbreak, Dawn?" "Yes, Ben." "We hadn't discussed that." "Jubal, Mike didn't merely crash out and come home. He gave them miracles to chew on. He threw away every bar and door in the county jail as he left, did the same at the state prison near here, and disarmed all police, partly to keep them busy, and partly because Mike purely despises locking a man up for any reason. He groks it great wrongness." "That fits," Jubal agreed. "Mike is gentle. It would hurt him to have anybody locked up. I agree." Ben shook his head. "Mike isn't gentle, Jubal. Killing a man wouldn't worry him, but he's the ultimate anarchist. Locking a man up is a wrongness. Freedom of self and utter personal responsibility for self. Thou art God." "Wherein lies the conflict, sir? Killing a man may be necessary, but confining him is an offense against his integrity and your own." Ben looked at him. "Mike is right. You do grok in fullness, his way. I don't quite. I'm still learning." He added, "How are they taking it, Dawn?" She giggled slightly. "Like stirred-up hornets. The mayor is frothing. He's demanded help from the state and from the Federation. And getting it, we've seen a lot of troop carriers landing. But as they climb out, Mike is stripping them. Not just weapons, even their shoes. And as soon as a carrier is empty, it goes too." Ben said, "I grok he'll stay withdrawn until they give up. Handling that many details, he would almost have to stay on eternal time. Dawn looked thoughtful. I don't think so, Ben. I would have to handle even a tenth, but I grok Michael could do it riding a bicycle standing on his head. I wouldn't know. I'm still making mud pies. Ben stood up. Sometimes you miracle workers give me a slight pain, honey child. I'm going to watch the tank. He stopped to kiss her. You entertain old Pappy Jubal. He likes little girls. Caxton left, and a package of cigarettes followed him, placed itself in one of his pockets. Jubal said, Did you do that? Oh, Ben. Ben, he's always forgetting his cigarettes. They chase him all over the nest. Fair-sized mud pies he makes. Ben is advancing much faster than he admits. He's a very holy person. Dawn. You are the Dawn Ardent I met at Foster Tabernacle, aren't you? Oh, you remember. She looked as if he had handed her a lollipop. Of course. But you've changed. You seem much more beautiful. That's because I am, she said simply. You mistook me for Jillian. And she is more beautiful, too. Where is that child? I expected to see her at once. She's working. Dawn paused. But I told her, and she's coming in. She paused again. I am to take her place, if you will excuse me. Run along, child. She got up and left as Dr. Mahmoud sat down. Jubal looked at him sourly. You might have had the courtesy to let me know that you're in this country instead of letting me meet my goddaughter through the good offices of a snake. Oh, Jubal, you're always in a bloody hurry. Sir, when one is of... Jubal was interrupted by hands placed over his eyes. A voice demanded, Guess who? Beelzebub? Try again. Lady Macbeth? Closer. Third guess or forfeit. Jillian, stop that. Come around and sit beside me. Yes, Father. She obeyed. And knock off calling me father anywhere but home. So I was saying that when one is of my age, one is necessarily in a hurry about some things. Each sunrise is a precious jewel, for it may never be followed by its sunset. Mahmoud smiled. Jubal, are you under the impression that if you stop cranking, the world stops going around? Most certainly, sir, from my viewpoint. Miriam joined them silently, sat down on Jubal's free side. He put an arm around her. While I might not yearn to see your ugly face again, nor even the somewhat more acceptable one of my former secretary, Miriam whispered, Boss, are you honing for a kick in the stomach? I'm exquisitely beautiful. I have it on highest authority. Quiet. And you goddaughters are another category. Through your failure to drop me a postcard, I might have missed seeing Fatima Michelle, in which case I would have returned to haunt you. In which case, Miriam pointed out, you could look at Mickey at the same time, rubbing strained carrots in her hair, a disgusting sight. I was speaking metaphorically. I wasn't. She's a sloppy trencherman. Why? Asked Jill quietly. Were you speaking metaphorically, boss? Eh? A ghost is a concept I feel no need for, other than as a figure of speech. It's more than that, insisted Jill. As may be. I prefer to meet baby girls in the flesh, including my own. Dr. Mahmoud said, But that is what I was saying, Jubal. You aren't about to die. Mike has grokked you. He says you have many years ahead. Jubal shook his head. I set a limit of 3 figures years ago. Which 3 figures, boss? Miriam inquired innocently. The 3 Methuselah used? He shook her shoulders. Don't be obscene. Stinky says women should be obscene but not heard. Your husband speaks rightly. The day my clock first shows 3 figures, I discorporate, whether Martian style or my own crude methods. You can't take that away from me. Going to the showers is the best part of the game. I grok you speak rightly, Jubal, Jill said slowly. About its being the best part of the game. But don't count on it any time soon. Your fullness is not yet. Allie cast your horoscope just last week. A horoscope? Oh, my God. Who is Allie? How dare she? Show it to me. Swelp me, I'll turn her into the Better Business Bureau. I'm afraid you can't, Jubal, Mahmoud put in, as she is working on our dictionary. As to who she is, she's Madame Alexandra Vassant. Jubal looked delighted. Becky? Is she in this nut house, too? Yes, Becky. We call her Allie because we've got another Becky. Don't scoff at her horoscopes, Jubal. She has the sight. Oh, balderdash, Stinky. Astrology is nonsense, and you know it. Oh, certainly. Even Allie knows it, and most astrologers are clumsy frauds. Nevertheless, Allie practices it even more assiduously than she used to, using Martian arithmetic and Martian astronomy, much fuller than ours. It's a device for grokking. It could be a pool of water or a crystal ball or the entrails of a chicken. The means do not matter. Mike has advised her to go on using the symbols she is used to. The point is, she has the sight.
What the hell do you mean by the sight, Stinky?
The ability to grok more of the universe than that piece near you. Mike has it from years of Martian discipline. Allie was an untrained semi-adept. That she used as meaningless a symbol as astrology is beside the point. A rosary is meaningless, too. A Muslim rosary. I'm not criticizing our competitors. Mahmoud reached into his pocket, got out one, started fingering it. If it helps to turn your hat around during a poker game, then it helps. It is irrelevant that the hat has no magic powers. Jubal looked at the Islamic device and ventured a question.
You are still one of the faithful? I thought perhaps you had joined Mike's church all the way.
Mahmoud put away the beads. I have done both.
Huh, Stinky? They're incompatible.
Only on the surface. You could say that Miriam took my religion and I took hers. But Jubal, my beloved brother, I am still God's slave, submissive to his will, and nevertheless can say, Thou art God, I am God, all that groks is God. The prophet never asserted that he was the last of all prophets, nor did he claim to have said all there was to say. Submission to God's will is not to be a robot, incapable of choice and thus of sin. Submission can include, does include, utter responsibility for the fashion in which I and each of us shape the universe. It is ours to turn into a heavenly garden, or to rend and destroy. He smiled. With God, all things are possible, if I may borrow, except the one impossible. God cannot escape himself. He cannot abdicate his own total responsibility. He forever must remain submissive to his own will. Islam remains. He cannot pass the buck. It is his, mine, yours, Mike's.
Jubal heaved a sigh. Stinky, theology always gives me the pip. Where's Becky? I've seen her only once in 20-odd years. That's too long.
You'll see her. But she can't stop now. She's dictating. Let me explain. Up to now, I've spent part of each day in rapport with Mike. Just a few moments, although it feels like an 8-hour day. Then I immediately dictated all that he poured into me onto tape. From those tapes, other people, trained in Martian phonetics, made longhand transcriptions. Then Miriam typed them using a special typer, and this master copy Mike or I, Mike by choice, but his time is choked, would correct by hand. But now Mike groks that he is going to send Miriam and me away to finish the job. Or more correctly, he has grokked that we will grok such a necessity, so Mike is getting months and years of tape completed, in order that I can take it away and break it into phonetics. Besides that, we have stacks of Mike's lectures, in Martian, that need to be transcribed when the dictionary is finished. I am forced to assume that Miriam and I will be leaving soon, because, busy as Mike is, he's changed the method. There are 8 bedrooms here equipped with tape recorders. Those who can do it, Patty, Jill, myself, Miriam, your friend Allie, some others, take turns in those rooms. Mike puts us into trance, pours language, definitions, idioms, concepts, into us for moments that feel like hours. Then we dictate at once what he has poured into us while it's fresh. But it can't be just anybody. It requires a sharp accent and the ability to join trance rapport and then spill out the results. Sam, for example, has everything but the accent. He manages, God knows how, to speak Martian with a Bronx accent. Can't use him. It would cause endless errata. That is what Allie is doing, dictating. She's in the semi-trance needed for total recall, and if you interrupt her, she'll lose what she hasn't recorded.
I grok,
Jubal agreed.
Although the picture of Becky Vesey as a Martian adept shakes me a little. Still, she was one of the best mentalists in show business. She could give a cold reading that would scare Mark out of his shoes. Stinky, if you are going away for peace and quiet while you unwind this, why don't you come home? Plenty of room in the new wing. Perhaps we shall. Waiting is. Sweetheart, Miriam said earnestly, that's a solution I would love, if Mike pushes us out of the nest. If we grok to leave the nest, you mean? Same thing. You speak rightly, my dearest. But when do we eat around here? I feel a most un-Martian urgency. The service was better in the nest. You can't expect Patty to work on your dratted old dictionary, see to it that everyone is comfortable, run errands for Mike, and still have food on the table the instant you get hungry, my love.
Jubal, Stinky will never achieve priesthood. He's a slave to his stomach.
Well, so am I.
You girls might give Patty a hand, her husband added. That's a crude hint. You know we do all she'll let us, and Tony will hardly allow anyone in his kitchen. She stood up. Come on, Jubal, let's see what's cooking. Tony will be flattered if you visit his kitchen. Jubal went with her, met Tony, who scowled until he saw who was with Miriam, then was beamingly proud to show off his workshop, accompanied by invective at the scoundrels who had destroyed his kitchen and the nest. In the meantime, a spoon, unassisted, continued to keel a pot of spaghetti sauce. Shortly thereafter, Jubal refused to sit at the head of a long table, grabbed a place elsewhere. Patty sat at one end. The head chair remained vacant, except for a feeling, which Jubal suppressed, that the man from Mars was sitting there, and that everyone but himself could see him. Across the table was Dr. Nelson. Jubal discovered that he would have been surprised only if Dr. Nelson had not been present. He nodded and said,
Hi, Sven. Hi, Doc. Share water? Never thirst. What are you, staff physician?
Nelson shook his head.
Medical student. So, learning anything? I've learned that medicine isn't necessary. If you'd asked me, I could have told you. Seen Van? He ought to be in late tonight or early tomorrow. His ship grounded today. Does he always come here? Inquired Jubal. He's an extension student. Can't spend much time here. It'd be good to see him. I haven't laid eyes on him for a year.
Jubal picked up a conversation with the man on his right, while Nelson talked with Dorcas on his right. Jubal noticed the same tingling expectancy at the table, which he had felt before, but reinforced. There was nothing he could put his finger on. A quiet family dinner in relaxed intimacy. Once a glass of water was passed all around the table. When it reached Jubal, he took a sip and passed it to the girl on his left, round-eyed and too awed to make chit-chat with him, and said, I offer you water. She managed to answer, I thank you for water, Jubal? That was all he got out of her. When the glass completed the circuit, reaching the vacant chair at the head of the table, there was a half-inch of water in it. It raised itself, poured, and water disappeared. The tumbler placed itself on the cloth. Jubal decided that he had taken part in a sharing water of the innermost temple, probably in his honor, although it was not like the bacchanalian revels he had thought accompanied such welcome. Was it because they were in strange surroundings? Or had he read into unexplicit reports what his own id wanted to find? Or had they toned it down out of deference to him? That seemed a likely theory, and it vexed him. He told himself that he was glad to be spared the need to refuse an invitation that he did not want, and would not have relished at any age, his tastes being what they were. But just the same, damn it. Don't anybody mention ice skating. Grandma is too old and frail, and it wouldn't be polite. Hilda, you suggest dominoes, and we'll all chime in. Grandma likes dominoes. We'll go skating some other time, okay, kids? Jubal resented the idea. He would almost prefer to go skating anyhow, even at the cost of a broken hip. He put it out of his mind, and with the help of the man on his right. His name, Jubal learned, was Sam.
This setback is only apparent, Sam assured him. The egg was ready to hatch, and now we'll spread out. Of course, we'll go on having trouble because no society will allow its basic concepts to be challenged with impunity, and we are challenging everything from the sanctity of property to the sanctity of marriage.
Property, too?
Property the way it is today. So far, Michael has merely antagonized a few crooked gamblers. But what happens when there are thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and more of people who can't be stopped by bank vaults and have only self-discipline to restrain them from taking anything they want? To be sure, that discipline is stronger than any legal restraint, but no banker can grok that until he himself travels the thorny road to discipline. And he'll no longer be a banker. What happens to the market when Illuminati know which way a stock will move?
Do you know?
Sam shook his head. Not interested. But Saul over there, that other big heeb, my cousin, gives it grokking with Allie. Michael has them be cautious, no big killings, and they use a dozen dummy accounts. But any of the disciplined can make any amount of money at anything. Real estate, stocks, horse races, gambling, you name it, when competing with the unawakened. Nah, money and property will not disappear. Michael says that both concepts are useful. But they're going to be turned upside down, and people will have to learn new rules, the hard way, just as we have, or be hopelessly outclassed. What happens to lunar enterprises when the common carrier between here and Luna City is teleportation? Should I buy or sell? Ask Saul. He might use the present corporation, or bankrupt it, or it might be left untouched a century or two. But consider any occupation. How can a teacher handle a child who knows more than she does? What becomes of physicians when people are healthy? What happens to the cloak and suit industry when clothing isn't necessary? And women aren't so engrossed in dressing up. They'll never lose interest entirely. And nobody gives a damn if he's caught with his arse bare. What shape does the farm problem take when weeds can be told not to grow and crops can be harvested without benefit of international harvester? Just name it. The discipline changes it beyond recognition. Take one change that will shake both marriage in its present form and property. Jubal, do you know how much is spent each year in this country on Malthusian drugs and devices?
I have some idea, Sam. Almost $1 billion on oral contraceptives alone, more than half on worthless patent nostrums.
Oh, yes, you're a medical man.
Only in passing.
What happens to that industry, and to the shrill threats of moralists when a female conceives only as an act of volition, when she is immune to disease, cares only for the approval of her own sort, and has her orientation so changed that she desires intercourse with a wholeheartedness that Cleopatra never dreamed of, but any male who tried to rape her would die so quickly, if she so grokked, that he wouldn't know what hit him. When women are free of guilt and fear, but invulnerable. Hell, the pharmaceutical industry will be a minor casualty. What other industries, laws, institutions, attitudes, prejudices, and nonsense must give way?
I don't grok its fullness, admitted Jubal. It concerns a subject of little personal interest to me.
One institution won't be damaged. Marriage.
So?
Very much so. Instead, it will be purged, strengthened, and made endurable. Endurable. Ecstatic. See that wench down there with the long black hair?
Yes, I was delighting in its beauty earlier.
She knows it's beautiful, and it's grown 1.5 feet since we joined the church. That's my wife. Not much over a year ago, we lived together like bad-tempered dogs. She was jealous, and I was inattentive. Bored. Hell, we were both bored, and only our kids kept us together. That and her possessiveness. I knew she would never let me go without a scandal, and I didn't have any stomach for trying to put together a new marriage at my age anyhow. So I grabbed a little on the side when I could get away with it. A professor has many temptations, few safe opportunities, and Ruth was quietly bitter, or sometimes not quiet. And then we joined up. Sam grinned happily. And I fell in love with my wife. #1 gal friend. Sam had spoken only to Jubal, his words walled by noise. His wife was far down the table. She looked up and said clearly, "That's an exaggeration, Jubal. I'm about #6. Her husband called out, "Stay out of my mind, beautiful. We're talking men talk. Give Larry your undivided attention." He threw a roll at her. She stopped it in orbit, propelled it back. "I'm giving Larry all the attention he wants. Until later, maybe. Jubal, that brute didn't let me finish. 6th place is wonderful, because my name wasn't on his list till we joined the church. I hadn't rated as high as 6 with Sam for 20 years. The point," Sam said quietly, "is that we are now partners, more so than we ever were outside. And we got that way through the training, culminating in sharing and growing closer with others who had the same training. We all wind up in partnerships inside the group, usually with spouses of record, sometimes not. And if not, the readjustment takes place without heartache and creates a warmer, better relationship between the divorced couple than ever, in bed and out. No loss and all gain. Shucks, this pairing needn't be between man and woman. Dawn and Jill, for example, they work together like an acrobatic team."
I had thought of them as being Mike's wives.
"No more so than they are to any of us, or than Mike is to the rest. Mike has been too busy to do more than make sure that he shared himself all the way around." Sam added, "If anybody is Mike's wife, it's Patty, although she keeps so busy that the relation is more spiritual than physical. Both Mike and Patty are shortchanged when it comes to mauling the mattress." Patty was farther away than Ruth. She looked up and said, "Sam, dear, I don't feel shortchanged." "Huh?" Sam announced bitterly. "The only thing wrong with this church is that a man has absolutely no privacy." This brought on him a barrage from Distaff Brothers. He tossed it all back without lifting a hand, until a plateful of spaghetti caught him full in the face, thrown, Jubal noticed, by Dorcas. For a moment, Sam looked like a crash victim. Then his face was clean, and even sauce that spattered on Jubal's shirt was gone. "Don't give her any more, Tony. She wasted it. Let her go hungry." "Plenty in the kitchen," Tony answered.
Sam, you look good in spaghetti. Pretty good sauce, huh?
Dorcas's plate sailed out, returned loaded. "Very good sauce," agreed Sam. "I salvaged some that hit me in the mouth. What is it? Or shouldn't I ask?" "Chopped policeman," Tony answered. Nobody laughed. Jubal wondered if the joke was a joke. Then he recalled that his brothers smiled a lot, but rarely laughed. And besides, policemen should be good food. But the sauce couldn't be long pig or it would taste like pork. This had a beef flavor. He changed the subject. "The thing I like best about this religion—" "Religion?" Sam interposed. "Well, call it a church." "Yes," Sam agreed. "It fills every function of a church, and its quasi-theology matches up with some real religions. I jumped in because I used to be a stalwart atheist, and now I'm a high priest and don't know what I am." "I understood you to say you were Jewish." "From a long line of rabbis. So I wound up atheist. Now look at me. But Saul and my wife Ruth are Jews in the religious sense. Talk to Saul. You'll find it's no handicap. Ruth, once she broke past the barriers, progressed faster than I did. She was a priestess long before I became a priest. But she's the spiritual sort. She thinks with her gonads. Me, I have to do it the hard way, between my ears." "The discipline," repeated Jubal. "That's what I like. The faith I was reared in didn't require anybody to know anything. Just confess and be saved, and there you were, safe in the arms of Jesus. A man might be too stupid to count sheep, yet conclusively presumed to be one of God's elect, guaranteed an eternity of bliss because he had been converted. He might not even be a Bible student, and certainly didn't have to know anything else. This church doesn't accept conversion, as I grok it. You grok correctly. A person must start with a willingness to learn, and follow it with long, hard study. I grok that is salutary." "More than salutary," agreed Sam. "Indispensable. The concepts can't be thought about without the language and the discipline that results in this horn of plenty of benefits, from how to live without fighting to how to please your wife, all derived from conceptual logic, understanding who you are, why you're here, how you tick, and behaving accordingly. Happiness is functioning the way a being is organized to function. But the words in English are a tautology, empty. In Martian, they are a complete set of working instructions. Did I mention that I had cancer when I came here?" "Eh? No. Didn't know it myself. Michael grokked it, sent me out for x-rays and so forth so that I would be sure. Then we got to work on it. Faith healing, a miracle. The clinic called it spontaneous remission, which I grok means I got well." Jubal nodded. "Professional double talk. Some cancers go away, we don't know why." "I know why this one went away. By then I was beginning to control my body. With Mike's help, I repaired the damage. Now I can do it without help. Want to feel a heart stop beating?" "Thanks, I have observed it in Mike. My esteemed colleague Croker Nelson would not be here if what you were talking about was faith healing. It's voluntary control. I grok." "Sorry. We all know that you do." I can't call Mike a liar because he isn't, but the lad is prejudiced in my case." Sam shook his head. "I've been talking with you all through dinner. I wanted to check it myself, despite what Mike said. You grok. I'm wondering what you could disclose if you had trouble to learn the language." "Nothing. I'm an old man with little to contribute." "I reserve my opinion. All the other first called have had to tackle the language to make any real progress. Even the 3 you've kept with you have had powerful coaching, kept in trance during most of the few occasions we've had them with us. All but you. And you don't need it. Unless you want to wipe spaghetti from your face without a towel, which I grok you uninterested in." "Only to observe it." Most had left the table, without formality, when they wished. Ruth came over and stood by them. "Are you two going to sit here all night, or shall we move you out with the dishes?" "I'm henpecked." "Come on, Jubal." Sam paused to kiss his wife. They stopped in the room with the stereo tank. "Anything new?" asked Sam. "The county attorney," someone said, "has been orating that today's disasters are our doing, without admitting that he doesn't know how it was done. Poor fellow, he's bitten a wooden leg and his teeth hurt." They found a quieter room. Sam said, "I had been saying that these troubles can be expected, and will get worse before we will control enough public opinion to be tolerated. But Mike is in no hurry. We close down the Church of All Worlds. It is closed. So we move and open the Congregation of the One Faith and get kicked out again. Then we reopen elsewhere as the Temple of the Great Pyramid. That will bring flocking the fat and fatuous females, and some will end up neither fat nor foolish. And when we have the Medical Association and the local bar and newspapers and politicos snapping at our heels there, why, we open the Brotherhood of Baptism somewhere else. Each one gains a hard core of disciplined who can't be hurt. Mike started less than 2 years ago, uncertain himself and with only the help of 3 untrained priestesses. Now we've got a solid nest, plus advanced pilgrims we can get in touch with later. Someday we'll be too strong to persecute.
Well, agreed Jubal. Jesus made quite a splash with only 12 disciples. Stranger in a Strange Land by Robert A. Heinlein continued. Cassette 11, Side 2. Well, agreed Jubal. Jesus made quite a splash with only 12 disciples. Sam grinned happily. A Jew boy, thanks for mentioning him. He's the top success story in my tribe, and we all know it, even though many of us don't talk about him. He was a Jew boy who made good, and I'm proud of him. Please note that Jesus didn't try to get it all done by Wednesday. He set up a sound organization and let it grow. Mike is patient, too. Patience is so much part of the discipline that it isn't patience. It's automatic. Never any sweat. A sound attitude at any time. Not an attitude. The functioning of discipline. Jubal, I grok you were tired. Would you become untired? Or would you rather go to bed? If you don't, our brothers will keep you up all night talking. We don't sleep much, you know. Jubal yawned. I choose a long, hot soak and 8 hours sleep. I'll visit with our brothers tomorrow. And other days. And many other days, agreed Sam. Jubal found his room, was immediately joined by Patty, who drew his tub, turned back his bed without touching it, placed his setup for drinks by his bed, mixed one and placed it on the shelf of the tub. Jubal did not hurry her out. She had arrived, displaying all her pictures. He knew enough about the syndrome which can lead to full tattooing to be sure that if he did not ask to examine them, she would be hurt. Nor did he feel the fret that Ben had felt on a similar occasion. He undressed, and discovered with wry pride that it did not matter, even though it had been years since the last time he had allowed anyone to see him naked. It seemed to matter not at all to Patty. She simply made sure that the tub was just right before letting him step into it. Then she remained, and told him what each picture was, and in what sequence to view them. Jubal was properly awed and appropriately complimentary, while completely the impersonal art critic. It was, he admitted to himself, the goddamnedest virtuosity with the needle he had ever seen. It made his Japanese friend look like a cheap carpet as compared with the finest Princess Bokhara. They've been changing a little, she told him. Take the Holy Breath scene here. That rear wall is beginning to look curved, and the bed almost looks like a hospital table. I'm sure George doesn't mind. There hadn't been a needle touched to me since he went to heaven. And if miraculous changes take place, I'm sure he has a finger in it. Jubal decided that Patty was dotty, but nice. He preferred people who were a little dotty. The salt of the earth bored him. Not too dotty, he amended. Patty had whisked his discarded clothes into his wardrobe without coming near them. She was probably a clear proof that one didn't have to be sane, whatever that was, to benefit by this discipline. The boy apparently could teach anyone. He sensed when she was ready to leave, and suggested it by asking her to kiss his goddaughters good night. He had forgotten. I was tired, Patty. She nodded. And I'm called for dictionary work. She leaned over and kissed him, warmly but quickly. I'll take that one to our babies. And a pat for Honeybun. Yes, of course. She groks you, Jubal. She knows you like snakes. Good. Share water, brother. Thou art God, Jubal. Jubal settled back in the tub, was surprised to find that he was not tired, and his bones no longer ached. Patty was a tonic, happiness on the hoof. He wished that he had no doubts, then admitted that he didn't want to be anything but himself, old and cranky and self-indulgent. Finally, he soaped and showered, and decided to shave so that he wouldn't have to before breakfast. Presently, he bolted the door, turned out the overhead light, and got into bed. He looked around for something to read, found nothing to his annoyance, being addicted to this vice above all else. He sipped part of a drink instead and turned out the bedlight. His chat with Patty seemed to have wakened and rested him. He was still awake when dawn came in. He called out, Who's there? It's dawn, Jubal. It can't be dawn yet. It was only... Oh. Yes, Jubal. Me. Damn it, I thought I bolted that door. Child marched straight out of... Hey! Get out of this bed, get! Yes, Jubal. But I want to tell you something first.
Huh?
I have loved you a long time, almost as long as Jill has.
Why, the very... Quit talking nonsense and shake your little fanny out the door.
I will, Jubal, she said humbly. But please listen to something first. Something about women.
Not now. Tell me in the morning.
Now, Jubal. He sighed.
Talk. Stay where you are.
Jubal, my beloved brother, men care very much how we women look, so we try to be beautiful, and that is a goodness. I used to be a peeler, as you know. It was a goodness to let men enjoy the beauty I was for them. It was a goodness for me, to know that they needed what I had to give. But, Jubal, women are not men. We care what a man is. It can be something as silly as, is he wealthy? Or it can be, will he take care of my children and be good to them? Or sometimes it can be, is he good? As you are good, Jubal. But the beauty we see in you is not the beauty you see in us. You are beautiful, Jubal.
For God's sake.
I think you speak rightly. Thou art God, and I am God. And I need you. I offer you water. Will you let me share and grow closer?
Look, little girl. If I understand what you're offering...
You grok, Jubal. To share all that we have. Ourselves. Selves.
I thought so. My dear, you have plenty to share, but myself, where you arrived years too late. I am sincerely regretful, believe me. Thank you, deeply. Now go away and let an old man sleep.
You will sleep when waiting is filled. Jubal, I could lend you strength, but I grok clearly that it is not necessary.
God damn it, it wasn't necessary. No, Dawn. Thank you, dear.
She got to her knees and bent over him. Just one more word, then. Jill told me that if you argued, I was to cry. Shall I get tears all over your chest and share water with you that way?
I'm going to spank Jill.
Yes, Jubal. I'm starting to cry. She made no sound, but in a second or two a warm, full tear splashed on his chest, was followed by another, and still more. She sobbed almost silently. Jubal cursed and reached for her, and cooperated with the inevitable. Chapter 26. Jubal woke up, alert, rested, and happy, realized that he felt better before breakfast than he had in years. For a long, long time he had been getting through that black period between waking and the first cup of coffee, by telling himself that tomorrow might be a little easier. This morning he found himself whistling. He noticed it, stopped himself, forgot it, and started up again. He saw himself in the mirror, smiled wryly, then grinned.
You incorrigible old goat. They'll be sending the wagon for you any minute now.
He noticed a white hair on his chest, plucked it out, didn't bother with many others just as white, went on making himself ready to face the world. When he went outside his door, Jill was there. Accidentally? He no longer trusted any coincidence in this ménage. It was as organized as a computer. She came straight into his arms. Jubal, oh, we love you so. Thou art God. He returned her kiss as warmly as it was given, grokking that it would be hypocritical not to, and discovered that kissing Jill differed from kissing Dawn, only in some fashion unmistakable, but beyond definition. Presently he held her away from him.
You baby Messalina, you framed me.
Jubal, darling, you were wonderful.
How the hell did you know I was able?
She gave back a gaze of clear-eyed innocence. Why, Jubal, I've been certain ever since Mike was asleep. In trance. He could see around him quite a distance, and sometimes he would look in on you, a question to ask or something, to see if you were asleep.
But I slept alone. Always.
Yes, dear, that wasn't what I meant. I always had to explain things that he didn't understand.
Pooh.
He decided not to pursue it.
Just the same. You shouldn't have framed me.
I grok you don't mean that in your heart, Jubal. We had to have you in the nest all the way in. We need you. Since you were shy and humble in your goodness, we did what was needful to welcome you without hurting you. And we did not hurt you, as you grok.
What is this we stuff?
It was a full sharing water of all the nest. As you grok, you were there. Mike woke up for it, and grokked with you, and kept us all together. Jubal hastily abandoned this inquiry, too.
So Mike is awake at last? That's why your eyes are shining?
Only partly. We are always delighted when Mike isn't withdrawn. It's jolly, but he's never really away. Jubal, I grok that you have not grokked the fullness of our way of sharing water. But waiting will fill. Nor did Mike grok it at first. He thought it was only for quickening of eggs, as it is on Mars.
Well, that's the primary purpose, babies, which makes it silly behavior on the part of a person, namely me, who has no wish at my age to cause such increase.
She shook her head. Babies are one result, but not the primary purpose. Babies give meaning to the future, and that is a great goodness. But only 3 or 4 or a dozen times in a woman's life is a baby quickened in her. Out of thousands of times, she can share herself. And that is the primary use for what we can do so often, but would need to do so seldom if it were only for reproduction. It is sharing and growing closer forever and always, Jubal. Mike grokked this because on Mars the two things, quickening eggs and sharing closer, are entirely separate. And he grokked, too, that our way is best. What a happy thing it is not to have been hatched a Martian, to be human. And a woman. He looked at her closely.
Child, are you pregnant?
Yes, Jubal. I grokked that waiting had ended and I was free to be. Most of the nest have not needed to wait, but Dawn and I have been busy. But when we grokked this cusp coming, I grokked there would be waiting after cusp, and you can see that there will be. Mike will not rebuild the temple overnight, so this high priestess will be unhurried in building a baby. Waiting always fills. From this high-flown mishmash, Jubal abstracted the central fact, or Jill's belief concerning such a possibility. Well, no doubt she had had plenty of opportunity. He resolved to keep an eye on the matter and bring her home for it. Mike's Superman methods were all very well, but it wouldn't hurt to have modern equipment at hand, too. Using Jill to eclampsia or some other mishap, he would not let happen, even if he had to get tough with the kids. He wondered about another such possibility, decided not to mention it.
Where's Dawn? And where's Mike? The place seems awfully quiet.
No one else was in sight, and he heard no voices. And yet that odd feeling of happy expectancy was even stronger. He would have expected a release from tension after the ceremony he had apparently joined in himself, unbeknownst, but the air was more charged than ever. It suddenly reminded him of how he had felt as a very small boy when waiting for his first circus parade, and someone had called out, "There come the elephants!" Jubal felt as if, were he just a little taller, he could see the elephants past the excited crowd. But there was no crowd. Dawn told me to give you a kiss for her. She'll be busy for the next 3 hours, about. And Mike is busy, too. He went back into withdrawal.
Oh.
Don't sound so disappointed. He'll be free soon. He's making a special effort so that he will be free on your account, and to let us all be free. Duke spent all night scouring the city for the high-speed recorders we use for the dictionary, and now we've got everybody who can possibly do it being jammed full of Martian phonics symbols. And then Mike will be through and can visit. Dawn has just started dictating. I finished one session, ducked out to say good morning, and I'm about to go back and get poured full of my last part of the chore, so I'll be gone a little longer than Dawn will be. And here's Dawn's kiss. The first one was just from me. She put her arms around his neck and put her mouth greedily to his. At last said, "My goodness, why did we wait so long? Bye for a little." Jubal found a few in the dining room. Duke looked up, smiled and waved, went back to hearty eating. He did not look as if he had been up all night, nor had he. He had been up 2 nights. Becky Vesey looked around when Duke waved and said happily, "Hi, you old goat," grabbed his ear, pulled him down and whispered, "I've known it all along. But why weren't you around to console me when the professor died?" She added aloud, "Sit down and we'll get some food into you while you tell me what devilment you've been plotting lately."
Just a moment, Becky.
Jubal went around the table.
Hi, Skipper. Good trip?
No trouble. It's become a milk run. I don't believe you've met Mrs. Van Tromp, my dear, the founder of this feat, the one and only Jubal Harshaw. 2 of him would be too many. The captain's wife was a tall, plain woman with the calm eyes of one who has watched from the widow's walk. She stood up, kissed Jubal. "Thou art God."
Thou art God.
He might as well relax to the ritual. Hell, if he said it often enough, he might lose the rest of his buttons and believe it. And it did have a friendly ring with the arms of the skipper's Frau firmly around him. He decided that she could teach even Jill something about kissing. How was it Anne described it? She gave it her whole attention. She wasn't going anywhere.
I suppose, Van, he said, that I shouldn't be surprised to find you here.
Well, answered the spaceman, a man who commutes to Mars ought to be able to palaver with the natives, don't you think?
Just for powwow, huh?
There are other aspects. Van Tromp reached for a piece of toast. The toast cooperated. Good food? Good company?
Yes.
Jubal, Madame Vassant called out. Soup's on. Jubal returned to his place, found eggs on horseback, orange juice, and other choice items. Becky patted his thigh. A fine prayer meeting, me bucko.
Woman, back to your horoscopes.
Which reminds me, dearie, I want to know the exact instant of your birth.
I was born on 3 successive days. They had to handle me in sections.
Becky made a rude answer. I'll find out.
The courthouse burned down when I was 3. You can't.
There are ways. Want to bet?
You keep heckling me and you'll find you're not too big to spank. Have you been, girl?
What do you think? How do I look?
Healthy. A bit spread in the butt. You've touched up your hair.
I have not. I quit using henna months ago. Get with it, pal, and we'll get rid of that white fringe you've got. Replace it with a lawn.
Becky, I refuse to grow younger. I came by my decrepitude the hard way, and I propose to enjoy it. Quit prattling and let a man eat.
Yes, sir, you old goat. Jubal was just leaving as the man from Mars came in. Father. Oh, Jubal. Mike hugged and kissed him. Jubal gently unwound him.
Be your age, son. Sit down and enjoy your breakfast. I'll sit with you.
I didn't come here for breakfast. I came looking for you. We'll find a place and talk.
All right.
They went to an unoccupied living room, Mike pulling Jubal by the hand like an excited small boy welcoming his favorite grandparent. Mike picked a big chair for Jubal and sprawled on a couch near him. They were on the side of the wing having the private landing flat, high French windows opened to it. Jubal got up to shift his chair so that he would not be facing the light. He was mildly annoyed to find that the chair shifted itself. Remote control over objects was a labor saver, and probably a money saver, certainly on laundry. His spaghetti-splashed shirt had been so fresh that he had put it on again, and obviously to be preferred to the blind balkiness of mechanical gadgets. Nevertheless, Jubal was not used to telecontrol done without wires or waves. It startled him the way horseless carriages had disturbed decent, respectable horses about the time Jubal was born. Duke came in and served brandy. Mike said, "Thanks, Cannibal. Are you the new butler? Somebody has to do it, monster. You've got every brain in the place slaving away over a hot microphone. Well, they'll be through in a couple of hours, and you can revert to your usual lecherous sloth. The job is done, Cannibal. Pow. 30. Ended. The whole damn Martian language in one lump? Monster, I'd better check you for burned-out capacitors. Oh, no. Only the primer knowledge that I have. My brain's an empty sack. Eyebrows like Stinky will be going to Mars for a century to fill in what I never learned. But I did turn out a job. 6 weeks of subjective time since 5 this morning, or whenever it was we adjourned the sharing. And now the stalwart steady types can finish it while I loaf." Mike stretched and yawned. "Feels good. Finishing a job always feels good." "You'll be slaving away at something else before the day is out. Boss, this Martian monster can't take it or leave it alone. This is the first time he has relaxed in over 2 months. He ought to sign up with Workers Anonymous. Or you ought to visit us more often. You're a good influence."
God forbid that I should ever be.
"Get out of here, Cannibal, and quit telling lies." "Lies, hell. You turn me into a compulsive truth-teller, and it's a handicap in the joints where I hang out." Duke left. Mike lifted his glass. "Share water, Father."
Drink deep, son.
"Thou art God."
Mike, I'll put up with that from the others. But don't you come godding at me. I knew you when you were only an egg.
Okay, Jubal.
That's better. When did you start drinking in the morning? Do that at your age and you'll ruin your stomach. You'll never live to be a happy old soak like me.
Mike looked at his glass. "I drink when it's a sharing. It doesn't have any effect on me, nor on most of us, unless we want it to. Once I let it have its effect until I passed out. It's an odd sensation. Not a goodness, I grok. Just a way to discorporate for a while without discorporating. I can get a similar effect, only much better and with no damage to repair afterwards, by withdrawing."
Economical. Uh-huh. Our liquor bill isn't anything. Matter of fact, running that whole temple hasn't cost what it costs you to keep up our home. Except for initial investment in replacing some props. Coffee and cakes was all. We made our own fun. We needed so little that I used to wonder what to do with the money that came in. Then why did you take collections? Huh? Oh, you have to charge them, Jubal. The marks won't pay attention if it's free. I knew that. I wondered if you did. Oh, yes, I grok marks, Jubal. At first I did preach free. Didn't work. We humans have to make considerable progress before we can accept a free gift and value it. I never let them have anything free until sixth circle. By then they can accept. And accepting is much harder than giving. Son, maybe you should write a book on human psychology. I have, but it's in Martian. Stinky has the tapes. Mike took a slow sybaritic sip. We do use some liquor. A few of us, Saul, myself, Sven, some others, like it. I've learned to let it have just a little effect, then hold it and gain a euphoric, growing closer, much like trance, without having to withdraw. He sipped again. That's what I'm doing this morning, letting myself get the mildest glow and be happy with you. Jubal studied him closely. Son, you've got something on your mind. Yes. Do you want to talk it out? Yes. Father, it's always a great goodness to be with you, even if nothing is troubling me. But you are the only human I can talk to and know that you will grok and not be overwhelmed. Jill always groks. But if it hurts me, it hurts her still more. Dawn the same. Patty can always take my hurt away, but she does it by keeping it herself. They are too easily hurt for me to share in full with them anything I can't grok and cherish before I share it. Mike looked very thoughtful. Confession is needful. Catholics know that. They have a corps of strong men to take it. Fosterites have group confession and pass it around and thin it out. I need to introduce confession in the early purging. Oh, we have it, but spontaneously after the pilgrim no longer needs it. We need strong men for that. Sin is rarely concerned with the real wrongness, but sin is what the sinner groks as sin, and when you grok with him, it can hurt. I know. Mike went on earnestly. Goodness is not enough. Goodness is never enough. That was one of my first mistakes, because among Martians, goodness and wisdom are identical. But not with us. Take Jill. Her goodness was perfect when I met her. Nevertheless, she was all mixed up inside, and I almost destroyed her, and myself too, for I was just as mixed up, before we got squared away. Her endless patience, not common on this planet, was all that saved us, while I was learning to be human, and she was learning what I knew. But goodness alone is never enough. A hard, cold wisdom is required for goodness to accomplish good. Goodness without wisdom always accomplishes evil. Mike added most soberly, and that's why I need you, Father, as well as loving you. I need your wisdom and your strength, for I must confess to you. Jubal squirmed. Oh, for Pete's sake, Mike, don't make a production out of it. Just tell me what's eating you. We'll find a way out. Yes, Father. But Mike did not go on. Finally, Jubal said, Do you feel busted up by the destruction of your temple? I wouldn't blame you. But you aren't broke. You can build again. Oh, no, that doesn't matter at all. Eh? That temple was a diary with its pages filled. Time for a new one rather than write over filled pages. Fire can't destroy the experiences. And from a standpoint of practical politics, being chased out in so spectacular a fashion will help in the long run. Churches thrive on martyrdom and persecution. It's their best advertising. In fact, Jubal, the last couple of days have been an enjoyable break in a busy routine. No harm done. His expression changed. Father, lately I learned that I was a spy. What do you mean, son? For the old ones. They sent me here to spy on our people. Jubal thought about it. Finally, he said, Mike, I know you are brilliant. You possess powers that I don't have and have never seen before. But a man can be a genius and still have delusions. I know. Let me explain, and you decide whether or not I'm crazy. You know how the surveillance satellites used by the security forces operate? No. I don't mean details that would interest Duke.
I mean the general scheme. They orbit around the globe, picking up data and storing it. At a particular point, the sky eye is keyed, and it pours out all that it has seen. That is what they did with me. You know that we of the Nest use what is called telepathy. I've been forced to believe it. We do. But this conversation is private. And besides, no one would attempt to read you. I'm not sure we could. Even last night, the link was through Dawn's mind, not yours. Well, that is some comfort. I am only an egg in this art. The old ones are masters. They linked with me, but left me on my own, ignored me, then triggered me, and all I had seen and heard and done and felt and grokked poured out and into their records. I don't mean that they wiped my mind of it. They simply played the tape, so to speak, made a copy. But the triggering I could feel, and it was over before I could stop it. Then they cut off the linkage. I couldn't even protest. Well, it seems to me that they used you shabbily. Not by their standards. Nor would I have objected. I would have been happy to volunteer, had I known it before I left Mars, but they didn't want me to know. They wanted me to grok without interference. I was going to add, Jubal said, that if you are free of this damnable invasion of your privacy now, then what harm has been done? It seems to me that you could have had a Martian at your elbow all these past 2.5 years, with no harm other than attracting stares. Mike looked very sober. Jubal listened to his story. Listen all the way through. Mike told him of the destruction of the missing 5th planet of Sol, whose ruins are asteroids. Well, Jubal? It reminds me of the myths about the flood. No, Jubal. The flood you aren't sure about. Are you sure about the destruction of Pompeii and Herculaneum? Oh, yes. Those are established facts. Jubal, the destruction of the 5th planet by the Old Ones is as certain as that eruption of Vesuvius, and is recorded in much greater detail. No myth. Fact. Stipulated. Do I understand that you fear that the Old Ones of Mars will give this planet the same treatment? Will you forgive me if I say that is hard for me to swallow? Well, Jubal, it wouldn't take the Old Ones to do it. It merely takes knowledge of physics, how matter is put together, and the same control you have seen me use time and again, simply necessary first to grok what you want to manipulate. I can do it right now. Say a piece near the core of Earth, about 100 miles in diameter, much bigger than necessary, but we want to make this fast and painless, if only to please Jill. Feel out its size and place. Grok carefully how it is put together. His face lost all expression, and his eyeballs started to turn up. Hey, broke in Harshaw, stop it. I don't know whether you can or not, but I don't want you to try. The face of the man from Mars became normal. Why, I would never do it. For me, it would be a wrongness. I am human. But not for them? Oh, no. The Old Ones might grok it as beauty. I don't know. Oh, I have the discipline to do it, but not the volition. Jill could do it. That is, she could contemplate the exact method, but she could never will to do it. She is human, too. This is her planet. The essence of the discipline is, first, self-awareness, and then self-control. By the time a human is able to destroy this planet by this method, instead of by clumsy things like cobalt bombs, it is not possible, I grok fully, for him to entertain the volition. He would discorporate, and that would end any threat. Our Old Ones don't hang around the way they do on Mars. Son, as long as we're checking you for bats in your belfry, clear up something else. You've always spoken of these Old Ones as casually as I speak of the neighbor's dog, but I find ghosts hard to swallow. What does an Old One look like? Why, just like any other Martian. Then how do you know it's not just an adult Martian? Does he walk through walls or such? Any Martian can do that. I did yesterday. Shimmers? Or anything? No. You see, hear, feel them. Everything. It's like an image in a stereo tank, only perfect, and put right into your mind. But, look, Jubal, the whole thing would be a silly question on Mars, but I realize it isn't here. If you were present at the discorporation, death of a friend, then helped eat his body, and then you saw his ghost, talked with it, touched it, anything, would you then believe in ghosts? Well, either that or I'd slip my leash. All right, here it could be hallucination.
if I grok correctly that we don't hang around when we discorporate, but in the case of Mars, there is either an entire planet all run by mass hallucination, or the straightforward explanation is correct, the one I was taught, and all my experience led me to believe. Because on Mars, ghosts are the most powerful and most numerous part of the population. The ones still alive, the corporate ones, are hewers of wood and drawers of water, servants to the old ones. Jubal nodded. Okay. I'll never boggle at slicing with Occam's razor. While it runs contrary to my experience, mine is limited to this planet, provincial. All right, son. You're scared they might destroy us? Mike shook his head. Not especially. I think, this is not a grokking, but a guess, that they might do one of two things. Either destroy us, or attempt to conquer us culturally, make us over into their own image. But you're not fretted about us being blown up? That's a pretty detached viewpoint. No. Oh, they might decide to. You see, by their standards, we are diseased and crippled. The things we do to each other, the way we fail to understand each other, our almost complete failure to grok with one another, our wars and diseases and famines and cruelties, these will be insanity to them. I know. So I think they will decide on a mercy killing, but that's a guess. I'm not an old one. But Jubal, if they decide to, it will be... Mike thought a long time. A minimum of 500 years, more likely 5,000 before anything would be done. That's a long time for a jury to be out. Jubal, the greatest difference between the two races is that Martians never hurry, and humans always do. They would much rather think about it an extra century or half-dozen to be sure that they grok all the fullness. In that case, son, don't worry about it. If in another 500 or 1,000 years the human race can't handle its neighbors, you and I can't help it. However, I suspect that they will be able to. So I grok, but not in fullness. I said I wasn't worried about that. The other possibility troubled me more, that they might move in and try to make us over. Jubal, they can't. An attempt to make us behave like Martians would kill us, as certainly, but not painlessly. It would be a great wrongness. Jubal took time to answer. But, son, isn't that what you have been trying to do? Mike looked unhappy. It was what I started out to do. It is not what I'm trying to do now. Father, I know that you were disappointed in me when I started this. Your business, son. Yes, self. I must grok each cusp myself alone. And so must you. And so must each self. Thou art God. I don't accept the nomination. You can't refuse it. Thou art God, and I am God, and all that groks is God. And I am all that I have ever been or seen or felt or experienced. I am all that I grok. Father, I saw the horrible shape this planet is in, and I groked, though not in fullness, that I could change it. What I had to teach couldn't be taught in schools. I was forced to smuggle it in as a religion, which it is not, and con the marks into tasting it by appealing to their curiosity. In part, it worked as I knew it would. The discipline was just as available to others as it was to me, who was raised in a Martian nest. Our brothers get along together. You've seen, you've shared. Live in peace and happiness, with no bitterness, no jealousy. That alone was a triumph. Male-femaleness is the greatest gift we have. Romantic physical love may be unique to this planet. If it is, the universe is a poorer place than it could be. And I grok dimly that we who are God will save this precious invention and spread it. The joining of bodies with merging of souls in shared ecstasy, giving, receiving, delighting in each other. Well, there's nothing on Mars to touch it. And it's the source, I grok, in fullness, of all that makes this planet so rich and wonderful. And Jubal, until a person, man or woman, has enjoyed this treasure, bathed in the mutual bliss of minds linked as closely as bodies, that person is still as virginal and alone as if he had never copulated. But I grok that you have. Your very reluctance to risk a lesser thing proves it. And anyhow, I know it directly. You grok. You always have, without needing the language of grokking. Dawn told us that you were as deep into her mind as you were into her body. The lady exaggerates. It is impossible for Dawn to speak other than rightly about this. And, forgive me, we were there. In her mind, but not in yours.
and you were there with us, sharing. Jubal refrained from saying that the only times he had ever felt that he could read minds was precisely in that situation, and then not thoughts, but emotions. He simply regretted without bitterness that he was not half a century younger, in which case Dawn would have had that Miss taken off her name, and he would have boldly risked another marriage, despite his scars. Also that he would not trade the preceding night for all the years that might be left him. In essence, Mike was right. Go on, sir. That's what sexual union should be. But that's what I slowly grokked it rarely was. Instead, it was indifference and acts mechanically performed, and rape and seduction as a game no better than roulette, but less honest, and prostitution and celibacy by choice, and by no choice, and fear and guilt and hatred and violence, and children brought up to think that sex was bad and shameful and animal and something to be hidden and always distrusted. This lovely, perfect thing, male femaleness, turned upside down and inside out and made horrible. And every one of those wrong things is a corollary of jealousy. Jubal, I couldn't believe it. I still don't grok jealousy in fullness. It seems insanity to me. When I first learned what this ecstasy was, my first thought was that I wanted to share it. Share it at once with all my water brothers, directly with those female, indirectly by inviting more sharing with those male. The notion of trying to keep this never-failing fountain to myself would have horrified me had I thought of it. But I was incapable of thinking it. And in perfect corollary, I had no slightest wish to attempt this miracle with anyone I did not already cherish and trust. Jubal, I am made physically unable even to attempt love with a female who has not shared water with me. And this runs all through the nest. Psychic impotence, unless spirits blend as flesh blends. Jubal was thinking mournfully that it was a fine system for angels when a sky car landed on the private flat diagonally in front of him. He turned his head to see, and as its skids touched, it vanished. Trouble? He asked. No, Mike denied. They are beginning to suspect that we are here. That I am, rather. They think the rest are dead. The innermost temple, I mean. The other circles aren't being bothered. He grinned. We could get a good price for these rooms. The city is filling up with Bishop Short's shock troops. Isn't it about time to get the family elsewhere? Jubal, don't worry. That car never had a chance to report, even by radio. I'm guarding us. It's no trouble now that Jill is over her misconceptions about wrongness in discorporating persons who have wrongness in them. I used to have to use complicated expedients to protect us, but now Jill knows that I do it only as fullness is grokked. The man from Mars grinned boyishly. Last night she helped me with a hatchet job. Nor was it her first time. What sort of a job? Oh, just to follow up on the jailbreak. Some few I couldn't release. They were vicious. So I got rid of them before I got rid of bars and doors. But I've been slowly grokking this whole city for months, and quite a few of the worst were not in jail. I have been waiting, making a list, making sure of fullness in each case. So now that we are leaving this city, they don't live here anymore. They were discorporated and sent back to the foot of the line to try again. Incidentally, that was the grokking that changed Jill's attitude from squeamishness to hearty approval, when she finally grokked in fullness that it is impossible to kill a man, that all we were doing was, much like a referee removing a player for unnecessary roughness. Aren't you afraid of playing God, lad? Mike grinned with unashamed cheerfulness. I am God. Thou art God. And any jerk I remove is God, too. Jubal, it is said that God notes each sparrow that falls, and so he does. But the closest it can be said in English is that God cannot avoid noting the sparrow because the sparrow is God. And when a cat stalks a sparrow, both of them are God, carrying out God's thoughts. Another sky car started to land and vanished. Jubal did not comment. How many did you toss out of the game last night? Oh, about 450. I didn't count. This is a largish city, but for a while it is going to be an unusually decent one. No cure, of course. There is no cure, short of the discipline. Mike looked unhappy. And that is what I must ask you about, Father. I'm afraid I have misled our brothers. How, Mike? They're too optimistic. They see how well it works for us. They know how happy they are, how strong and healthy and aware.
how deeply they love each other. And now they think, they grok, that it is just a matter of time until the whole human race will reach the same beatitude. Oh, not tomorrow. Some of them grok that 2,000 years is but a moment for such a mission. But eventually. And I thought so, Jubal, at first. I led them to think so. But, Jubal, I had missed a key point. Humans are not Martians. I made this mistake again and again, corrected myself, and still made it. What works for Martians does not necessarily work for humans. Oh, the conceptual logic, which can be stated only in Martian, does work for both races. The logic is invariant. But the data are different, so the results are different. I couldn't see why. When people were hungry, some of them didn't volunteer to be butchered so that the rest could eat. On Mars, this is obvious, and an honor. I couldn't understand why babies were so prized. On Mars, our 2 little girls in there would be dumped outdoors to live or die, and 9 out of 10 nymphs die their first season. My logic was right, but I misread the data. Here, babies do not compete, but adults do. On Mars, adults never compete. They've been weeded out as babies, but one way or another, competing and weeding takes place, or a race goes downhill. But whether or not I was wrong in trying to take the competition out at both ends, I have lately begun to grok that the human race won't let me, no matter what. Duke stuck his head into the room. "Mike, have you been watching outside? There's a crowd gathering around the hotel." "I know," agreed Mike. "Tell the others that waiting is not filled." He went on to Jubal. "Thou art God." It's not a message of cheer and hope, Jubal. It's a defiance and an unafraid, unabashed assumption of personal responsibility. He looked sad, but I rarely put it over. A very few, just these few here with us, our brothers, understood me and accepted the bitter along with the sweet, stood up and drank it, grokked it. The others, hundreds and thousands of others, either insisted on treating it as a prize without a contest, a conversion, or ignored it. No matter what I said, they insisted on thinking of God as something outside themselves, something that yearns to take every indolent moron to his breast and comfort him. The notion that the effort has to be their own, and that the trouble they are in is all their own doing, is one that they can't or won't entertain. The man from Mars shook his head. My failures so greatly outnumber my successes that I wonder if full grokking will show that I'm on the wrong track, that this race must be split up, hating each other, fighting, constantly unhappy and at war even with their own individual selves, simply to have that weeding out that every race must have. Tell me, Father. You must tell me.
Mike, what in hell led you to believe that I was infallible?
Stranger in a Strange Land by Robert A. Heinlein, concluded. Cassette 12, Side 1. Tell me, Father. You must tell me.
Mike, what in hell led you to believe that I was infallible?
Perhaps you are not, but every time I've needed to know something, you have always been able to tell me, and fullness always showed that you spoke rightly.
Damn it, I refuse this apotheosis. But I do see one thing, son. You have always urged everyone else never to hurry. Waiting will fill, you say.
That is right.
Now you are violating your own rule. You have waited only a little, a very short time by Martian standards, and you want to throw in the towel. You've proved that your system works for a small group, and I'm glad to confirm it. I've never seen such happy, healthy, cheerful people. That ought to be enough for the short time you've put in. Come back when you have 1,000 times this number, all working and happy and unjealous, and we'll talk it over again. Fair enough?
You speak rightly, Father.
I ain't through. You've been fretting that since you failed to hook 99 out of 100, the race couldn't get along without its present evils. Had to have them for weeding out, but damn it, lad, you've been doing the weeding. Or rather, the failures have been doing it by not listening to you. Had you planned to eliminate money and property?
Oh, no. Inside the nest, we don't need it, but
nor does any healthy family. But outside, you need it in dealing with other people. Sam tells me that our brothers, instead of getting unworldly, are slicker with money than ever. Right?
Oh, yes. Money-making is a simple trick once you grok.
You've just added a new beatitude. Blessed is the rich in spirit, for he shall make dough. How do all people stack up in other fields? Better or worse than average? Oh, better, of course. You see, Jubal, it's not a faith. The discipline is simply a method of efficient functioning in anything. You've answered yourself, son. If all you say is true, and I'm not judging, I'm asking, you're answering, then competition, far from being eliminated, is rougher than ever. If 0.1% of the population is capable of getting the news, then all you have to do is show them. And in a matter of some generations, the stupid ones will die out, and those with your discipline will inherit the earth. Whenever that is, in 1,000 years or 10,000, we'll be soon enough to worry about some new hurdle to make them jump higher. But don't get faint-hearted because only a handful have turned into angels overnight. I never expected any to manage it. I thought you were making a damn fool of yourself by pretending to be a preacher.
Mike sighed and smiled. I was beginning to be afraid I was, worrying that I had let my brothers down.
I still wish you had called it cosmic halitosis or some such, but the name doesn't matter. If you've got the truth, you can demonstrate it. Talking doesn't prove it. Show people.
Mike did not answer. His eyelids drooped. He held perfectly still. His face was without expression. Jubal stirred restlessly, afraid that he had said too much, crowded the lad into a need to withdraw. Then Mike's eyes opened. He grinned merrily. "You've got me all squared away, Father. I'm ready to show them now. I grok the fullness." The man from Mars stood up. "Waiting is ended." Chapter 37. Jubal and the man from Mars strolled into the room with the big stereo tank. The entire nest was gathered, watching it. It showed a dense and turbulent crowd, somewhat restrained by policemen. Mike glanced at it and looked serenely happy. They come. Now is the fullness. The sense of ecstatic expectancy Jubal had felt growing ever since his arrival swelled greatly, but no one moved. "It's a mite big tip, sweetheart," Jill agreed. "And ready to turn," added Patty. "I'd better dress for it," Mike commented. "Have I got any clothes around this dump, Patty?" "Right away, Michael." Jubal said, "Son, that mob looks ugly to me. Are you sure this is the time to tackle them?" "Oh, sure," said Mike. "They've come to see me, so now I go down to meet them." He paused while some clothing got out of the way of his face. He was being dressed at breakneck speed with the unnecessary help of several women. Each garment seemed to know where to go and how to drape itself. "This job has obligations as well as privileges. The star has to show up for the show. Grok me. The mark's expected." Duke said, "Mike knows what he's doing, boss." "Well, I don't trust mobs." "That crowd is mostly curiosity seekers. They always are. Oh, there are some Fosterites and some others with grudges, but Mike can handle any crowd. You'll see. Right, Mike?" "Correct, cannibal. Pull in a tip, then give 'em a show. Where's my hat? Can't walk in the noonday sun without a hat." An expensive Panama with a sporty colored band glided out and settled itself on his head. He cocked it jauntily. "There. Do I look all right?" He was dressed in his usual outer services mufti, a smartly tailored, sharply creased white business suit, shoes to match, snowy shirt, and a luxurious, dazzling scarf. Ben said, "All you lack is a briefcase. You grok I need one? Patty, do we have one?" Jill stepped up to him. "Ben was kidding, dear. You look just perfect." She straightened his tie and kissed him, and Jubal felt kissed. "Go talk to them." "Yep. Time to turn the tip. Anne, Duke." "Ready, Mike." Anne was wearing her fair witness cloak, wrapping her in dignity. Duke was just the opposite, being sloppily dressed with a lighted cigarette dangling from his face, an old hat on the back of his head with a card marked Press stuck in its band, and himself hung about with cameras and kit. They headed for the door to the foyer common to the 4 penthouse suites. Only Jubal followed. All the others, 30 and more, stayed around the stereo tank. Mike paused at the door. There was a hall table there with a pitcher of water and glasses, a dish of fruit and a fruit knife. "Better not come any farther," he advised Jubal, "or Patty would have to escort you back through her pets." Mike poured himself a glass of water, drank part of it. "Preaching is thirsty work." He handed the glass to Anne. then took the fruit knife and sliced off a chunk of apple. It seemed to Jubal that Mike sliced off one of his fingers. But his attention was distracted as Duke passed the glass to him. Mike's hand was not bleeding, and Jubal had grown somewhat accustomed to legerdemain. He accepted the glass and took a sip, finding that his own throat was very dry. Mike gripped his arm and smiled. "Quit fretting. This will take only a few minutes. See you later, Father." They went out through the guardian cobras, and the door closed. Jubal went back to the room where the others were, still carrying the glass. Someone took it from him he did not notice as he was watching images in the big tank. The mob seemed denser, surging about, and held back by police armed only with nightsticks. There were a few shouts, but mostly just the unlocalized muttering of the crowd. Someone said, "Where are they now, Patty?" "They've dropped down the tube. Michael is a little ahead. Duke stopped to catch Anne. They're entering the lobby. Michael's been spotted. Pictures being taken." The scene in the tank resolved into enormous head and shoulders of a brightly cheerful newscaster. "This is NWNW, New World Network's mobile news hound on the spot. While it's hot, your newscaster, happy holiday. We have just learned that the fake Messiah, sometimes known as the Man from Mars, has crawled out of his hideout in a hotel room here in beautiful St. Petersburg, the city that has everything to make you sing. Apparently Smith is about to surrender to the authorities. He crashed out of jail yesterday using high explosives smuggled into him by his fanatic followers, but the tight cordon placed around this city seems to have been too much for him. We don't know yet. I repeat, we don't know yet. So stay with the chap who covers the map. And now a word from your local sponsor who has given you this keyhole peep at the latest leap." Thank you, happy holiday, and all you good people watching via NWNW. What price paradise? Amazingly low. Come out and see for yourself at Elysian Fields. Just opened as home sites for a restricted clientele. Land reclaimed from the warm waters of the glorious Gulf, and every lot guaranteed at least 18 inches above mean high water, and only a small down payment on a happy... Later, friends. Phone Gulf 92828. And thank you, Jick Morris and the developers of Elysian Fields. I think we've got something, folks. Yes, sir, I think we do. "They're coming out the front entrance," Patty said quietly. "The crowd hasn't spotted Michael yet." "Maybe not yet, but soon. You are now looking at the main entrance of the magnificent Sans Souci Hotel, gem of the Gulf, whose management is in no way responsible for this hunted fugitive, and who have cooperated with the authorities throughout, according to a statement just issued by Police Chief Davis. And while we're waiting to see what will happen, a few highlights in the strange career of this half-human monster raised on Mars." The live scene was replaced by quick cuts of stock shots. The envoy blasting off years earlier, the champion floating upward silently and effortlessly under Lyle Drive, Martians on Mars, the triumphant return of the champion, a quick of the first faked interview with the Man from Mars. "What do you think of the girls here on Earth?" "Gee." A quicker shot of the conference in the Executive Palace, and the much-publicized awarding of a doctorate in philosophy, all with rapid-fire commentary. "See anything, Patty?" "Michael is at the top of the steps. The crowd is at least 100 yards away, being kept off the hotel grounds. Duke has grabbed some pics, and Mike is waiting to let him change lenses. No hurry." Happy holiday went on as the tank shifted to the crowd, semi-close and panning. "You understand, friends, that this wonderful community is in a unique condition today. Something strange has been going on, and these people are in no mood to trifle. Their laws have been flouted, their security forces treated with contempt. They are angry, righteously so. The fanatic followers of this alleged Antichrist have stopped at nothing to create turmoil in a futile effort to let their leader escape the closing net of justice. Anything can happen. Anything." The announcer's voice climbed. "Yes, he's coming out now. He's walking toward the people." The scene cut to reverse. Mike was walking directly toward camera. Anne and Duke were behind, and dropping farther behind. "This is it. This is it. This is the blow-off." Mike continued to walk unhurriedly toward the crowd until he loomed up in the stereo tank in life-size, as if he were in the room with his water brothers. He stopped on the grass verge in front of the hotel, a few feet from the crowd. "You called me?" He was answered with a growl. The sky held scattered clouds. At that instant, the sun came out from behind one, and a shaft of light hit him. His clothes vanished. he stood before them, a golden youth, clothed only in beauty. Beauty that made Jubal's heart ache, thinking that Michelangelo in his ancient years would have climbed down from his high scaffolding to record it for generations unborn. Mike said gently, "Look at me. I am a son of man." The scene cut for a 10-second plug, a line of can-can dancers singing, "Come on, ladies, do your duds in the smoothest, yummiest suds. Lover soap is kind to hands, but be sure you save the bands." The tank filled with foamy suds amid girlish laughter, and the scene cut back to newscast. "God damn you!" A half brick caught Mike in the ribs. He turned his face toward his assailant. "But you yourself are God. You can damn only yourself, and you can never escape yourself." "Blasphemer!" A rock caught him over his left eye, and blood welled forth. Mike said calmly, "In fighting me you fight yourself, for thou art God, and I am God, and all that grocks is God. There is no other." More rocks hit him. He began to bleed in several places. "Hear the truth. You need not hate, you need not fight, you need not fear. I offer you the water of life." Suddenly his hand held a tumbler of water, sparkling in sunlight. "And you may share it whenever you so will, and walk in peace and love and happiness together." A rock caught the glass and shattered it. Another struck him in the mouth. Through bruised and bleeding lips he smiled at them, looking straight into the camera with an expression of yearning tenderness on his face. Some trick of sunlight and stereo formed a golden halo back of his head. "Oh, my brothers, I love you so. Drink deep, share and grow closer without end. Thou art God." Jubal whispered it back to him. The scene made a 5-second cut. "Cahuenga Cave, the nightclub with real Los Angeles smog imported fresh every day. 6 erotic dancers." "Lynch him, give the bastard a nigger necktie." A heavy-gauge shotgun blasted at close range, and Mike's right arm was struck off at the elbow and fell. It floated gently down, then came to rest on the cool grasses, its hand curved open in invitation. "Give him the other barrel, Shorty, and aim closer." The crowd laughed and applauded. A brick smashed Mike's nose, and more rocks gave him a crown of blood. "The truth is simple, but the way of man is hard. First you must learn to control your self. The rest follows. Blessed is he who knows himself and commands himself, for the world is his, and love and happiness and peace walk with him wherever he goes." Another shotgun blast was followed by 2 more shots. One short, a .45 slug, hit Mike over the heart, shattering the 6th rib near the sternum and making a large wound. The buckshot and the other slug sheared through his left tibia 5 inches below the patella and left the fibula sticking out at an angle, broken and white against the yellow and red of the wound. Mike staggered slightly and laughed, went on talking, his words clear and unhurried. "Thou art God. Know that, and the way is opened." "God damn it, let's stop this taking of the name of the Lord in vain. Come on, men, let's finish him." The mob surged forward, led by one bold with a club. They were on him with rocks and fists, and then with feet as he went down. He went on talking while they kicked his ribs in and smashed his golden body, broke his bones, and tore an ear loose. At last someone called out, "Back away so we can get the gasoline on him." The mob opened up a little at that warning, and the camera zoomed to pick up his face and shoulders. The man from Mars smiled at his brothers, said once more, softly and clearly, "I love you." An incautious grasshopper came whirring to a landing on the grass a few inches from his face. Mike turned his head, looked at it as it stared back at him. "Thou art God," he said happily, and discorporated. Chapter 38. Flame and billowing smoke came up and filled the tank. "Golly," Patty said reverently. "That's the best blow-off ever used." "Yes," agreed Becky judicially. "The professor himself never dreamed up a better one." Van Tromp said very quietly, apparently to himself, "In style. Smart and with style. The lad finished in style. Jubal looked around at his brothers. Was he the only one who felt anything? Jill and Dawn were seated, each with an arm around the other, but they did that whenever they were together. Neither seemed disturbed. Even Dorcas was dry-eyed and calm. The inferno in the tank cut to smiling Happy Holiday, who said, "And now, folks, a few moments for our friends at Elysian Fields who so graciously gave up their—" Patty cut him off. "Anne and Duke are on their way back up," she said. "I'll let them to the foyer, and then we'll have lunch." She started to leave. Jubal stopped her.
Patty, did you know what Mike was going to do?
She seemed puzzled. "Huh? Why, of course not, Jubal. It was necessary to wait for fullness. None of us knew." She turned and left. "Jubal." Jill was looking at him. "Jubal, our beloved father, please stop and grok the fullness. Mike is not dead. How can he be dead when no one can be killed? Nor can he ever be away from us who have already grokked him. Thou art God."
"Thou art God,"
he repeated dully. "That's better. Come and sit with Dawn and me, in the middle."
No. No, just let me be.
He went blindly to his own room, let himself in and bolted the door after him, leaned heavily with both hands, gripping the foot of the bed. My son, oh, my son, would that I had died for thee. He had had so much to live for, and an old fool that he respected too much had to shoot off his yap and goad him into a needless, useless martyrdom. If Mike had given them something big, like stereo or bingo, but he gave them the truth, or a piece of the truth, and who is interested in truth? He laughed through his sobs. After a while he shut them off, both heartbroken sobs and bitter laugh, and pawed through his travel bag. He had what he wanted with him. He had kept a supply in his toilet kit ever since Joe Douglas's stroke had reminded him that all flesh is grass. Now his own stroke had come, and he couldn't take it. He prescribed 3 tablets to make it fast and certain, washed them down with water, and lay quickly on the bed. Shortly, the pain went away. From a great distance, the voice reached him.
Jubal, I'm resting. Don't bother me.
Jubal, please, Father.
Yes, Mike. What is it?
Wake up. Fullness is not yet. Here, let me help you. Jubal sighed.
Okay, Mike.
He let himself be helped and led into the bath, let his head be held while he threw up, accepted a glass of water and rinsed out his mouth. Okay now?
Okay, son.
Thanks. Then I've got some things to attend to. I love you, Father. Thou art God.
I love you, Mike. Thou art God.
Jubal puttered around a while longer, making himself presentable, changing clothes, taking one short brandy to kill the slightly bitter taste still in his stomach, then went out to join the others. Patty was alone in the room with the babble tank, and it was switched off. She looked up. Some lunch now, Jubal?
Yes, thanks.
She came up to him. That's good. I'm afraid most of them simply ate and scooted, but each of them left a kiss for you. And here it is, all in one package. She managed to deliver in full all the love placed in her proxy, cemented together with her own. Jubal found that it left him feeling strong, with her serene acceptance shared. No bitterness left. Come out into the kitchen, she said. Tony's gone, so most of the rest are there. Not that his growls ever really chased anybody out. She stopped and tried to stare down the back of her neck. Isn't that final scene changing a little? Sort of smoky, maybe? Jubal solemnly agreed that he thought it was. He couldn't see any change, but he was not going to argue with Patty's idiosyncrasy. She nodded. I expected it. I can see around me all right. Except myself, I still need a double mirror to see my back clearly. Mike says my sight will include that presently. No matter. In the kitchen, perhaps a dozen were lounging at a table and elsewhere. Duke was at the range, stirring a small saucepan.
Hi, boss. I ordered a 20-place bus. That's the biggest that can land in our little landing flat. And we'll need one almost that big, what with the diaper set and Patty's pets. Okay? Certainly. Are they all coming home? If they ran out of bedrooms, the girls could make up dosses that would do in the living room and here and there. And this crowd would probably double up anyhow. Come to think of it, he might not be allowed to sleep solo himself. He made up his mind not to fight it. It was friendly to have a warm body on the other side of the bed, even if your intentions weren't active. By God, he had forgotten how friendly it was. Growing closer. Not everybody. Tim will pilot us, then turn in the bus and go to Texas for a while. The skipper and Beatrix and Sven, we're going to drop off in New Jersey. Sam looked up from the table. Ruth and I have got to get back to our kids, and Saul is coming with us. Can't you stop by home for a day or two first? Well, maybe. I'll talk it over with Ruth. Boss, put in Duke, how soon can we fill the swimming pool? Well, we never filled it earlier than April before, but with the new heaters, I suppose we could fill it any time. Jubal added, but we'll still have some nasty weather. Snow's still on the ground yesterday. Boss, let me clue you. This gang can walk through snow hip-deep on a tall giraffe and not notice it. And will, to swim. Besides that, there are cheaper ways of keeping that water from freezing than with those big oil heaters. Jubal? Yes, Ruth? We'll stop for a day, or maybe more. The kids don't miss me, and I'm not aching to take over being motherly without Patty to discipline them anyhow. Jubal, you've never really seen me until you've seen me with my hair floating around me in the water, looking like Mrs. Do-as-you-would-be-done-by. It's a date. Say, where's the squarehead and the Dutchman? Beatrix has never been home. They can't be in such a hurry. I'll tell 'em, boss. Patty, can your snake stand a clean, warm basement for a while, until we can do better? I don't mean Honey Bun, she's people, but I don't think the Cobra should have the run of the house. Of course, Jubal. Jubal looked around. Dawn, can you take shorthand? She doesn't need it, put in Anne, any more than I do. I should have known. Use a typewriter? I will learn if you wish it, Dawn answered. Consider yourself hired, until there's a vacancy for a high priestess somewhere. Jill, have we forgotten anybody? No, boss. Except that all those who left feel free to camp on you any time, too, and they will. I assume that. Nest number 2, when and as needed. He went over to the range, glanced into the pan Duke was stirring. It held a small amount of broth. Mike? Yep. Duke dipped out a little in the spoon, tasted it. Needs a little salt? Yes, Mike always did need a little seasoning. Jubal took the spoon and tasted the broth. Duke was correct. The flavor was sweet and could have used salt. But let's grok him as he is. Who's left to share? Just you. Tony left me here with strict instructions to stir by hand, add water as needed, and wait for you. Not to let it scorch. Then grab a couple of cups. We'll share it and grok together. Right, boss. 2 cups came sailing down and rested by the saucepan. This is a joke on Mike. He always swore that he would outlive me and serve me up for Thanksgiving. Or maybe the joke's on me, because we had a bet on it, and now I can't collect. You won only by default. Split it evenly. Duke did so. Jubal raised his cup. Share. Grow ever closer. Slowly they drank the broth, stretching it out, savoring it, praising and cherishing and grokking their donor. Jubal found, to his surprise, that although he was overflowing with emotion, it was a calm happiness that did not bring tears. What a quaint and gawky puppy his son had been when first he saw him, so eager to please, so naive in his little mistakes. And what a proud power he had become, without ever losing his angelic innocence. I grok you at last, son, and would not change a line. Paddy had his lunch waiting for him. He sat down and dug in, hungry and feeling that it had been days since breakfast. Sam was saying, I was telling Saul that I grok no need to make any change in plans. We go on as before. If you've got the right merchandise, the business grows, even though the founder has passed on. I wasn't disagreeing, Saul objected. You and Ruth will found another temple, and we'll found others, but we'll have to take time now to accumulate capital. This isn't a street corner revival, nor yet something to set up in a vacant shop. It requires staging and equipment. That means money, not to mention such things as paying for a year or two on Mars for Stinky and Miriam, and that's just as essential. All right, already, who's arguing? We wait for fullness and go ahead.
Jubal said suddenly,
Money's no problem.
How's that, Jubal?
As a lawyer, I shouldn't tell this, but as a water brother, I do what I grok. Just a moment. Ann?
Yes, boss?
Buy that spot, the one where they stoned Mike. Better get about 100-foot radius around it.
Boss, the spot itself is a public parkway. 100-foot radius will cut off some public road and a piece of the hotel grounds.
Don't argue.
I wasn't arguing. I was giving you facts.
Sorry. They'll sell. They'll reroute that route. Hell, if their arms are twisted properly, they'll donate the land. Twisting done through Joe Douglas, I think. And have Douglas claim from the morgue whatever was left when those ghouls got through with him, and we'll bury him on that spot. Say a year from now, with the whole city mourning and the cops that didn't protect him today standing at attention.
What to put over him? The fallen caryatid? No, Mike had been strong enough for his stone. The Little Mermaid would be better, but it wouldn't be understood. Maybe one of Mike himself, just as he was when he said, "Look at me, I am a son of man." If Duke didn't catch a shot of it, New World did. And maybe there was a brother, or would be a brother, with the spark of Rodin in him to do it right and not fancy it up.
We'll bury him there, Jubal went on, unprotected, and let the worms and the gentle rain grok him. A grok Mike will like that. And I want to talk to Joe Douglas as soon as we get home.
Yes, boss. We grok with you.
Now, about that other.
He told them about Mike's will.
So you see, each one of you is at least a millionaire. Just how much more than that I haven't estimated lately. But much more, even after taxes. No strings on it at all. But I grok that you will spend as needed for temples and similar stuff. But there's nothing to stop you from buying yachts if you wish. Oh, yes, Joe Douglas stays on as manager for any who care to let the capital ride. Same pay as before. But I grok Joe won't last long, whereupon management devolves on Ben Caxton. Ben?
Caxton shrugged. It can be in my name. I grok I'll hire me a real businessman. Name is Saul.
That wraps it then. Some waiting time, but nobody will dare really fight this will. Mike rigged it, you'll see. How soon can we get out of here? Is the tab settled?
Jubal, Ben said gently. We own this hotel. Not long thereafter, they were in the air, with no trouble from police. The town had quieted down as fast as it had flared up. Jubal sat forward with Stinky Mahmood and relaxed. Discovered that he was not tired, not unhappy, not even fretting to get back to his sanctuary. They discussed Mahmood's plan to go to Mars to learn the language more deeply. After, Jubal was pleased to learn, completing the dictionary, which Mahmood estimated at a year for his own part in checking the phonetic spellings. Jubal said grumpily,
I suppose I shall be forced to learn the pesky stuff myself, just to understand the chatter around me.
As you grok, brother.
Well, damn it, I won't put up with assigned lessons and regular school hours. I'll work as suits me, just as I always have.
Mahmood was silent a moment. Jubal, we used classes and schedules at the temple because we were handling groups, but some got special attention.
That's what I'm going to need.
Anne, for example, is much, much farther along than she ever let you know. With her total recall memory, she learned Martian in nothing flat, hooked in rapport with Mike.
Well, I don't have that sort of memory. And Mike's not available.
No, but Anne is. And stubborn as you are, nevertheless, Dawn can place you in rapport with Anne, if you'll let her. And you won't need Dawn for the second lesson. Anne will then be able to handle it all. You'll be thinking in Martian inside of days, by the calendar, much longer by subjective time. But who cares? Mahmood leered at him. You'll enjoy the warming-up exercises.
Jubal bristled. You're a low, evil, lecherous Arab. And besides that, you stole one of my best secretaries.
For which I am forever in your debt. But you haven't lost her entirely. She'll give you lessons, too. She'll insist on it.
Go away and find another seat. I want to think.
Somewhat later, Jubal shouted,
Front.
Dorcas came forward and sat down beside him, steno gear ready. He glanced at her before he started to work.
Child, you look even happier than usual. Glowing.
Dorcas said dreamily, "I've decided to name him Dennis." Jubal nodded.
Appropriate. Very appropriate.
Appropriate meaning, even if she were mixed up about the paternity, he thought to himself.
Do you feel like working?
"Oh, yes, I feel grand."
Begin. Stereo play, rough draft, working title, A Martian Named Smith. Open up, zoom in on Mars using stock of bones-tailed shots, unbroken sequence, then dissolving to miniature matched set of actual landing place of Envoy. Spaceship in middle distance. Animated Martians, typical, with stock as available or rephotographed. Cut to close. Interior spaceship. Female patient, stretched on.
Chapter 39. The last chapter. The verdict to be passed on the third planet around Sol was never in doubt. The old ones of the fourth planet were not omniscient, and in their way were as provincial as humans. Grokking by their own local values, even with the aid of vastly superior logic, they were certain in time to perceive an incurable wrongness in the busy, restless, quarrelsome beings of the third planet, a wrongness which would require weeding once it had been grokked and cherished and hated. But by the time they would slowly get around to it, it would be highly improbable, approaching impossible, that the old ones would be able to destroy this weirdly complex race. The hazard was so slight that those concerned with the third planet did not waste a split eon on it. Certainly Foster did not. "Digby." His assistant looked up. "Yes, Foster." "I'll be gone a few eons on a special assignment. Want you to meet your new supervisor." Foster turned and said, "Mike, this is Archangel Digby, your assistant. He knows where everything is around the studio, and you'll find him a very steady straw boss for anything you conceive."
"Oh, we'll get along,"
Archangel Michael assured him, and said to Digby,
"Haven't we met before?"
Digby answered, "Not that I remember. Of course, out of so many when-wheres." He shrugged.
"No matter. Thou art God."
"Thou art God," Digby responded. Foster said, "Skip the formalities, please. I've left you a load of work, and you don't have all eternity to fiddle with it. Certainly thou art God, but who isn't?" He left, and Mike pushed back his halo and got to work. He could see a lot of changes he wanted to make. This concludes the reading of Stranger in a Strange Land by Robert A. Heinlein. This book was read by Christopher Hurt. If you would like to obtain a mail order catalog or additional information about our growing line of audiobooks, write Blackstone Audiobooks, P.O. Box 969, Ashland, Oregon, zip code 97520, or call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. Please wind or rewind the tape so as to make the book ready for the next person to enjoy. Thank you.